I tell you, it's the lens.
Okay, try that.
You
yeah.
see the lens?
Oh.
It's not the back element.
The dry wipes aren't cutting it. Oh yeah, there we go.
Looks, now it looks nice.
Good morning, welcome. Day 2, Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. First call for the non-competitors out there, if you would. Start to clear the water. Move to the north, to the south. If you get a good one, come on in. As we see a lot of Challenger Series men and women out there get warmed up this morning, as well as the world's best longboarders. Today, yesterday we kicked off with the men opening round. Today we're going to be kicking off with our women elimination round 16. So we'll see the women take to the lineup as we see, like we saw yesterday, pretty low tide this morning. We saw improving conditions yesterday. We got a little more water off the bank, especially for the longboard division as we had that connection all the way through the shore break. But again, first call, welcome everybody this morning, and we'll be back shortly.
What happens to the smear? Oh, you have
Good morning, everyone. So we're asking the researchers to clear the water. You've already done a great job. Thank you so much. This first eating the water will start at 7:35 sharp. We will be here in those strokes to make sure the day started with small cleaning conditions here on Sunday in Huntington Beach. So we are about 6 minutes away from the horn blowing and the day beginning. We appreciate everyone clearing the water without even being awkward about it.
Yeah, a lot of competitors got down here early, longboarders and shortboarders from the Challenger Series. Shout out to HB Lifeguards for their help 24, well not 24/7, but
Welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open, and we're gonna stick to these 9-foot plus surfboards today. We've got world champions who will be competing today. We've got something for every type of surf fan and action sports fan. I am Chris Cote. I am with Sam Bleakley, and I'm excited for today because while the waves are small, we do have the proper equipment for waves like this, Sam.
Yeah, the tide's already on the push, but we've got that first elimination round, Chris. So people are going to be going home. The start of their World Tour campaign will be dented. Some big names coming up. We've got 3 times Women's World Longboard champion to kick things off, Honolulu Bloomfield.
That's right. So stakes are high already on day 2 here at the US Open, as they always are. You know, here in the longboard portion of the week, yesterday, very cruisy, you know, people kind of just starting off their campaigns for the entire season, whereas today, like you said, stakes are going to be a little bit more on the line. We're going to be sending some surfers home. We're going to be sending some surfers closer and closer to finals day, though.
Yeah, but there's a good opportunity today for the longboarders to really shine because it's clean, it's smooth, the wave should improve as that tide comes in. Yes, it's going to be small, it's going to require quick starts, but then with the 2 surfer heats, people will then be patient and build on their scores. And I think that that halo maneuver, that opening critical hang 10 is going to be a cornerstone to the big scores this morning.
Yeah, it's all about the quickness out here in the lineup. Well, let's take a look at what we're about to see wave-wise today and through the afternoon and maybe even into tomorrow. This is your Surfline forecast. So Surfline has projected that there is a fading south swell to wrap up the weekend, so that's not a great sign, but we do have a small south swell and a little bit more northwest wind swell through midweek. So it might be getting smaller and slower today, but there are some reinforcements coming. We're calling it the fun zone for the week. Good thing about Huntington Beach is there's always something to ride. And this afternoon, that's going to be a big challenge for our surfers. I'll tell you, it's going to be fun to watch. I don't know if I'd want to compete in the afternoon today, but it will be entertaining for all of us. And we've got the best in the business. They're going to make the most of it.
Yeah, and I felt like from people's performances yesterday, the busy surfers who had a strong start, who were active, who were making things happen, they tended to shine. The surfers who were quite patient were not having the luck yesterday. And often at HB, you can see on the south side, patience really pays off. The difference between a distinctive set and some of those medium ones. But I feel like today's going to be similar to yesterday in the sense that patience won't help at the beginning of the heats.
Yeah, you got to get out there and get involved. As you see the overview of the lineup, the good news is these surfers made a lot out of a little yesterday. I mean, it's subtle brilliance when you see somebody take off on a half-a-foot wave and somehow have the ability to cross-step up to the nose, hang 10, get back and do a turn all in the space of about 10 feet. It's actually pretty incredible if you're paying close attention to it.
Yeah, well, we say walk, don't run in longboarding, but yesterday you had to run to the nose. And occasionally there was these moments of poise and stillness in amongst everything where those distinctive lifting hang 10s really captured the attention of the judges. And that's what the surfers will be looking for today.
No doubt. Well, today, as we said, the urgency will rise a little bit. Yesterday was kind of a reunion of sorts, everybody getting together for the first day of the first event of the year. Today might be a little bit more different, and to explain that from the Bonsoy athlete area, we've got the star of KTLA's news program this morning, Mr. Mitchell Salazar.
Hey, Chris, that's a pretty good intro right there. I appreciate the intro, first of all. I am definitely not a star. The stars are out there at the morning, and when you just talk about conditions and how difficult it's definitely going to be today, The one thing that we do have on our side, gentlemen, is the push of the tide. And looking at it right now, just after 7:30 in the morning, definitely looking at something in the next 4 or 5 hours that is definitely going to elevate the performances. But to me, it's a grindy day. You got to go out there and really try to compete, be on anything that seems like it's going to break. And really close to the start here, guys. Liv Stokes just graduated with a master's degree from UCI. She's going to be teaching in a couple of weeks over in Irvine at a high school up against Honolulu Bloomfield. What a great way to start this morning. And we got the buzzer right there, Chris. It's on today, elimination round for the women.
Thank you, Mitchell. You looked great on the news this morning as well. Yeah, so we got Honolulu Bloomfield going up against Liv Stokes. Canada v. Hawaii. Honolulu, three-time world champion. Heat did not, well, I don't want to say the heat did not go her way yesterday because she surfed great, but it was just one of those heats where it really was the luck of the draw. You got yourself on a wave that was 2 inches bigger than your competitor, you were going to get a bigger score. So Honolulu will be back out there hoping for a little redemption from yesterday. And Liv Stokes, I'd say similar story. She had a decent heat. It really just was about who got the best waves.
Yeah, sure. So Honolulu was in heat number 2 yesterday against Hiroka Yoshikawa. We saw Hiroka in the background there by Mitchell. She's able to relax today because she took the win yesterday. She beat Ophélie Acuen from France, based in Reunion, and the 3 times women's world longboard champion. But of course, Honolulu traveling here now with her baby boy Rain and her partner Clay Craner, legendary Oceanside skater. I mean, you know, Cote, as a core skater yourself, I mean, how important is Clay in skateboard culture today?
Honestly, he's the nicest dude ever, but I still fan out a little bit every time I see him. He's put together some of the craziest video parts. Vert, Mega, huge cement parks. This dude is an absolute beast.
And there he is with Rain. You can see Avalon there, Kayamana. You can see Sophia Colhane's mum, Sarah, there talking. And, of course, it's going to be a little bit of nerves now for Clay watching on. And there was like a effort for a quick start from both of these women, but it's, of course, the sea needing to deliver. And there's no point in hustling for those, you know, wasted waves because they don't want to get themselves out of priority. There will be probably in each heat 1 or 2 very distinctive sets that could make a difference, but I feel that nerves could also come into it today. And I felt yesterday that the quick footwork was really shining, and a lot of the surfers who were opting to work on rail edge and put those turns in weren't necessarily finding those lifting nose rides. Those that quickly went into trim and footwork seemed to connect with the rhythm of HB yesterday.
But we'll see if that stands today. With 27:37 to go, no waves ridden yet. That gives us the chance to catch up with AJ McCord with Mason Schrimmer.
Thanks so much, Chris. Mason, you've been down here for a while now watching these waves coming up in the second heat today. What is the observation? What's the strategy for you today?
I think like it's a lot cleaner than it was yesterday afternoon, which I'm really happy about because it'll just make it a little bit nicer on a longboard. But yeah, just stay busy and make lots of opportunities. Yeah.
And today we're switching to just one other person in the water with you. How does that change the strategy?
It kind of like, I kind of don't mind it. I guess with it being small, there's not going to be maybe too much room because it kind of looks like it's maybe breaking in a couple spots at the moment. So it might be a little bit more on top of each other, but I feel like with priority, it's not too much. It's not too bad.
Sweet. Well, we'll see you in heat number 2. Good luck today.
Cool. Thank you.
I like that. Mason Schrimmer, very calm.
Yeah.
Just chill, just
Right
knowing
before
that everybody's got the same scenario going through their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see your competitor
Yeah.
doing. Just like, you know
Great
what?
energy.
We're going to make the most of it. And I like that she said much glassier than yesterday afternoon. I mean, that's an understatement. And here we go. First wave ridden of day 2 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing is Honolulu Bloomfield. Nice little left-hand runner. Gets the cross step. Can't quite finish, but we're on, Sam.
Yeah. You get a sense now of the conditions. So for the fans tuning in around the world watching, now you really start to see that, yes, it's shallow, it's small, it's standing steep. You've really got to come from behind the section to find the nose ride. You can see she stalls, sets a high line, really jams that pressure back, and then cross steps forward, unable to find the 5 on that section, and then recognizing off the back of not really having the section to lock the opening 5. It was worth a kick out rather than going for the float. But she's going to get another look at this one as we can now start to see the size of the sets involved. It's going to be tricky, but the surfers are going to shine. The ones who are busy, the ones who are active, and the ones who get behind the section for a good nose ride.
You know what? It's actually better than I expected. Now that we see them actually on these waves, so there is your classic combo for competition longboarding. Get to the nose, do a nice drop knee turn. So that's going to be, I think, the biggest score for sure of this heat by Liv Stokes. Honolulu Bloomfield's first wave came through at a 1.5. So we see what the judges are doing, right? They've opened their scale a little bit to you know, address the wave size.
Sure.
So I think that's going to be a telling number from Liv Stokes. This was a great ride.
Yeah, so she gets a nice clean face. You can sense the confidence already with the space on the wave. Fades in, 4 steps to a 5, nice roll of the toes over the nose, and then walks back out of that 5 with a nice down carve cut back turn on her Michael Takayama pintail. Great start for Liv, and you sense maybe a little bit more scoring potential on the rights at the moment compared to the left that Honolulu caught, and the next left that she looked at that she didn't catch. It seems as though the rights may open out a little bit more at this stage of the tide. We've had low tide just before 5:30 a.m. this morning, moving up high tide just after 12 midday. And you can already notice now that Hawaiian is shifting a little bit south to get a look at some of these rights. And a pretty good score for Liv, a 5.83. She's going to be very, very happy about that. And I'm pretty happy as well because yesterday, Liv's sister, Kate, she gave us some fresh IC sunglasses, and that is one cool brand, and I'm pretty grateful to rock the ICs.
You got sponsored yesterday.
I didn't get sponsored.
You got hooked up. Okay.
I got hooked up.
Yeah. Well, IC is going to be the presenting sponsor of the big event around the corner in Tahiti. It's going to be very exciting. So Liv Stokes, there you see the breakdown of her score. So 5.83, I mean, I feel like that's going to be a big number for today.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the rest of the surfers who are going to be competing in the next few heats have taken note of that. So the judges, of course, we've got the best judges in the business, the international panel, male and female. And here's what they're looking for. So the combo you would think they're looking for today would be that nose ride turn, maybe with a finisher.
Yep.
Nose rides in the steep sections. You know, if you do it in the whitewater, you will get credit, but they want to see you do that on the open face of the wave, right in the pocket. And of course, those big turns, using the rail, committed power surfing and variety. And this one's huge, I think, for me and for all the competitors. Smooth transitions, good timing and control. Sam, what does that mean?
I think that really that's about staying in the pocket and keeping that upper body language composed between that transition between nose rides, rail work, footwork. And what we saw there from Liv was a really incredible bit of surfing on a small wave at Southside HB. If it was going to go into the excellent range, the hang 10 would have helped. And that was the difference between the score in the near 6 mark and maybe an 8. If she could have found the time to get the full 10, leaning over the nose ride on that fade into the nose, already she's sitting on a slightly stronger score because I think everything she did was very strong. Considering the length of the ride, it was the fade, 4 clean, precise steps, nose riding in the pocket, walking quickly, elegantly at the pace of the breaking wave out of the nose ride onto a rail turn. There was some snap and liveliness to the rail turn. You saw some spray. She finished with control, and I think the only difference to go bigger on a wave like that would be committing to the hang 10, which is the risk. That's the the demonstration to the judges that you're putting it all on the line because it's the hardest thing to do on a longboard.
Yeah, and the last line in that judging criteria, style, flow, and grace from beginning to end, I think that line could go across all competitive surfing.
Yep.
Because there is really something to be said for drawing that clean line from the beginning to the end of the wave. You know, we're watching, I would say, the most graceful surfers on the planet, women's professional longboarding. And there's such a beauty to a lot of the, the approach that a lot of these surfers take, even on small, compact, quick waves like this.
Yep.
I mean, you would think, right, on a shortboard, if you were out there, it would take everything you had to generate speed and get to the end of these waves. But it's really the appropriate approach, in my opinion, that these surfers are taking. Cruising into this wave, and yeah, they're moving quick up and down the board, but they're making it look stylish. They're making it look graceful and smooth.
Yeah, well, it was interesting this morning because I was watching the free surfing happening, and of course we've got the Challenger Series surfers all here getting in their dawn patrols and their evening sessions and surfing a little bit further down to the south during the longboard competition. And I was thinking, what would be the ultimate type of board to be on today? And I did see a lot of the shortboarders boosting and a few reverses and some exciting flamboyant flair on short rides. And I was thinking, actually, a light-footed shortboarder on epoxy equipment that's fast, yes, you're going to stand out today. I think for some of the longboarders who favor engaging the rail a lot through their lines, it's going to be tricky today. But for the types of longboarders who are quite happy to lead from the footwork and just set up for the nose ride, they're going to shine. And I think we saw that with Liv there. She knew the type of wave she was looking for. She was able to fade in enough, but quickly to just get behind the pocket. And the interesting thing about the nose ride, as you can see here, is you've got to get in the steep section. So there she sets herself up with the fade and then finds the 5. If she'd got to the 10 there, which could have happened maybe from a deeper fade, that would have really taken that score potentially up into the 7s or even the 8s. But look at the flare off the tail here on her Michael Takayama single fin pintail. She really jammed that nicely, and considering that's just a waist-high wave, there was a lot of liveliness and creativity and good energy about that surfing.
And I would imagine a good pedicure is important before a big-time longboarding event for males and females, because we are focusing in. Our camera crew has done such a rad job of getting really close in to these nose rides and really illustrating how difficult it is to perch yourself up on the tip of these surfboards.
And you can do toe exercises as well. Something I used to like to do is just like pick up stones and rocks with your toes, and even try to pick up a ping pong ball. And you know, that is just kind of, it's working all those toe muscles that you use a lot when you're longboarding. You use them a lot as a shortboarder, but I think with shortboarding, there's not a point where you've got them wrapped around a rail edge, and that's the distinctive thing about the nose ride. So there are some fun exercises that you can do. I recommend that to longboard fans tuning in. You know, take your sandals off and find like a ping pong ball or like a little stone and pick it up with your toes.
I like to pick up laundry off the floor with
there
my
we
toes.
go.
Well, we got 18 minutes, 19 seconds to go. Today is going to be a big day. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Huntington Beach, California, and guess what? The bonus is, it's a reggae Sunday. That's right. Sundown sets today will feature reggae only. So from 4 to 7 at the beach bar, you can scan that QR code right there at the bottom and get your tickets now. I highly recommend it. Yesterday was an incredible show. I think we had about 10,000 people on the beach enjoying Common Kings. We've also got food, the Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling, a bunch of epic food trucks right on the other side of where we're sitting. And of course, if you like freestyle moto, 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m., the No Cap Moto Ramp will be raging. And of course, we're going to be going from now until about 3:30 p.m. It all goes down at the iconic Huntington Beach Pier for over 100 years, since George Freeth first paddled out on a surfboard that looks more like a gate, like a wooden gate, than an actual surfboard. Well, the first guy to surf here, George Freeth. He was actually one of the first guys to surf, if not the first guys to surf in California, spreading the stoke from San Diego all the way up to Santa Cruz. I did a report on George Freeth in 6th grade. That's why I know a lot about George Freeth.
Yeah, and of course, Duke Hanamoko, big figure out here as well. Liv just having a look at that. But that was great to bring up, of course, George Freeth, 1914, demoing for Henry Huntington, the beautiful art of surfing. And then in mid-20s, Kahanamoko surfing with the first lifeguards out here. And then Gordy Duane setting up the first surfboard shaping bay and surf shop here in 1956 under the pier. And then the US Championship starting at HB in 1959. And something that we were talking about yesterday is the fact that Jack Haley, who won the first West Coast Surfing Championships here, shot the pier twice on one wave. Linda Benson takes the women's win in that year as well.
So much heritage and history here, and it's really celebrated. I mean, there's a reason that they call this Surf City, USA. It's surf everywhere you look, and we like that. You know, the surf shops are bustling. Yesterday, tons of people all over the streets. People are stoked. You know, it's the peak of summer here in Huntington Beach. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, And we got a 3 times women's world longboard champion in the water. I mean, what more can you ask for to start off with day 2, Chris?
I want to ask for a hang 10 from Honolulu Bloomfield right here. And I got it. Oh, it was a quick one, just going down. But that shows us that she identified the most critical part of that wave, and she sent it.
Yep. And she knew she needed to take that risk. She recognized that a critical nose ride was going to be key to a bigger score. Of course, it's not a nose riding competition, and that's not the only element of the criteria. But you can see she's just a little bit behind the peak, so she knows she's got a steep section, gets a high line, 2 steps, 4, there's the 5, gets into the 10, and as she locks the 10, the board drops down lower into the wave, and she just catches that inside rail. She does take a fall, but it was because she recognized that the score was not going to be strong enough unless she put it all on the line with the risk of the hang 10, as we see her spread of world titles from 17, 19, 2021, but she's going to go for another wave, Chris.
Paddling in. There's the fade. There's the redemption with the hang 5. Quick little turn there. So now she's kind of turning things up a little bit. You can tell she's getting a little bit more active in the lineup. That'll be her 3rd wave ridden and most likely her best wave ridden. Still thinking about that 5.83 from Liv Stokes. Biggest number of the day. Well, this is the first heat of the day, but a telling number as to what the judges are looking for.
I agree, and I think I can see by the shape of that smaller wave, not a significant score, but you can just see a little bit more scoring potential on the right. This left, you'll see there's a little ridge at the middle of it that's difficult to get around. She sets her line, finds a 5, walks out of that 5, great clean footwork, snaps that turn, and then you can just see how that wave has that slower little ridge, just killing the last bit of juice on that ride at the end. And I think that potentially for the next couple of heats, few heats, the rights are going to be significant scores, and we could really see that on the wave where Honolulu fell on that after the hang 10 and the opening score of Liv's, and that 5.83 is such a big score for Liv to kick things off, and it's allowed her to be super patient now for the back half of this heat.
Yeah, so as we scan the horizon for another set wave, be interesting to get that. When these surfers do come in, it will be kind of interesting to ask them if these waves are visible, because sometimes when it's all gray like this, you know, it is getting brighter by the minute, but when it's all gray like this and small like this, sometimes it's even hard to see if it's an actual wave coming at you. So that conversation will be a good one later on this morning. 13 minutes left. We got Liv Stokes in the lead with a 5.83. Honolulu just dropped a 2.50. She needs a 3.77. Both surfers having a look here. Liv does have priority. Hano paddles around to get out of the way. Liv now powering into this wave. It's a right-hander. She gets up almost to the nose. She's caught behind a little bit there. I mean, it's going to be a matter of inches today to get yourself in the proper spot on the wave. That had another 5 on it. She was just a little bit behind.
Yeah, she was unlucky. You could see the scoring potential was big on that. Great wave shape, similar to her opening ride. She had to be quick, just was a little bit unlucky with the pacing. Here it is. Honolulu just moves out of the way just in time. She has to do one more stroke, sets that high line, runs up to the 5, touches the 5, but she was unlucky with the speed of that peak. As we can see that she just has a little bit of wake left to deal with, and there swings it through, touches it, runs back. She'll be a little bit disappointed because she would have recognized that maybe that wave didn't require such a fade. It was like a runner. So those are the ones that you often paddle into in trim. If it's a peak, you can really paddle in with the fade and you get behind the section. But those were the ones that maybe just more of a direct in trim paddle could have allowed her to just hit that 5, hold it, maybe get the 10, and then stay on the face for the rail turn and back up her opening score with a similar score.
Yeah, last wave for Liv, 193. And she went that way. Hano goes this way. So here's Honolulu Bloomfield's last wave.
Nice tight nose right into really good backside 10. I love that. And then she really hooks that turn back with a lot of poise, power, aggression, precision. So that was a really good bit of surfing for a small wave. There was a nice committed 5, pulls into the 10. I'm looking forward to finding out what score she gets.
Yeah, I like that. You could tell she put a lot of heart into that turn. Maybe some aggression let out, and we're here for it. You know, you're gonna have to use every bit of determination you have today. So with Just inside of 11 minutes left. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with more logging. Stay tuned. Hey, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Here are your past World Longboard champions. Corey Schumacher. She is in that 3-time title club. Also a city council member down in Carlsbad. Then you go up the list, Kalea Moniz, Rachel Tilley, who wants to join that 3-time champion club. Honolulu Bloomfield 2017, 2019, 2021. Then it was the era of Soleil Erico, until Rachel Tilley came through in 2024 and grabbed that title back. A telling sign here. I see a lot of USA flags. I see a lot of Hawaiian flags.
Yeah, it's not since 2014 that Australia won, when it was Chelsea Williams. And of course, the 4 women who have dominated world titles in the last year are all here. Tori Gilkison as head judge, and Rachel, Soleil, and Honolulu. So it's really been dominated by USA and Hawaii for a long time. It's quite different on the men's side. There's been a variety of world champions from different countries since 2015, representing Peru, Brazil, USA, South Africa, Australia, and Hawaii. So will there be a new nationality on the list on the women's side for 2025 when we crown those champions at El Salvador at the end of the longboard season?
Yeah, you know, I like to see those kind of trade-offs of titles.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, it's cool to see a dynasty, you know, Slater style, but it's also cool to see these kind of rivalries develop over a decade.
Sure.
Which, you know, Honolulu, Soleil, and Rachel Tilley seem to be the names that keep popping up as favorites for 2025, and here's why. Honolulu Bloomfield, 5-point ride here.
Yeah,
That's
she
the
got
turn.
herself right back in the mix here, Chris, with that 5. And it came down to committing to this tight nose ride. Really nice, clean footwork, and pulls up for the super tight 5. And then look at the way she just snaps that turn back on her Myers board. Carson Myers has been making some magic boards for Honolulu over her career, of course. Between her and Soleil, they've got 6 world titles. Soleil in 2018, 2022, and 2023, and this Hawaiian in 2017, 219, and 221. But it's Liv Stokes on a peaky wave, but that looked like it had a run a little bit to the south. She was deep on that. Will she now reposition and stay in that slightly south spot?
Well, she just handed Honolulu Bloomfield priority, and that's something you do not want to do, because Hono will make you pay for it. 6 minutes, 15 seconds left. Honolulu needs a 2.77. So we see now Liv Stokes. Quick run up to the nose. Has to straighten out there.
I'm really impressed with Hono's 5 because she earned that on a tricky wave to surf. You saw Liv's opening 5.83. It was distinctive in the sense it was bigger, it was peakier, had a lot of scoring potential. Had she been luckier on her 1.93, she could have backed that up with a similar score. But I felt Hono really had to muscle in to earn that 5. It was peakier, smaller left, but she put it all on the line with the nose ride and the turn, and she's up again. This wave even smaller, but committing to the 10.
Wow, okay, she makes it. Things got a little wild on her walk back to the tail, but still got those toes close to the nose. We'll see if that's better than a 2.5. She's only looking for a 2.77.
Yeah.
Achievable even on a half a foot wave.
Sure, she may well move into first. We'll wait to see. I think she would have felt like it's going to be right on the money. It may fall slightly short of the score she needs, but she knew that she could get something in the 3 range on a wave this small. It comes in at a 2.07, but now she knows that if she gets really desperate in the last 4 minutes, 50 seconds, that she can probably get the score she needs on a wave that small if she's out of priority and is unlucky with the set. But this looks like a really nice velvet smooth peak for Liv Stokes, and she's riding high and on the nose already, Chris.
Perfect positioning in the pocket, a nice turn. Actually throwing some spray off the tail of that longboard. That's going to be a big score. That's going to make Honolua's requirement above and beyond the 2.77 she's looking for now. And
that was a beauty.
Yeah, I feel like that's
Real
kind of the
beauty.
magic little wave that all these surfers are going to be looking for.
She's done well. She's found 3 of those peaky right-handers. That says a lot about Liv's relationship with HB, the fact that she was able to get on those waves. And here's a nice opportunity for the Hawaiian, but she just could see that that wasn't going anywhere. But I think that we can start to compare Liv's last ride with her opening ride. And the 5.83 was very similar in wave shape. I felt like the last ride may have had a little bit more time on the nose and may have been a little bit more dynamic, so it could come out slightly bigger on the score.
And I think we just saw a low-key but big deal priority switch. Hono paddling for that little wave.
Champion who now needs a pretty big score considering the conditions, a 7.66 to stay in the event.
Yeah, that's got to be a daunting feeling. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. Honolulu Bloomfield having a look right here.
In second priority as well.
No, it was a no-go.
Sure. But she had to have a look there, didn't she, Chris? She needed to stay busy. She knew she was in second priority, but it just feels like Liv has been in rhythm with these peaky right-handers all heat. And had she not got slightly behind the section on that middle of the heat right-hander, she would have had 3 waves on the borderline excellent range in this heat. So she's read the conditions well. She's had good timing. She's shown to some of the other competitors coming up that the rights could be the big scores today. But you can see the skill level of Honolulu, the fact that she pulled off that 5 on a much smaller left. If she had been lucky enough to lock into some of these rights, I think, you know, she really could have gone, you know, blow for blow on the scores with Liv. But it's just been about the rhythm and the timing that Liv's had. She's been in the right place at the right time and nose rode through some good sections from fading in behind the peak and backed it up with a really exciting dynamic turn, throwing spray, looking lively, energized, exciting, enjoyable to watch that type of longboarding.
Got a little chippy paddle battle happening, which is fun, good for good entertainment. And Liv Stokes now on another little runner. Most likely won't eclipse a 5.83 or a 6.83. But so far, I mean, Liv Stokes has done everything right.
Yeah.
And it's not that Honolulu has made many mistakes. It's just a matter of, you know, Liv being able to identify and execute on the best waves of the heat.
And you know, beyond that, you know, the fact that we heard from Mitchell Salazar about she's graduated with her master's degree in education. She's now working at University High School in Irvine, teaching 9th grade world history. Of course, we've been celebrating her Michael Takayama pintails. And she's a 2021 US champion, and she's looking like she's booking herself a spot in the round of 16 and eliminating the Hawaiian great, 3 times women's world longboard champion. Honolulu Bloomfield has been traveling here with her partner Clay and her baby Rain, and she is out and Liv is through, and that is a big upset, Chris.
Huge upset. We want to, of course, welcome Honolulu Bloomfield back to competition after becoming a mom. She will most likely packing it up, heading on home and concentrating on Bells, which is the next event on the Longboard Tour. But give it up to Liv Stokes, masterful in tough conditions. We got another heat entering the lineup. It's going to be Mason Schrimmer versus Avalon Gall. We will be right back after this brief Bonsoy Brew break.
Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
We are back in a very stoked Liv Stokes. That was an accidental pun right there. Coming in from a really well-served heat and a huge upset. Taking out 3-time world champ Honolulu Bloomfield. We got another heat in the lineup. Chris Cote here with Sam Blakely. All smiles for the Stokes camp. A local riding for Jax, which is right across the street. He's also representing our friends at IC. Congratulations, Liv Stokes, putting up some big numbers. I think if surfers who are coming up in the next few heats like got down a little bit on the conditions, that probably lifted them right back up, knowing that there's 5s and 6s out there, potentially 7s. That was almost a 7-point ride on a 2-foot wave.
Yeah.
So that's a big number to throw down out there today. And she got into the double digits, 12.66 heat total.
Yep, she's born and raised Aliso Viejo. Her dual citizenship, though, because her family from Toronto, Ontario. But she's grown up in Southern California. She knows HB. She knows Southside. And it shone today. She looked really in sync, and she recognized that the peaky rights were the scorers. And I think that's something that these two women will pick up. But we've got Avalon, the goofy footer, Mason, the regular footer. Both surfers have got good experience of competing here at Huntington, but it'll be interesting to see if Avalon stays true to the lefts and thinks I can get the scores on the lefts, or will she respond to what she saw Liv Stokes doing and choose those peaky right-handers?
And I'm wondering if she was named after the capital of Catalina or the Roxy Music song Avalon, or it might just be a family name. I don't know.
We could ask
maybe she'll
Dad
win this
Ray, 'cause
heat.
he's
Yeah.
here. Yeah. She's based down in Laguna Beach, an amazing surfer. I mean, when she is on form, it is absolutely incredible. She often rides slightly longer boards. She'll have up to 9.8s, 9.6s you know, are kind of her go-tos. And she is such an incredible nose rider, very dynamic with the footwork. But we got a bit of a paddle battle here, Chris, for Mason getting the deeper section.
Yeah, she gives way to Mason Schremer, who gets up on the nose in a critical portion of a wave and tries to get around that section. Subtle, low-key foam bounce to pull out of that wave, but I think I saw at least 4.5 toes over, so that'll give her some credit and an opening wave. So we'll see what the judges do there.
Yeah, there's some nice silky sections on these right-handers. You've got to be a bit lucky with a peaky one. That one had quite a wall to it, so she wasn't able to really get some lift or some length of time on the hang 5. You can just see that she gets the better of the paddle battle because she's deepest. There it is, the high line on a Thomas Bexon built board, finds the 5, walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and then that thing just breaks down over those rails, and she just straightens out a little bit. So didn't get like a backup dynamic rail move like we saw from Liv on her significant scores, but she was good to get that first exchange, and it all came down to her positioning herself closer to the pier side, deeper than Avalon, who possibly will shine on the left if she's lucky today.
We'll see what happens. Mason Schremer comes through with a 3.83 to start. 24 minutes left. Surfers waiting to activate on their next waves. That gives us the chance to catch up with Liv Stokes, who's standing by now with AJ McCord.
And absolutely reveling in a really important victory for you. Where does this one rank, knowing you get through the elimination round and Honolulu is such an incredible, storied longboarder?
I'm going to be honest, Honolulu is and has been forever my favorite surfer ever. Like, I've loved watching her. And so just to be able to beat her in a WSL heat, like, I just respect her so much. I think she's incredible. So I'm so stoked.
As you should be, and it was so impressive to see you build on the heat and get that critical wave at the end. Tell me how you navigated the conditions today.
Yeah, these conditions, you might not know from my heat scores yesterday, but I surf these beach breaky conditions a lot. I surf Oceanside Harbor, and this like formula where you come at it from behind, you get to the nose like and kind of meet the speed where it's at, and then you kind of unleash with a big rail turn. That's kind of what I do at Oceanside Harbor a lot. Also Huntington, I'm kind of around here now, so it's what I'm familiar with, so I was kind of able to show what I can do today.
And for you, obviously, talking about the fact that you got a heat win over Honolulu, you did it the way you did it, just how much confidence are you carrying here at this first stop of the Longboard Tour in 2025?
This is a big confidence boost. Like this year, I've been doing my master's, I've been student teaching, I haven't been able to surf as much as I've been able to, but I've really worked hard when I can. And the fact that I was able to get the win, I'm stoked. I'm excited to see what happens the rest of the contest.
Casual drop in there, getting her master's, getting the heat win. Here we go. Congratulations.
Can I just shout out a couple people? Hurley, Brett Simpson, thank you for everything. Icy Sunglasses, Jax, Michael, I love you so much. My family, my friends who all came down to support me, thank you for everything.
We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, use it. Use that platform. Shout out the sponsors.
We're hoping to get Liv in the booth to call out potentially one of the first heats of the men's round later today. So it'll be interesting to get a little bit more insight into her strategy, her relationship with HB, which clearly shone today. But look at this from Mason, a backup score, a peaky wave, walks forward, finds that 5 on her Thomas Bexon board, but not riding out of that first maneuver. So that's why the score comes in quite low, 1. Fairly long ride. You might see that one and go, why was that not a bit higher? But in that long ride, it was only leading up to that one touch with the 5, and the judges would have deemed it an incomplete maneuver because she didn't cleanly walk out of the nose ride.
Yeah, I mean, the details are really going to come into play today. Judges are watching everything. If your pinky is not over on a hang 5, they're going to see it. And this is one of the few events where it's totally appropriate to talk about feet and toes throughout the entirety of the day, because those are the things that make a big difference. Just like that. See Avalon Gall hanging
Nice.
5 toes over the nose, attempting the turn, going down.
That was unlucky to fall on that turn. I felt she was going to have faith in those lefts, and I think that that's her gold card today. It seems like the rights could be better shaped waves, but I think that Avalon can really have the edge over Mason by being patient and finding the lefts. And had she not fallen just at the end of that really nice kind of sweeping turn at the end of things, she was sitting on a strong score.
And right behind her, Mason Schremer, fading left. Getting 5 over there.
Whoa,
and
that was nice.
Riding out sort of clean. Maybe she kicked the board out to try to get a priority position. Here we're going to see a paddle battle.
That was really, really tight footwork, wasn't it, Chris? Did you notice how close her feet were walking in to that nose ride? She wasn't really leaning over a hang 10, but her ankles were almost next to each other. And Avalon drops a 5 for this wave. Really good. Sets herself up there, 6 steps, holds a long amount of time on the 5, walks out, and then really does a beautiful turn, similar to the types of turns we saw from Liv on the front side, but of course Avalon, the Laguna Beach goofy footer. If she just controlled a little bit more out of that turn, that could have been a 6 or a 7. Great tight footwork from Mason, and then it's quite high in the wave as she walks out of that nose ride, but there was no real scoring potential after that nose ride. So I think she maximized that left-hander, and it looked like she just got the front of the paddle battle as well, and she is there sitting with first priority. So it's a favorable situation now for Mason being in first priority, but Avalon with that 5, she can be patient. She might start to hunt a few lefts away from the positioning of Mason.
It would seem like wearing a leash on a day like today might hinder one's ability to quickly cross step. I don't think that's the case for Mason Schremer. But you tell me. I mean, you've surfed all types of conditions with and without leashes. It just feels like when the waves are this small, this compact, that you want to get any and every advantage possible.
Yeah.
And to me, it just seems like going leashless would be a better idea. But of course, I'm not an elite professional longboarder. So what do you think? Is there a theory behind that today?
Well, I think most longboarders at this size would go leashless because there's a lot more freedom, and they're not going to get any tangling in the toes when they're walking in and out of the nose rides. And also they're going to be a knee paddle comfortably. But maybe with Mason, she often surfs leashless. She sometimes wears a leash. Maybe it was just the way she was feeling this morning.
A comfort thing.
She looked at the conditions and thought, I don't want to lose my board early out back and have to kind of wade in. But with 30-minute heats and the fact that it's small and you can cover a lot of ground, if you do lose your board, you still got a lot of time to build back up. But it clearly hasn't been affecting the way she's been riding those waves.
Yeah.
Yes, there are a couple of low scores, but we can see Mason's skill level. She lives in Noosa, Australia. She was actually born in Florida. She was raised in Waikiki, and so she's international in scope. She's doing a postgraduate certificate pathway to her master's. She's got a degree in business and marketing from the University of the Sunshine Coast, and she's got the edge on the Pacifico fan picks, Chris.
Yeah, 60% with Mason Schremer.
Wow.
And this is a global vote.
Yeah.
People, surf fans from all over the world getting involved with our Pacifico fan picks. Thank you to Pacifico for giving us that opportunity. You know, I think it's both, you know, part popularity contest, but also part, you know, fantasy pick.
Yeah.
You're picking maybe who you just, in your mind, you like more.
Sure.
To watch, but also who you think is going to win the heat.
Well, looking back at the record of both of these surfers at Huntington last year in 2024, Avalon got a 9th, lost out to Natsumi from Japan, but doing slightly better, she got a 5th, did Mason, and she lost out to Sophia Colhane. So that better track record from last season is probably going to give Mason a little bit of confidence, but Avalon is just one of the greats. I mean, there's you know, a lot of people who longboard and they don't engage much in the competition side of things. They want to see the free surfing, the video clips, the photos, and Avalon commands a really big audience with the content that she creates and the engagement she has on her platforms, and she really is a role model goofy footer, and often riding those beautiful Michael Takayama boards, the Manatee 9.5 or the Annihilator 9.4. They're two of the models that she likes to use, and she's often got her dad Ray by her side. He's an attorney, and her mum Vaughn. She's a regular going over to Hawaii, and she's also very comfortable up here at Huntington. She's done numerous events through her life at this spot, so she can shine, and I still think she's going to favor the lefts, and she's going to be right in this till the last exchange. Super smooth conditions, still nice and silky. So Mason in priority with that 3.83 and that 1.20. And Avalon just one score, one wave ridden, but it was a left and it paid off with that 5. And you get the sense that she's going to have a look out of priority. Avalon Gaul having a look on this peaky wave. She's going to have to work hard to muscle into that. You can see now that setting up, there was the right that looked nice, the left looked fast, but she seems to be opting to stay on those lefts. With Mason, he's out there in the lead, but certainly it's only a small score required for Avalon, just a 0.03.
That would be basically stand up for half a second.
Yeah, things will change for sure. But I like the movement from Avalon. I respect the hustle and the positioning there. The fact that she recognized out of priority, she should have a look at that peaky left. And, you know, she was very close to catching that. It looked like it had a good bit of scoring potential. What we'll probably see now from Mason is she's going to be a bit more patient now. She's going to hold her ground looking for those right-handers.
Well, we got 14 minutes left here in Elimination Round Heat 2. And surfboards, of course, something we all love, and one of the boards that is got to be considered one of our favorites is owned and operated by Rachel Tilley. So let's check out our Sun Chaser board check with Rosie Hodge and Rachel Tilley.
That's right, Sun Cruiser board check. Rachel Tilley, a 2-time world champ, and wandering around the athlete boardroom and just recognizing that your board looks a little different to what the other athletes are riding. Do you want to give us a breakdown on your equipment?
Yeah, sure. I'm absolutely in love with this board. I've been riding this shape for quite a few years now. It's an exact replica of what I won my world title on last year. Obviously a pintail, so it makes it super responsive, especially in conditions like this. Some of its points of difference, it has a lot of rocker, more than you'd see probably on a lot of the longboards out here, and that's something that's been more unique to my boards. That has kind of been my little well, not so secret weapon. It's pretty obvious if you see the board in person. It has a lot of rocker. And I guess some of the other standout details, this stringer here, what we're seeing is spruce wood, but sandwiched in between the spruce wood on the deck and the bottom is balsa, because spruce is a really heavy wood and balsa is a light wood. So spruce gives it the stoutness in the spring, which again is one of the points of difference that makes this board really feel alive in the water. And then the balsa is able to keep it light and not make it feel bogged down by the weight. So my shaper, Josh Martin Shapes, has put a lot of effort into not just the shape and the outline, but the materials that it's built with. He hand shapes everything. He builds the blank by hand and the stringer by hand. So there's so much crafted into this. And then this fabric here is by Hoffman Fabrics, and it's a hand-dyed fabric as well. So everything through and through is handmade about this board, and I feel like I can feel that out in the water, and I just makes my job so much fun. So yeah.
It's a piece of art, and you can tell how much you love it just by the expression on your face. But the shaper relationship is so important. How long have you been riding his shapes, and what's that relationship like?
Oh gosh, I have been working with Josh now for like 13 years, and before that I worked with his dad, Terry Martin. And once Terry passed away, the baton was handed over to Josh, and we continued that relationship. So legitimately every template that I've worked on initially from Terry when I was like 12 years old still has influence into the boards that we're writing today, that I'm writing today and that we're creating. It's evolved ever so slowly with my surfing from being 13 years old to the surfer I am now, and we've been intentional about changing and updating and keeping the equipment alive to match what I want to do and where I want to go. And so yeah, that makes a huge difference, having that relationship with Josh, and it's the only reason I have won my world titles, honestly.
Amazing, Rachel. Thank you so much for the time and the information. That was incredible. Sam, I'm sure you'll be able to give even more of a backstory on what Rachel just told us.
Yeah, it's incredible. And what's so special about Josh Martin is he calls the stringers springers, and, you know, using that particular wood in the board and giving that element of spring is a beautiful part of the way that Rachel surfs and the connection with the craftsmanship that Josh brings to the boards, as we get to see live action now. Chris, and Mason answering back on a good right-hander.
Yeah, gets up to the nose, almost completes the second turn. She's looking for, well, she's looking to get rid of a 1.20. But yeah, back to that board, I feel like there's a lot of organic technology in this surfboard.
Yeah.
Would that be a correct statement?
Absolutely, with the spruce wood springers and stringers, and she's straight to the nose. You can see her high rocket template there, the way that board just locks and lifts and flexes, and then she just moves back with a big sweeping turn, trademark Rachel style. And if you've ever had the joy of watching clips of Joyce Hoffman, there's a real synergy between the lineage of the way that Joyce Hoffman surfs and the expressive style of surfing that we see from Rachel. And to add the Hoffman fabric inlay is so incredible. It just gives a wonderful touch. And I remember Rachel explaining one time when she goes to look for those fabric inlays, it's a bit like Harry Potter going to choose a wand. There's an element of magicness to it. And talking of magicness, our Laguna Beach goofy footer staying true to the lefts, and this could turn the heat because she's dropped a decent score of a 3.80. She's now moved up into first. Mason Schremer now chasing a 4.98, locks in a nice 5, walks back to the tail. This could be a good score for Mason.
That was a nice exchange. Avalon comes through with a 3.80, so she is now in the lead. Mason Schremer would need a 4.98. I feel like that wave might be close to that.
Yeah, that could change the heat once again. I felt like it just needed a little bit more commitment over the nose ride. It comes in a little bit short than I expected, a 2.83. I thought maybe it would be a little bit higher. I didn't think it was going to be the pretty much 5 that she requires, but I'm very impressed with Avalon trusting that she can get the scores on the left, and she's going for her 3rd significant left right now.
Yeah, that was a beautiful little wave, and just expertly ridden there. So much soul, style, grace. 5 over with the nice cutback. That's going to be another solid score for Avalon Gall. You can just feel like she's heating up. The momentum is starting to, you know, help her through. So 7:50 to go. Avalon Gall in the lead, and we are waiting for one more score, and you're going to hear it after this brief Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Straight back into it, and Avalon Goal is on a roll. To the nose on a little left-hand runner. So for a total of 10 toes over by way of 5 plus 5. Avalon Gall drops a 4.93. Pairs that with a 5-point ride. She is well into the lead. Mason Schremer now needs a 6.10. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. Sam, I'm really loving what Avalon Gall is laying down here. She just keeps putting herself on these perfect little lefts.
Yeah, sticking with the left plan, it's paying off for Laguna Beach here because she's looking absolutely incredible. And back up for another nose ride too. And then what's really impressive here is look at how she walks out of this and kicks out cleanly. 2 more little cross steps, bang, and just the cool kick out. And I think it's important to end in style on a longboard. That's something that the longboard culture really appreciates, you know, and that just subtle last cross step to just get over the tail and just lift that board out over the foam. She gets a 5.17. It wasn't scored for the kick out. That came from the back-to-back nose rides and that kind of climb, float down into the flats. But staying true to the left has paid off. I felt like that was her big trump card here. If she really wanted to nail Mason, she had to stick to the lefts, and it's really paying off because Mason now needs a 6.34, and that would be the biggest score of the heat. There's 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, enough time for Mason. You'd imagine she's going to stay loyal on these right-handers, but I just feel like it could be a little bit too much of a ladder to climb now for Mason.
Did you know that they used to score longboarding events and give a point for every toe that was over the nose?
Did they?
No, I'm totally making that up. But you do get points for extended time on the nose while comboing it up with turns. So for Avalon Gall, 5.17's got to feel great. It's her best number yet. Now she's into the double digits, 10.17 total. So double digits will get you through most likely today. We saw Liv Stokes earlier on with a 12.66 to get her the victory. Mason Schremer looking for a 6.34. It's possible. She does have priority. 3 minutes, 18 seconds left. She's just going to have to, this is really now where she's just going to have to get a great wave.
Yeah.
She's not going to be able to manufacture that score on like a medium-sized set wave. It's got to be a solid wave.
Yeah, and I think in these tight conditions, it's going to be healthy for the other goofy footers to recognize that they can make the wins on the lefts. I think it's hard to surf these small waves to excellent range surfing on your backside, and I think that you'll see a lot of surfers now choosing to go frontside. The regular footers on rights, the goofy footers on lefts. Mason fading into that wave, walks cleanly up to the nose, touches it, walks back, but that wave just didn't have a 6.34 in it, and that's what she needs with 2 minutes, 35 seconds left. I think it's going to be a good position now for Avalon to kind of see out the last set. She may well position herself quite close to Mason, but it wouldn't be in Avalon's personality to use those types of tactics, Chris. Avalon generally lets the other surfers do the talking. She's not the kind of person to really sit on people in the dying part of the heat. But let's see if she adapts for this moment, because she's going to want to get a place in that round of 16.
Yeah, this is the stinger round. You know, you lose here. It's got to be you know, a little painful because you did the work yesterday, and this is your chance at redemption. And it's the first event of the entire season. It's if you do lose in this elimination round, it's like you already have to start mounting your comeback and start looking forward to Bells.
Yeah, Bells, BioGlam, Bells Beach Longboard Classic is going to be happening in September. So we already seen one surfer eliminated, 3-time world champion, Honolulu Bloomfield. We've got a really good heat coming up next. Elise Lemoine from France, surfing against 15-year-old Cash Hoover, based in Hawaii, an incredible wave pool surfer, an amazing skateboarder here with her mum and dad. I'm looking forward to seeing that one because that could also present a big upset. If Cash can deliver the type of surfing she's been doing this season, she may be able to beat Alice, but Cote right now, Avalon, she has shone on those left-handers. A 5, a 4.93, and a 5.17, and it looks like there could be one small set remaining.
And I would not be a good coach because I thought it was going to be all about the rights today, but it's been really all about these lefts. And here we go again, Avalon Gall. Perfect little left runner. Beautiful poise, up on the nose. And another. Come on in, you did it. Avalon Gall, 5.175. She might have just bettered at least one of those scores. That was a beautiful ride. And that's how you want to finish a heat.
That was the real deal. She faded in, you know, worked hard to get in position for that left. And I think that that's going to easily go into her top 2. I think it's going to be substantially better than her highest score, which was a 5.17, because it had a much more critical nose ride. She had a hang 10. And I like the fact that she was hungry for that. She saw out the remaining seconds of that heat, made sure Mason didn't get herself on that set, and I think it's going to be a really strong score and a good confidence booster for Avalon to go far in this event as she's going to progress to that round of 16, and Mason Schremer is going to have to come back strong at Bells Beach in September.
Yeah, with that, our second heat of the day is in the books. Avalon Gall gets the win. We don't even have to know what that last score was. We think it's going to be impactful, but she had already done her job. She moves through into round 3 to meet up with someone who won their heat yesterday. So this will help reset the draw as we head into round 3. Coming up next, oh, well, let's talk about the score because it's massive. A 7.67, near excellent for Avalon Gall. We had to pay her off for that one. That is how you finish the heat. 7.67 paired with the 5.17. Highest heat total nearly of the event. And more to come. Let's bring Mitch and Carla in. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Teahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
Our final event of the men's and women's regular season on the World Championship Tour coming up next month. We are at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Avalon Gall moving through into the round of 16, defeating Mason Schremer in heat number 2 of the elimination round. Mitchell Salazar with one of the greatest longboarders on the planet, and also founder of Queen of the Point, Carla Zamora. Carla, good morning. Obviously, the waves still out there right now. It is really clean, and we have the tide coming up on our side as well.
Yeah, I'm a small wave lover, so for me, if I had showed up with this with some glassy small waves, I would have been like, yes, this is my kind of deal. So some of these girls, this is going to kind of play into their wheelhouse. Others are going to struggle maybe a little bit with the smaller conditions. But as I mentioned, it's really glassy out there. So the boys in the last heat said there were definitely some fun waves out there. We struggled a little bit in the afternoon yesterday, but things are off to a really great start here this morning.
And another great heat here in women's elimination round. Number 3, Elise Lemoine, representing France. Cash Hoover from the U.S. in the blue. The Lemoine has a lot of competitive experience under her belt, winning the last event of the regular season last year in Abu Dhabi. Actually defeated her good friend and French teammate as well, Zoe Gros-Piron, in the final over there. And looking at her career so far, obviously still the eluded world championship that she is looking for, but she's come close several times, Carla.
She's a fierce competitor. Very much wants those wins. She is out there. She's got her eyes on the prize. And coming up against the rookie, Cash Hoover, new to the scene here in Huntington, but definitely no stranger to a heat, to a final, to a podium. So I was chatting with her this morning. She was definitely feeling the nerves yesterday. She said she was having a hard time just having conversations with people because she really felt it. So here she's going to get her campaign kind of going. She's already opened up with a 2.83. This will be a relative, small wave, but that'll just kind of get her rhythm moving.
Well, and at this point of the heat, Lemoine had to give way because priority had been established. Lemoine did have a 1-point ride to start things off. As you mentioned, Hoover with a 2.83 coming out of Oahu, only 15 years of age for the person you like to call cash money. She's also won a Coastal Edge Pier Classic over there, the Steel Pier Classic in Virginia Beach earlier this year, and she looks very comfortable in today's conditions.
Yeah, she's got a good little support group. I know all her buddies, her mom, her dad, Michelle, Dirk. We've got Star Dalia supporting her down there, part of the little Steez Lords. Here we see an opening ride for Elise. Would have been a great little nose ride there, not able to keep that nose out from under. It looks like we have a second ride here that we're waiting for the score for. Gets those 4 steps up, gets that classic styling nose ride that we know of with Elise. Rebounds off the whitewater. She's looking for that inside reform. As we know, that reform doesn't really happen at that lower tide.
Yep.
Needed to fill in a little bit.
24 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and where Lemoine really shines is in the heavier stuff. She comes from Reunion Island, a lot of great waves, good amount of reef breaks, resides a good amount of time in mainland France though, so knows how to surf a beach break as good as anybody else on the planet, but the trouble with her has really been consistency once we get to the finals. She's not been able to make really the final matches so far in the few years that we've had the new format, and last of Hoover, 4.17, the second of Lemoine, 5.17, so a good start for her in the first 6 minutes of the heat, and she's up and riding again, looking towards the right. Gets the 5, and a good runner here. With this amount of wind swell in the water, a lot of short period waves, which is really good for the competitors.
Yeah, it helps them keep them busy while we're not going to have maybe that punch behind that wave or maybe those longer lines. It keeps their more action happening, and for all of us on the beach, for the judges, for the competitors, you don't want to be sitting there for too long. So we can see the replay here where she gets this nice quick footwork up to the nose, gets those toes over. Gonna reset it back in that line. We get a little bit of that double up, like you said, the wind swell. So we have some waves that kind of double up on each other. But really a nice tit for tat, if you will, of waves here, volley of waves for these young ladies with just, about less than 9 minutes have passed through the heat.
And a 5-point ride to back up the 5.17 for Lemoine, so she takes the early lead right here against the rookie, as you were mentioning. U.S. Open event wildcard is Cash Hoover, despite winning the event over there in Virginia. So she does have priority, and a big component here at this level, obviously the same format that you see on the World Championship Tour. Not an elimination round to open things up in the opening round. Most importantly, though, how can you match up against somebody as experienced, being one of the lower seeds right here when priority is truly valuable?
Well, I was talking to Cash a little bit because how much pressure it can feel to come to an event, not just be here at the big U.S. Open where there's so much visibility, but then, like you said, coming up against an incredible athlete and competitor like Elise Lemoine. And for her, this is the beginning of her journey. So just take each moment. What's present here, I told her, we may very well find you on tour next year. So just take this as part of the experience.
Enjoying the moment is one of Orange County's finest, Avalon Gall with AJ.
Avalon, we were just talking about the conditions. They're clean, they are glassy, but that does not mean that you don't have to be very intentional with the waves that you identify. So what did you see? How did you pick your waves this morning?
Oh gosh, it's really small today, so honestly, any little ripple that came in, I kind of just went on, and I just got lucky with a couple.
Lucky or very skilled, because the 767, the high score of the event so far. Talk us through that wave.
Gosh, I just saw it come in and it looked pretty lined up, and I just kind of went for it, and it was the end of the heat, and I was like, well, kind of just got lucky, but it's actually really fun out there.
It was a beautiful wave. Just tell us how you identify what you can do on each section when you have a wave like that.
Gosh, I really can't, I kind of don't really think when I surf. I kind of just do it, so I don't know, I just kind of got lucky, I guess.
The flow state coming in for you this morning. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Congrats to the very well-mannered and well-spoken Avalon Gall. Thank you, AJ. So moving through into the round of 16, she's looking for a career best result here at the Open and her first victory at the World Championship Tour longboard level. 21 minutes on the clock. Hoover still with priority, needing a 6-point ride. You mentioned pressure, and in the end, actually a really good point that Avalon makes right there. Almost better to be reactive than too active in the heat.
Well, it's very much of that artist approach, I feel like. Not always like a lot of plan. She's not maybe one of those that's sketching ahead of time, but rather letting those creative ideas kind of flow in the moment. And I think in some ways, like, that's useful. I think there's always a different approach depending on the scenario and the conditions. In her case, that worked in her favor, and you know, everyone has a different approach. I have another one that a person that I work with, and his approach is always like, I'm just going to go surf. And in his last event, that kind of bit him in the buns, right? You do sometimes have to have a bit of strategy. Right. So there can be a fine line of playing a hard focus, hard strategy, you know, planning things out, and then just kind of going with the moment and instinctually feeling your way through.
It's a good perspective to have. And in the end, if you are trying to be considered one of the best in the world, you obviously have to know how to compete too. And you know, you can be the best free surfer, the most talented one. You will be considered by probably the very elite, one of the best. But if the results don't necessarily translate, there's always going to be that little extra space, the asterisk right there next to your name. What if? Did you ever compete? Were you considered actually one of the best competitors on the planet? And so far, in her stellar career, Lemoine has been able to do that. There's the former Championship Tour surfer, Maxime Housineau, alongside another surfer from Union Island who is actually in the event later on, Ophelia Aukoyan. She's going to be coming up in heat number 5 against Natsumi Toka. A lot of Reunion Island surfers, by the way, making their way not only onto the Championship Tour, also great longboarders. As we see Cash right here.
Cash opting for her pintail this morning. She said yesterday she opted on a different board, didn't quite feel it, decided to come back to her pintail, or Michael Takayama pintail. So she's looking for a 6, definitely a doable score, as the gentleman mentioned in the earlier heats. That is an attainable deal, and as we can see with Elise getting the 5.17 and the 5.0. So Cash just going to hope to get out there with tons of time on the clock, 18.5 minutes. She's waiting for that 6 to come her way.
So got something interesting to tell you. We might have a paddle from Lemoine. She's going to hold on to priority. It seems the last of Hoover, a 3-point ride. Just over 18 minutes. Might be using her second priority right here, and smartly going right. Good footwork to the nose. And looking to get something going on the rebound for the exit of this wave. Might be a little incomplete right there towards the end, but there is potential to improve on the 4.17. I spoke to Marco Mignot during the Championship Tour event in Brazil. He lost out early, 2 events back-to-back here at Lower Trestles, just south of Huntington, and in Brazil. He said, after the cut, I don't have the same amount of pressure and expectations on myself. I almost need something to grasp on. So if you're that person in the corner giving somebody advice, especially young, what kind of advice do you tell them in terms of short-term and long-term goals, Carla?
Well, especially for someone like we see here, Cash Hoover with the replay here, you know, she's only 15 and she's got a long road ahead of her. And if we think about someone like Chloe Calmon, who is on the other end of the spectrum, started young, started at 14, and has now been on tour, you know,
decade and a half,
as much as that time. So the long game, in my opinion, is actually what's really important for these younger kids, because you have to withstand and maintain the stamina, and that's not just physically but really mentally and,
right.
and if you will, spiritually, right? Because as we've mentioned before, there's more losses often than there are wins, and it's getting through the losses that really make the wins sweeter.
It's a good point of view to have right there, Carla. Split peak, not a whole lot for either, so the previous of Hoover, a 3.93, just under her best score of a 4.17. Meanwhile, Lemoine, we got a paddle battle. Let's see who is able to recover it at this point of heat, which could be crucial too. And priority will go to Lemoine, just barely though, 16:30 on the clock. You know, another major thing too, as you said in the long-term goal, you started surfing for a reason too. You don't want to be able to lose that joy, especially my personal opinion, the way I look at things. There's really no right age to peak in longboarding either, especially if you look at a lot of the more recent world champions we've had.
Well, and here we hope Elise peaking for this heat right now. Nice nose ride, kind of coming from almost behind that section there. Manages to get through it. Almost comes a little, you know, unglued there, but manages to hold her ground. She's looking for that inside reform, as we know, I've mentioned. Doesn't quite usually do it in there.
Wow. Made it pretty far, though.
Made it pretty far for sure. That's going to be a decent score for Elise, just to help kind of back up those fives in there. I'm saying it's going to be kind of in that same range. She got that nice nose ride. There wasn't a super solid turn out of it. We're going to see the replay here. Nice hard paddle into it. Get some tip time. You'll see the section kind of start to pop up in front of her, and she makes it out around it. A little bit unstable there, but manages to stay on the board. But I think they'll kind of acknowledge, you know, the nose ride, but also kind of show the little wobble there, and she does. She drops a 5.03, so just a little bit higher than that third wave that came in at a 5.
Yeah, slim improvement, but still at this point, anything could make a big difference, especially when you consider that some heats are probably going to be much slower than others, but attainable score still within the realm of reach for Cash Hoover. 6.03 is what she needs, with priority at the moment, halfway through the heat. And another really cool thing that I feel, especially within this world, is that most of these people still not only give back to the community, the biggest way you could probably give back is by still competing against the youth. And so far, we've seen a lot of people pass that test with flying colors. Some have really demonstrated that these kids coming up are just as good as they are.
Oh, 100%. They're definitely ones to watch, if you will.
Let's go down to the beach. Rosie Hodge with a Kraken conditions update. Rosie?
It's a beautiful day to be in Huntington Beach. A Kraken conditions update, you guys. We've still got that southwest swell that's lingering, mingling in with that northwest wind swell. Swell height's about 2 to 3 foot, waist high. We are seeing glassy conditions right now, but that southwest wind is going to pick up that onshore breeze through the afternoon. We've got the tide pushing about 12:16. It's going to get the peak of the high tide. But it is a stunning day. The water has cooled off a little bit from yesterday. It was about 66 degrees, now dropping down to about 62, there, 67 degrees. So really great conditions on hand for the women's longboarding round. We'll see what happens this afternoon as the men hit the water.
Thank you, Rosie. Looking at the tides right now, 4.4 feet the high at 12:16 p.m. this afternoon. So good amount of difference within the low and the high tide, Carla. But looking at the water temp, as Rosie was saying, 62 degrees. Quite cold for the summertime here in SoCal.
A little chilly for July, for sure. Yeah, I find myself wearing my wetsuit pretty far into the summer, especially when we're a bit north of here.
Oh, I have friends. Barry Deffenbaugh, who is probably one of the best surfers to come out of Huntington. He wears a full suit and booties year round.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing the booties, but
Okay.
I'm in the full suit pretty much year round. I'm not one of those bikini gals. It's got to be about 80 degrees. I'm a little bit of a princess for sure.
You know, I'm the complete opposite. I have a wetsuit that's already integrated to my body.
You got a little insulation.
Yeah, so the fact that I need to wear a full suit in the wintertime surprises me every now and then. But there's times in the summer you show up wearing trunks and a wetsuit top and you're thinking to yourself, like, why don't I have a full suit in my car at all given time? So now that's a mistake I don't make ever again.
Oh yeah, I have multiple suits in my car, so I always have a dry suit. I'm always interested in the dry suit. I was thinking about a comment you had mentioned earlier about, like, it's never too late to peak in your surfing, and I feel like personally for me, my surfing got best in my 30s, and I felt like I felt most in control and just, and maybe even too at ease. I think you're a little bit more at ease within yourself. You don't feel like the need to prove perhaps as much, you know, and so you kind of settle in your talent a little bit more. And
less ego involved in things?
Yeah, I think so. You know, so yeah, I definitely felt like my older years, that's when I kind of developed my switch more and honed in more on it and got it tightened. So yeah, definitely never, with surfing, it's never, you're never too old.
Well, Lemoine definitely tried to push Hoover to use her priority right there. It's going to remain the same, though. Hoover was able to pull back and retain that priority. Smart by her. 11:50 on the clock.
Pretty savvy girl for 15. She's got a lot of comp IQ, heat IQ.
Which is good, especially when you go through events like Virginia Beach. A very difficult beach break, tends to be quite lowly, too. And, you know, major shout out to everybody over there, especially West Lane and all the guys at Coastal Edge Surf Shop. So 11:30 on the clock. Lemoine with the lead, but Hoover looking for just a 6.03 at the moment here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. And let's see if she can make a big comeback against one of the best in the world here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. A couple of beautiful automobiles that we're going to have on hand here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The LX600 Luxury that has been turned in and customized into the Surf LX, as well as the Lexus GS, driven by Lexus Ambassador and San Clemente local Griffin Colapinto. He'll be here on later this week at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. 8 minutes 30 to go. We saw Elise Lemoine, our heat leader here in number 3 of the women's elimination round, on another wave. That is her 6th one so far in the first 22 minutes of this one. Doesn't improve, Carla, just a 2.53. But luckily for her, this wave doesn't really matter that much. Under priority, and for Cash Hoover, still looking for the 6.03. You know, given the outcome of the heats, it seems like Lemoine was checking her fin right there after the fall. Hopefully everything is okay. Given the way Lemoine has competed, fairly intelligent so far in this one, coming up against a rookie like Hoover, I feel like despite Cash not even making it into the double digits with their total so far, well defended in this one, still looking for just a mid-range score at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the party isn't over yet, right? We've got plenty of time on the clock, 7 minutes, 40 seconds. Tide's kind of coming in. There could be one of those like pulsing sets would be nice, right? A little set to come in for Cash to maybe put some scores down, put some tricks down on a face. But Elise is a formidable opponent, and you know, she's going to make sure that she's somewhat controlling the situation, I think, even if she's not in priority.
And in the end, it all comes down to how well you compete on a day like today, too. Can you pressure somebody into making a mistake, forcing them to go on a wave that won't give them the score? And I think in the end, for a lot of people, there's still a little bit of a misconception every now and then. Longboarders aren't that competitive. I fully disagree. If you've ever surfed with the longboarding crowd, you know how competitive they can get, Carla.
I mean, I surfed Malibu First Point, one of the most intense competitive waves there, longboard and shortboard alike. But yeah, I think it's more of a personality thing, right? You know, whether you have that competitive drive. And for me personally, longboarding is such a dance, and I really think it coincides with dance and performance and stage and being on the stage. And I think with competition, I think you might not necessarily be that competitive, but you might be a performer. And for me personally, I think I really liked competition because I liked performing. I liked people watching me, and I wanted to do my stuff and show what I could do. The competition part is a whole nother element, right? Where you have to kind of deal with the losses and the strategies and this and that. But I think with longboarding, there's that nice kind of performance aspect that we get.
Well, it does take two to tango. So in the end, these head-to-head matchups tend to be very fun because of that. The Bonsoy athlete area right there, packed this morning. Sophia Colhane, a couple of our Reunion Islanders right there on the bar as well. Kylas Flint in the background. What a talented surfer. He's going to be coming up later today as well. Hona Bloomfield, her partner Clay. And just the vibe so far this weekend has really been super cool. Saw a lot of the shortboard competitors already this morning too. Actually, Kaoli Vaz, Jeremy Flores, and Joan Durum supporting Elise this morning down here, their French teammate. And of course, in the end, once again, we had you know, Ben Skinner yesterday come into the booth and be able to chat with us. The European scene itself in terms of surfing, not only within the shortboard or the longboarding space, boy, they have truly come a long way, and I feel like a lot of their professional tours have really paid big dividends in terms of global qualification as well.
Yeah, well, and I think a lot of these countries and stuff in the area, they're supporting the surfers also financially and with sponsor support, so that helps a lot. We know that the South Americans have had a lot of support. Yeah. You know, Peru and Brazil. I know a lot of my friends on the Peruvian team, they have car sponsors and stuff. So that makes a big difference when the governments, not just the governments, but the culture and the specific areas, the sponsors in those areas get behind surfing, because we've always been kind of that extreme, kind of like unique off sport. We're not the mainstream sport, but as you mentioned, we're just as competitive. We have that athletic drive, and I really have always, as much as longboarding has been considered kind of the lifestyle-y, I've always felt it important that we acknowledge those that want to be considered athletes and that are training hard and surfing every day and working out and strategizing and stuff. Like, there is something to that, and the duality can exist in one space.
Well, speaking of the space, a 3-event longboard tour on the regular season here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Then the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, that'll be in Victoria, Australia, September 17th to the 21st. Finishing off the regular season, Carla, in Abu Dhabi with the Longboard Classic, the UAE, October 24th to the 26th, and then our Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships, El Sunsal, El Salvador playing host once again to the world's finest longboarders. November 5th to the 9th, what an incredible wave too over there at El Sunsal, and we have been very fortunate and very gracious with the way they host us over there in Central America. Cash Hoover to the nose. Needs a 6.03 on this one or better to take the lead over Lemoine. Touches the 5 once again. Some great footwork. And she might actually be like the reform on the inside. I'm just going to stop talking at this point now. Maybe just through the rides, but still great work on the outside. 3 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, we were trying to be careful not to do any jinxing over here. But yeah, that wave opened up quite nicely. Not a large wave, but we'll see. Really nice and smooth and glossy. Gets the nice footwork right up to the nose. Gets that quick kind of tight 5 there. Brings it around. You can see kind of the power kind of dissipating towards the inside there, but she makes good use of it on that pintail Takayama. I think that's the pintail. She said she was riding the pintail, but that might not be it. I was looking at the back there, and I could be wrong.
Still looks good, though. I like the work that Uncle Mike does with a lot of his airbrushes, too. And boy, that guy definitely knows how to make a great surfboard, too. Saw his son Kaimana here, too, a talented surfer, former competitor here on the Longboard Tour as well.
Well, yeah, and a shout out to Michael. You know, not many, there's a lot of shapers, and then there's a few board builders.
Ooh.
And he's a board builder.
I like that. 1:55. Hoover not leaving anything up to chance. Looking right here, and that wave kind of fizzles out towards the end. 1:45, and still taking their time with the previous score. Cash needing the best of the heat at 6.03, but given the nose riding abilities that she had on that left-hander, might be thinking about it, Carla.
Yeah, obviously they want to give some good thought to it. It looks like, you know, they want to, it's coming in close to, but maybe not quite as high as Elise's waves, but I think it's going to be a strong score and the highest score for Cash. And it looks like they'll be locking that score in at a 4.90. So she's chipped away about a bit at it with 1:10 left. She needs a 5.3. It appears as though there might be another score dropping. Not sure.
Yeah, just a small one afterwards, but don't think that'll be consequential to the outcome of this heat right now. 60 seconds. And look at the way that Lemoine is approaching this heat red here. Obviously very intelligent. Has been on tour for many years now. Has a victory.
Yeah, so she's going to follow her down. Elise, seeing as though she has priority. She knows that Cash is capable of pulling out the score that she needs. So she's going to pretty much hunt her down in the next 30 seconds.
Which would be the smart thing to do, right? I mean, coming up against a dangerous rookie, expect the unexpected. And in the end, any kind of wave that breaks right here at HB has potential for the score that she needs. 20 seconds, 5.3 is what she needs. And it doesn't seem like a whole lot on the horizon at the moment, but potential for a wave here. The only issue is that Lemoine does have priority over Cash.
What a frustrating situation when you're the one under priority, needing the score, and you just can't get that fly away, right?
Hey, she truly tried there right at the end, though. She was trying to sell anything.
Great effort.
And in the end, it was the experience and the veteranship of Elise Lemoine, the 28-year-old out of Reunion Island, representing fans into the round of 16 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Defeats the rookie Cash Hoover, and she is into another great start of the event here in HB. Sive Gerard, Kaede Inoue when we come back here at Southside HB.
Who's really impressed you on the men's and women's side, just in terms of how they performed across the tour this season?
Iago Dora has been freaking unstoppable, and if he ends up number one when we get to Cloudbreak, he only has to win a few heats. You'd have to consider him a favourite, particularly at Cloudbreak. I mean, that guy's good everywhere. Oh, Molly Picklum, I love her. Gabriella, those two are neck and neck. They've definitely been standouts. These young girls are pretty amazing. You know, women's surfing is in a really good place, let me tell you. It's a really good place. It's as exciting and sometimes more exciting than the men's.
The OG world champ, 1976 world champion Peter P.T. Townend, a local surfer here to Huntington Beach for many years, talking about the new crop with Dave Prodan on the lineup. You can check that out anywhere you get your podcast. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora, talking about the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It is a longboard term of the event out there in the water. Women's elimination round, heat number 4. Sive Gerard representing American Samoa in the red, outside of Waianae, Hawaii, and has actually lived a good portion of her life in Oceanside, California, up against Japan's Kaede Inoue. Saw her brother Taka surf yesterday too. He's also going to be in the men's elimination round. Good heat, difference of styles. Of course, mentioned that Gerard was able to grow up partially in Oceanside, knows how to surf a beach break. Coming from Oahu's west side, though, accustomed to a lot of power out there, though, Carla.
Yeah, so that might be a bit of a struggle here with this smaller wind swell for Sive, and as opposed to Kaede, where she's traveling a lot and surfing a lot of different waves, but the general wave condition in Japan is a bit like this, a bit smaller, wind swellish, not a lot of power, kind of shifty peaks, if you will. So you could say that Kaede may have the upper hand in that aspect, but I think overall it's a pretty fairly matched heat.
Was talking to Sive's father earlier this morning, good Lionel. Got some back pain the last few years. He says that it's fully gone right now, just retired. So congrats to Lionel and all the amazing work that he's done within the community the last few years as well. Here goes one of his daughters, Sive, looking left, good footwork right there, cuts it back all the way to the power source, and this wave just slowly dissipating. She's going to kick out. And Sive, for a long time, both with one of her sisters, Lucy, well, they've really grown up together throughout the scene, not only competing in the shortboard aspect, but also very talented longboard. Sive has been able to actually do very well at home at the Surf in the Summer Local Motion Classic back at Ala Moana Bowls. And talk about quality of waves. Imagine going there for a longboard event eventually, Carla.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it'd be great to kind of get some of this talent on some heavier surf. As I mentioned, I'm a small wave kind of gal, but that don't mean we can't ride them big.
And also a goofy footer that doesn't know how to go left, Carla. We need to be working on that a little bit more.
You know, I am, unfortunately, I grew up with a lot of right-hand point breaks. It was hard to find a left. In SoCal in general, we don't really have any dominant lefts. It's all beach breaks or like the backhand. We used to tease, on a high tide day, the right kind of swell, you can go left at Malibu.
That is true.
Believe it or not. But yeah, no, didn't get a lot of chance of really working my left. So I'm shocking. It's shocking.
Well, somebody that has truly worked on every aspect of their game is the French surfer Elise Lemont. She's standing by with AJ.
Worked on every aspect of her game and in so many different conditions. You have found a way to win here at Huntington Beach. Coming into today, the conditions very different from yesterday. Just how did you lean into your years of surfing to get the win?
Yeah, true. Yesterday was super hard, and today is like a little bit smaller and clean. So yeah, I just want to find some two good wave. I tried to nose ride and get the score to make it.
Well, and you made it through a really critical round today in the first event of the 2025 season. Just where is your head at this year with competition, and what are you bringing in?
Yeah, we start in Huntington is always a hard wave, but I'm pretty happy to start the season, and I just want to enjoy and have a good time with friends and to surf some good waves.
It's always so fun to see you in the lineup. I know you have a lot of friends and fans watching back at home. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Je vous fais un coucou à tout le monde, un gros bisou à ma famille, à mon coach Johan. C'est vrai que hier on a eu des conditions hyper compliquées et aujourd'hui c'est super petit, mais j'espère aller loin et je vous fais de gros bisous et merci à mes sponsors, merci SIC. Voilà, merci.
Merci, we'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, both to AJ and Elise. Saw Sive Gerard right there on screen. Her second ride so far, 1.5 to start things off for the surfer out of Waianae, Hawaii. And looking at the replay here, going right for the first time this heat, Carla.
Yeah, gets on her front side there, tries a couple steps up, comes back into that power source there again, really trying to look for that power zone in these more wind swell waves. Tries to get some tip time, doesn't actually plant the toes on the nose, but does some footwork. So she's getting her campaign started, and that's going to feel good at least, because Kaede's still kind of playing more of that patience game.
A 2.5 for Gerard. And speaking of Inoue, but she has had a strong season on the regional QS on the longboarding scene. 3rd place in La Union at the International Pro, and 4th place in the Sumatran Safaris Hamamatsu Open, a QS 1000. Still only 20 years of age as well, so very young. Talented shortboarder as well. Gets to the 5 right there. That's some great work, and just unfortunately catches her nose, and that's going to be an unforced error for her.
Yeah, she's not going to feel super strong about that, but hopefully she'll be able to just kind of shake it off and kind of reset. There's 21 minutes on the clock. I mentioned yesterday, I believe she broke her favorite surfboard, so I think she's trying to kind of dial in these other boards. You can see she gets 2 steps up, another 2 steps up to the nose, but as she's coming out, she's not able to keep that nose out from the wave and gives it a pearl there. Now we see Sibe on her backhand, getting a couple tip times there. Redirects it, kind of a little foam roll over the white water. Just trying to work it into that inside there, gonna pull out.
And you've been able to travel to multiple places worldwide. Here at Beach Break still changes quite a bit, of course, but more importantly, are there certain variables that you look at given each location that we have on the schedule this year? You have here in Huntington, you have the Baja Glen Bells Beach Longboard Classic over there at Bells, which, by the way, in the dead of the winter too, tends to be very cold. But here in HB, what are the most common variables you see yourself out of this location, Carla?
Well, one of the biggest variables is the wind, right? We're very open to the wind here, so that changes the condition a lot, depending whether it's, blowing more offshore, onshore. So that's gonna, kind of determine too, depending on the direction, as we see Kaede getting a nice nose right there, kind of getting back under that foam, redirecting it back in, showing some nice composure. This is gonna be a strong ride finally for Kaede. But, depending on which way the wind is blowing, the face isn't necessarily bad. If it's blowing the right direction, maybe the lefts are still groomed, the right's still groomed. So that condition IQ, we talk a lot about various IQs, right? And I think weather IQ, condition IQ, and kind of really being able to have that fine eye on the ocean and be able to read those subtleties really can set competitors apart.
Well, speaking of subtleties right here, how about the nose riding, especially at the beginning of this one for Inoue?
Yeah, we're seeing great nose riding coming from both ladies, but I really appreciate, as she did there, just look solid, stable, and then a little bit of toes over, which I always like.
19 minutes 30 on the clock, so that should be her best at the moment. A 1-point ride just before that for Kaede. Sive with the 5.17 on her last, so that is a really good score by today's conditions in plenty of time. Management obviously here in terms of time is obviously crucial, but I think in the end, so much wind swell in the water, and as you said, depending on where the wind direction is coming from, could potentially be beneficial to some of these waves. Last of Inoue, a 5.33. Here she goes once again. On the left-hander, it's going to be a short one for her, but I truly agree with that, and I think especially with the location you're from at First Point, I don't want to spill all the beans or give out a big message, but depending on the wind direction, there's time that the face is still relatively clean.
Yeah, Malibu is one of those unique places. We're so tucked into the deep end of the Santa Monica Bay that we have a lot of protection from that wind, and then just the position itself of where it's facing and the bluff and whatnot. Really, there's only like 2-direction winds that really make it super junky. Unfortunately, Ben Skinner and I did surf together on Friday before he was on his way down here, and it was one of those pretty nasty winds. We see the replay here of Kaede. I think this was her last wave, only scored under a 1 there. It wasn't going to really factor in her situation, but close little volley going here between these ladies. Sive with a 5.17 and a 2.5, and then Kaede coming in with a 5.33 and a 1. So Kaede looking in a really good position right now to kind of sneak in there and take that lead.
Yeah, nearly identical best scores right here, the 5.33 and the 5.17, as you mentioned. And, you know, same thing could be said right here, both south side and north side of Huntington Beach Pier. Depending on the wind direction, could be way more protected. We've seen it the last few days, really. But for us, unfortunately, a good amount of the actual wind direction has been coming straight from the west.
Yeah.
So it has been coming straight onshore, whereas more of a north is better protected right here on the south side of the pier. So hopefully that's something we look at in the future days to come here at the Open. Sive with priority. She's only looking to improve on a 2.5 at the moment. Been doing some internships back home in Honolulu, and being a college student herself, pretty close to graduating. Let's go down to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. You know, I came over here to get myself a bonsai beverage and a muffin. I did get the bonsai, but the Challenger Series dudes came in here like locusts, ate all the muffins. Now myself and the longboarders have no snacks over here in the bonsai athlete area, but it's a good thing because we're seeing some early scouting going down right here. We got Jeremy Flores and Callie Vost over here. Liam O'Brien is behind me. So these Challenger Series surfers are not just over here eating all of our snacks. They're actually doing some R&D. And what they're seeing right here is, yes, challenging conditions for the upcoming Challenger Series event. But I like to see the camaraderie between all the surfers. Rachel Tilley's over here checking her Instagram, and there's just a lot happening in here. It's starting to fill up in the bonsai athlete area, so I would put in a request for catering. More muffins, please.
Hey, Chris, out of the two competitions that we have here at the Lexus US Open, who has the better style in terms of fashion? Have you seen the longboarders or the shortboarders really shine?
It's actually a really great question, Mitch. Well, I think the surfboards that the longboarders brought down here with them all look really cool. So fashionable surfboards, I'm going with the longboarders. You know, I think the Challenger Series athletes that I see around me right here are going pretty standard fare. Board shorts and a hoodie, you know, big sunglasses and hats. So they're kind of keeping it low key for now, but we'll see what happens when the contest fires up.
Yeah, so Common Kings yesterday, sundown sets. We got the Reggae Sunday later on this afternoon. Chris, anything you're looking forward to outside of the surfing portion of the event here at the Open?
Yachty by Nature.
Ooh.
I'm looking forward to Yachty by Nature. I've got it on my calendar. I've set my alarm. I'm going to get a front row seat. I can't wait. Yacht Rock is the best.
Excited. Thank you, Chris, and hope you enjoy your day over there in the bonsai athlete area. Halfway through the heat right now, 15 minutes on the clock. Did see Inoue up and riding momentarily there for another short ride of hers. Meanwhile, Sive very patient after the 5.17. Seems like she's looking for a specific wave out there at the moment, halfway through the heat.
Yeah, and while I can respect that, sometimes I think in these conditions you have to be a little bit more adaptable because I don't know if that wave is necessarily going to happen. It's not super consistent out there. So I think being a little bit more pliable might work in your favor. That said, she's leading the heat, so she's still in a good position. With 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, though, and Kaede only needing a 2.34. She's going to stay alert. It's going to have to stay alert. She's got priority, so she's going to want to kind of like, it's still a lot of time in the heat, so she's going to be careful how she plays that.
Just want to talk to you about, you know, you spent a lot of time in La Union, also in Siargao over there in the Philippines, as we see our surfer representing France in the next heat from Yuan Island. That is Ophelia Aucoin, going up against Natsumi Taoka.
Both two really, really nice young women.
I love her style, too, with the plumeria flower in the hair.
She's a goddess. Let's just be real. Ophelie's a goddess.
Nice fin right there, too, on that surfboard.
Beautiful.
But just
really
wanted to ask you about really the development of surfing and especially longboarding in Asia. How far has that come lately? I mean, we have really a record number of surfers in this event right here at the Lexus US Open.
Yeah, Sive and Kaede both have actually been to La Union in Philippines, and Kaede surfing in the WSL events. Sive has participated in some of the more lifestyle events there, the single and unattached, I believe. We started going there in 2011. We had a trip planned for 2 weeks. We stayed for 4, and then proceeded to go back every year and live part-time. So needless to say, it's a really special country, it's a special area, and the surf culture there, especially longboarding, has really exploded over the last 10+ years as we see Kaede really driving into this wave, not going to get a lot of scoring potential, but In La Union, they have such a strong longboard culture there. The two main breaks being at Mona Lisa Point, and then there's an epic point break in the barangay. I thought this was like kind of poignant. The barangay is known as Carlatan, C-A-R-L-A-T-A-N.
You have a wave named after you already.
The barangay, and then the wave is called carril. And
Okay.
it's a long right-hand point break that, you know, I search the world for long-hand point breaks. So yeah, they have that. They have a couple really nice waves there. And then you mentioned Siargao. I got to go to Siargao just this year for the first time and check out that whole area at Cloud 9, which is really what put Philippine surfing on the map back in the 90s with John Callahan and Taylor Knox. And so Siargao is a whole nother world. You've got multiple islands, multiple breaks. You're taking boats to different places, and a really killer surf scene, both shortboard, longboarding. The women's scene is exploding down there, and yeah, doing Queen of Point there too. So super exciting.
Everything has been elevated so far within that region. South Korea now has a wave pool. They run an event over there. And, of course, the longboarders truly benefiting off of that at the moment. 11:45 on the clock at Sylvia Gerard with priority needing just a 2.97 to take the lead off of Kaede Inoue. Taking a Bronsoy brew break here. Be right back. Let's see what our schedule is for today, Sunday the 27th here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Of course, as always, 7:30 a.m. to about 3:30 p.m. Southside HB Pier, where Longboard Tour stop #1. That'll be going on until Tuesday. No Cap Freestyle Moto, 3 different sessions, 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. That's over at the No Cap Moto Ramp. Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling, that's at 1 p.m. over at the Lexus House. And scan the QR code, ladies and gents, 4 to 7 p.m. at the Beach Bar. We got Sundown Scents. And, of course, Reggae Sunday later on today from 4 to 7. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now. Common Kings yesterday, by the way, went off. It was packed out. It's actually probably one of the concerts that I say everybody needs to go there once in their lifetime. As we were talking about yesterday, the guys are actually really cool.
They look so cool. Like, I was kind of jealous of Rosie down there hanging out with those guys. They look pretty cool.
Talk about style. Those guys were well dressed yesterday, too.
Going on.
Both here at the Open on stage. Of course, Reggae Sunday's coming up from 4 to 7 p.m. later on today. 8 minutes 45 here remaining in heat number 4 of women's elimination round. Sylvia Gerard with priority needing just a 2.97 to retake the lead. 2024, a really good year for Sylvia. Runner-up over at the Locomotion Surfing a Summer event at Ala Moana Bowls. Also able to win a longboarding QS at Ali'i Beach Park in Haleiwa. And guess what? Told you about how good she is in heavy water waves. Well, just looking for something less than a 3 at the moment with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, tons of time on the clock. Lots can change here. She was winning the heat, and Kaede only needed a 2.3, I think. She came in with that 2.8. So they're kind of, again, tit for tat here, taking turns, really fighting for that position in order to make it into round 3 and and vie for that place on the final and on the podium.
Yeah, and for Inoue, taking a lot of these waves, not a bad strategy if I'm looking at it from an objective perspective. 7:50 on the clock, you don't have priority, only looking to improve on a 2.8, and you know how good of a competitor Sive is at this moment. Why not create some opportunities for yourself out there?
Yeah, there's this idea, right? Because you could be going for lots of waves and then kind of interrupt your rotation and of being on the good wave, but on a day there isn't any particularly, you know, oh, there's that one set every 10 minutes. Make sure you're on that. There's not a lot of that happening. So in my opinion, I agree, staying a bit more busy and active. Some of the heats we've seen them staying really tight on each other, where Sive and Kaede have kind of actually separated themselves, other than right now, but most of the heat they've kind of been surfing different peaks. As the time's winding down and that priority gets more intense and more important, they're going to probably find each other sticking a little close together.
And it seems like Gerard having a look at this one. This has potential to be a good wave, and she's going to use her priority and going to end up going left.
This is that set every 10 minutes that I said didn't exist.
Well, gets the nose right there, too. That's a critical 5. Gets the down carve, and it was a split peak. So Inoue also only looking to improve on a 2.8.
Yeah, Sive's still going.
And Gerard right here just looking to milk anything she can out of this wave. Somehow nearly got the reform on the inside. With 6:20 on the clock. Well, I might have to actually start saying that a lot more because a wave broke all of a sudden. And both Gerard and Inoue on it. So a split peak situation. Kaede only looking to improve on a high 2. And for Gerard, a necessary wave looking at Kaede's first.
Yeah, you can see how she split the peak there. She looked back behind her. She gets the tip time there. Gets a nice turn there into that white water. Not super rebounding into that white water, but she does bring it back around in order to kick out. And then we can see the replay of the left of Sive. She almost gets a little tripped up on her steps up to that first nose ride, but manages to hold control. Also brings that cut back around from that power section, trying to get into that reform. We'll see her kind of go for another little last tip time. Whether or not that was a complete nose ride, that will be up to the judges to determine.
So close one right there, and if I'm being honest, Inoue actually benefited off of Gerard going left on that one. It seemed like the actual shape of the wave for the right tended to be just a bit cleaner, especially with all this wind swell in the water at the moment.
Well, and with it being so close and only needing a 2.97, and it just gave Kaede an opportunity to also get another ride and not have to sit and be waiting for something else. So we'll see how those scores drop. We're waiting. Judges making sure that they're getting all those different points. Our head judge in there, Tori Gilkerson, fully qualified to pinpoint all of those little nuances, as she is a world champ herself.
2016 when she was able to win her maiden world championship here at the WSL level, 4 minutes 30 seconds. And the good thing for Inoue as well was able to recover priority on that one after the exchange. So waiting on a score for each surfer. And this exchange truly going to matter right here. A 4.7 for Gerard. So momentarily in the lead, as Inoue now needing a 4.54. And typically what they do, they usually give the score to one person first, see what the requirement is, and then eventually work their way to the score for the other person. So situation in case right here where Gerard takes the lead, and now they're looking at what potentially Inoue was able to do on the right end, scored adequately.
Right, so Sive coming down with a 4.7 on her last ride. We are waiting for a score to drop for Kaede, but it's interesting how in these final minutes, how important the priority situation now comes into play, especially for Kaede. We're waiting for her score to drop. Now, if she was under, she would be needing, be in a good position with that priority needing score. But she drops a 6.10, putting Sive into risk, and under priority, we're going to see that paddle around as we saw in the last heat with Elise and Cash, where Kaede, I'm expecting, is going to stick to Sive like glue.
6.26 is what she needs as well, as we see the average right there. A couple of 6.5s in the mix, and good variety of judges within our panel at the moment. So a 6.1, the outcome for our 5 judges throughout the high and the low. The other 3 are turned into the average. 3 minutes to go, and as you said, Inoue, a smart competitor still at a young age of just 20. And once again, really the split peak benefited Inoue the most out of the 2. As we look at the double replay, the split peak right here, Gerard on the left, Inoue on the right.
Yeah, and I think that little hiccup in the beginning of Sive's steps for her nose ride is what set her just under over Kaede's wave. Kaede's nose work and her cross steps were a bit more stable, a bit more composed.
And not to say that Gerard still isn't capable, right? 6.26.
Yeah.
I mean, by today's standards, a good score. Probably a big one. You have to be on a certain wave, but I truly feel you got the correct nose ride out there at the moment, especially with what we just saw from Inoue. Less is more on a day like today.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember who was talking. I think it was Ben talking about overthinking it and just not, or Chase perhaps it was, you know, not overthinking it, and it can get in your way a bit. And so
sounds like Chase.
It sounds like Chase for sure. But there is something to say, you know, a lot of surfing is a bit instinctual, right? And then you kind of have to go literally with the flow. So in this case, with 1:40 left on the clock, Kaede put herself in a really great position by having that priority when those last scores dropped. And whether or not she needed the score or wanted to keep Sive from the score, having that priority really sets her in a perfect position.
Well, paddling towards the pier bowl at the moment, where there have been very few waves so far this morning. She might have found something, though, and Inoue's going to let her go. That wave not breaking. It's just a bit too far out. You see slowly the texture really picking up to that northwest wind that we are predicting to expect later on today. Oh, and Natsumi Took and the red for the next seat has to get out of the way because in the competition area at the moment, Gerard's still looking for the 6.26.
Yeah, you can see out on the horizon of the ocean there, a little bit different texture, the wind kind of switching around a little bit. But the other day, it ended up being glassy pretty late in the day, and I just have a feeling that's kind of where we're going to go because of a little bit less swell. Should have a little less wind as well. So, yeah, Sive may be getting an opportunity right here. She's trying to get a 6.26. Will this wave stand up enough? She does get the tip time right there. She gets around that whitewater, brings it back into the zone, try to reset. Looks like that wave's starting to kind of peter out there. That wind swell just not quite putting enough swell energy in there. I think it's an okay score, but I don't think it's going to pull the 6.26.
15 seconds on the clock, and might have to settle for anything in the shore break right here if she can get go on it. It seems like that's going to be all she wrote in this one. So last of Gerard, not enough, a 3.67, and it's going to be Inoue into the round of 16. So Japan having a really good performance here at this event, but American Samoa will be seeing Sive Gerard compete at the next 2 events, both at Bells and in Abu Dhabi. And the Inoue family very content on what they saw from the younger sister Kaede out there here in women's elimination round. Heat number 4. Heat number 5 coming up, Natsumi Taoka, Ofili Aokua, when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We're live from Huntington Beach, California, and we are now watching Inoue coming through with an 11.43 total for the heat victory, and we're going to fill this one up again. I'm Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Sam Weekly. Welcome back to the booth. Rosie, I know you've been in and around the beach. What's the vibe like out there on the sand?
It's really nice out there, you guys. It's a little bit mellow as we go into the rest of the day. I'm sure the beach is going to get packed, just like we saw yesterday. But yeah, fun conditions, super glassy at the moment. That wind is expected to puff up a little bit. But other than that, it's pretty pristine.
Great result for Kaede there. You know, she's also a 6-time SUP world champion. There's various ways you can win that title, so she's pretty versatile in her wave riding. But that was a big result for her. Congratulations for Japan.
And we'll see if Japan can go back-to-back. We've got Natsumi Toka in this heat and Ophélie Aquin coming up. So Japan v. France. 26 minutes, 40 seconds left. One wave ridden straight from the jump from Natsuki Toka, and a decent number, a 4.33 to start. Rosie, that might be a keeper.
Yeah, that was a nice little settle-in wave for Natsumi. Yesterday, she had some great rides, but just a stacked heat. Beautiful 5 there, Sam.
Yeah, really quick with the footwork once again. She's just released a new signature surfboard with Murasaki Sports. Continues to get the board shaped by Nobuo Ogashira, who shaped her boards throughout her career, but she's got a whole new range available. If you follow her on social media, you can find out more about those. But Natsumi will really thrive in these types of conditions because this is kind of Chiba-esque. You know, she knows those kind of beach breaks of Japan, and look at this nice wall ahead of her.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Chiba. I would say Chiba is kind of like Surf City, Japan. It's kind of the sister city of Huntington Beach with the waves and the scene, a huge, vibrant surf scene in Japan. And I'd say the coolest surf scene in Japan is the log scene.
Yeah, they love the Californian culture as well. And it's quite common for them to get residencies for big-name Californian surfboard shapers to go and spend time building boards out in Japan. And of course, there's a lot of great Japanese shapers, like the boards under the feet of Natsumi. And of course, this is territory of Kanoa. Kanoa has been a 2 times US champ here at HB, and Natsumi would have been inspired by the success of Kanoa.
Well, so she hung her foot way over the nose. Are the judges going to give her a little bit of extra credit for that, or is it?
Not necessarily. It does feel great when you get that foot right over the edge, but it's more about where the board is in the wave, where your rest of your body is during the nose ride. And they're looking to see, is there a real kind of lack of foam underneath the nose? Is it lifting? Is the rest of the board hidden by the pocket of the wave? And if your foot is hanging way over, they're not necessarily noticing that, but they're more looking at the positioning of the board and the body during the nose ride.
First look potential here from Ophélie, and here we go. Nice bottom turn, trying to get in the critical portion of that wave, but the wave went nowhere, Rosie.
Yeah, and just thinking about where Ophelie's from, Reunion Island, it's just insane to see how many talented longboarders have come out of that region. I know for Ophélie, there'd be Victoria Verigava. Yep. Justine Morvan is someone that I've really enjoyed the surfing on.
Yeah.
What is it about Reunion that lends so well to the longboard scene?
Well, of course, you've got the amazing left-hander of St. Lou, which is a beautiful wave. But you've also got a lot of good other spots around St. Gilles, and you know, it's that tropical culture, and it's that expressive performance style of surfing that really suits the Reunion Islanders. And a lot of them, as French passport holders, get the opportunity to be based in the likes of Biarritz. And Côte de Basque has a very vibrant surf community. And Ophélie, through her competitive career, she spent a lot of that time based in France, surfing for France in the French nationals. And France has a rich longboard legacy.
Côte de Basque, I mean, that is one of the coolest names in the world.
Yeah, well, that's Surf City, France.
Yeah. It's spelled C-O-T-E too.
Yeah, it's a really classy place. It's chic and it's stylish, and Ophélie as well. She embodies not only the island culture of Reunion, but the chic style of French surfing. And it's cool as well because she's riding the John Garmendia surfboards, and John Garmendia, he is based in the Basque Country, just down the coast in Zarautz in northern Spain near San Sebastian. And he is also an elite level competitor. He's competed at a number of WSL events over the years. He's close to getting on the World Longboard Tour each season. And he's a bit like Ben Skinner in the sense that he's at the top of his game competitively and physically, and he's shaping incredible equipment. And he's got a growing team, and Philly is one of his newest team riders. So John will be tuning in, pretty excited to follow his team player Philly here.
They might be a little worried at the moment because Natsumi has just come out firing on all cylinders. She's already dropped a huge 11.16 total. Her last wave came through at a 6.83. So she got the memo. Get out there and get started early. There's still 22 minutes left. She's already sitting on a massive heat total.
And I'm stoked for her to see her come out in such a strong way. I think yesterday in her performance it was so strong, but you could tell that maybe there was that little factor of nerves coming in.
Yeah.
She looks a lot more settled. That 6.83 was so beautifully ridden, especially that mid portion of the wave where there was that downtime. She wasn't looking frantic.
It's really interesting to see the role of priority today, because it has been favorable at certain times, but not always. But there's that foot wrapped right over the tip. But the judge is looking to see more where the nose ride was relative to the pocket of the wave. And that's why she moved back to the tail quickly, because the stall of the nose ride allowed her to get that touch, but she quickly had to move back to the tail, or else the board would have just nosedived. And it's just, you know, naturally moving back and forth with the footwork to stay in trim.
Straight back to it, right to the nose.
Ooh.
Impeccable footwork, wave selection on point. Natsumi is on a roll. Love her style too. Her arms are just in that perfect posture. Cross-stepping through to the inside. No worries on the transfer from the outside to the shore break. Nice and clean all the way through. That's going to be another big number. She's already sitting on a 6.83, one of the highest numbers of the day. She's going to be running away with this thing after that wave.
That was brilliant. I mean, it was quick, it was lively, and it was a step up from that first nose ride we saw, Rosie, where she went right into the 10, and that's going to make a difference for the score.
And then straight into that second maneuver on the rail there. Just beautiful transition between the nose ride to that carve maneuver.
That was really nice 10. You know, she was fast into the 10 and fast out. And you can just see the way as she put that board on rail, she just lifted those front toes just to get an extra bit of angling on that rail edge. And the way she linked this section was really smart. See the use of the footwork, keeping the board trimming. Difficult section to get another 5, but she just manages to walk away from that touch of the tip before the board nosedives all the way through to the inside. That was quick, lively. I think that's going to be a best score.
And you, oh, here goes Ophelia.
Nice fade for Philly, straight to the tip there. Really nice soul arch. That's the expressive style of her surfing that we've learned to love over the years. She's actually a European champion from back in 2010. She had a break from competitive surfing. She's recently had a big knee operation as well, which she's come back strongly from.
Wow, just amazing to see an athlete that's so tuned in, especially coming from that big break, overcoming a huge injury and straight into, you know, this is a big event, and I think the anticipation of being in this event here at the US Open, it's great to see the way that she's handling herself.
But we got 19 minutes, 25 seconds left. Waiting for that score for Natsumi Tuoka to come through. We think it's going to be a big number. And while we wait, let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by now with Inouye.
The Inouye family, one we have gotten to know well here at Huntington Beach. And this event, we have Kaede in it for the very first time. She's been down here rooting on her family for the last few years. But tell me your impressions now that you have actually been in the competition.
US オープン初めて参加できて、勝ち上がれて嬉しいです。
In fact, I came here for free surfing several times, but this is my first time to compete here, so I'm very happy.
Incredibly exciting to see you make it through the elimination round today. Your family here, a big support. How much does that energize you here in the competition at Huntington?
母はいつも車運転してくれたり撮影してくれたりとサポートしてくれて、兄の方もコーチングしてくれたり妹もコーチングしてくれたりと本当に助かってます。
My mom helps me in driving or translating, and my brother and sister help me in coaching or giving me advice, so it helped me a lot.
The coaching, the advice, the driving, the translating is all working. Congratulations, omedetou. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Love it. She's hyped. Should be too, because getting through any heat today is a big achievement, not just because the competition level is so high, but also because these waves are not easy to surf, not easy to find. Unless, of course, you're Natsumi Tuoka, who is on fire right now. She just dropped a 6.97, so increases her heat total to 13.80. Not insurmountable for Ofili, but she needs an 8.8 if she wants to keep the pace currently being set by Natsumi Tuoka.
Yeah, that's a hard position to be in for Ofili. Psychologically as well, when you hear the beach announcer call out that big demand, you've got to reset the scale. You've got to work on 2 scores. You can't think, I'm not just going to need to get that in one ride. And I think Philly's position is, yeah, if I can get a 7 or maybe a couple of 6s, then I can really go for that bigger score.
And she's so capable of it. I mean, already locking in that 5-point ride. Let's see if she can overcome that total.
She's caught up a little bit here in the whitewater. Keep it rolling through, though, to the inside. Nothing wrong with a little bit of fancy footwork while you wait.
Yeah, I agree. And what was really nice about that last touch of the 5, you could see how much cleaner it was than Natsumi's reform 5 on the inside. She just managed to read that last moment. It would have been nice for her to have just made that transition all the way through to the sand for just a bit more of a dynamic finish. But it's going to be an okay score, but I think that this section let her down a little bit. She found the 5, went to the 10, but it was like a little bit of a fluffy section that then sped down the line. But I think it was important for her to drive into that touch of the 10. Look at the footwork here, how clean that touch of the 5 is. Not able to find the final flow out to the sand, but it's going to be a really good score to back up her 5, and I think that's now going to mean she's going to require a much smaller score than an 8 to move back into first. And she's still got dry hair. She hasn't even washed through her hair, which is impressive, Rosie.
Yeah, with so many waves ridden, and it's such an easy paddle out today.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at 2-foot waves, maybe 3 on the sets, but all of these women like completing their waves without having to dunk under. It's, you know, thinking about the background from both of these women, we spoke about Reunion Island, obviously growing up there, but also that Basque region, these conditions, so, I mean, not the Basque region, Biarritz, like conditions so similar, very tidal, as well as Chiba, like the wind swell. So there really is an even playing ground when you think about who would have the upper hand in these kinds of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Changeable, tidal, and the fact that they're used to having to make their heat decisions on the heat before, because they know that you can't look at it in the morning and know what to expect.
Well, Ofili's last wave comes through at a 4.23. Decent score, but didn't really do her any favors.
I think she was unlucky with that hang 10 section.
Yeah.
It was the first kind of impact of the light northwesterly that I'm starting to see on the sections, because so far this morning it stayed pretty clean on the face, and it's allowed that pocket to really be emphasizing the criticalness of those nose rides. And then when she went into the 5 to the 10, it just started to mush out on her a little bit, and it really damaged the scoring potential. This looks good though for Natsumi.
Yeah, quick little 5 to 10 there, but done right in the perfect section of that wave. She has to straighten out here. So she's already done some good work on the outside. A big finish here, and she could be looking at another high 6. She's already throwing away a 4.33. So on a day like today, if you're throwing away scores like mid-4s, doing something pretty good.
Wow. That was a pretty radical turn at the end, considering that she didn't have much speed. There was not much left. I mean, that fin would have been an inch away from slowing down on the sand, and she really managed to whip that round. I guess it wasn't like a distinctive ride out of that final turn, but those linking sections are going to become important. It's not going to add a massive amount to the score, but just a little bit. But this is a nice 10. A little bit more of a dynamic section to the last ride we saw from Ofili. And this is cool because you just now trust in the length of the board. You trust that the trim speed is going to keep you moving. And what I appreciate here is she just reads things really well. She looks over her shoulder, recognizes that there's a subtle readjustment here as she cross steps forward, cross steps back, and then she really wants to end in style. And there's a lot of whip in this turn considering how small the section was, and she almost rode out of that.
Looked like she was kind of laughing, thinking, wow, that was actually a better turn than I tried to do. We'll see if the judges give that one a completion. So a 5.33. Still throwing away 5.33s. You're having a great heat. 13 minutes left. So far, Natsumi Toka is running away with this one, but we'll see what happens next. We're going to take a quick Bonsoi brew break, but we'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoi, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Hey, we're back. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico as well as the city of Huntington Beach. Surf City USA is providing plenty of opportunities for our loggers in the lineup. At the minute, hopefully has some catching up to do. He needs an 8.80. This could help though.
Yeah, nice section. And look how clean that footwork is. A really good lock 10. Incredible clean footwork out of that 10 and a really nice, elegant but powerful and committed floater with speed. I like what I saw. I think that that's going to be important for Philly's confidence. It may go into a top 2 and replace that backup mid-range 4. Whether it's going to surpass the 5, I'm not sure, but I did like it. It was a smaller wave, but I really loved the commitment to the 10 and the footwork, fitting almost 6 steps in and out of those nose rides.
Or even with that 10, just pushing that weight forward, not really leaning back on that on the heels, so showing that degree of difficulty, super committed there, and then going into that floating maneuver, using the entirety of that wave.
And there it is. It's a good score. So it puts Philly right back in the mix. A 7.33. She's going to now feeling very positive about everything. And had she been able to do that kind of surfing on a slightly bigger wave, you know she's going to go excellent range. And she now knows in her head, it's got to be hang 10s. Every nose ride section has to be lean all over those 10 toes on the hang 10. And the way she had that big punctuation with that top turn, it just demonstrated creativity and variety. It was one of the more kind of vertical projections of board turns we've seen today.
Wow, and here's the answer back. So Natsumi not playing it safe, knowing that Oakley just came through with a 7.33. Now Blue would need a 6.47. We'll see what this wave comes through for Natsumi. She's just so automatic. Right when she gets up, it's straight to the nose. Makes it look good, nice and smooth, but super technical.
This is going to be a really good exchange now as we move into the last third of the heat, because now both chasing like attainable scores, both looking to replace low scores as well, because it's in the 6s and the 5s that they're looking to replace. But that was a really nice Loctite 5, close to the 10. Brought that back foot right in next to the ankles, and then this wave just died on her here. She would have been wanting to have a little bit of a flurry to compare to the 7 we saw from a Philly, which allowed a Philly to really project and have that big, powerful driving turn after the nose ride.
Philly now again on her backhand. The wave collapses around her. She's looking for a 6.47. The last wave for Natsumi comes through a 5.33. Just a little dance.
Yeah.
Up to the nose. You get credit for the hang 5 if the wave dies out mid nose ride?
It's not necessarily a difficult thing to do. I think had it helped her link to a steeper section in the shore break that allowed something distinctive like a really crisp nose ride or a really crisp turn, it would have helped. But this is very fast with the footwork, again, locking in the 5, and she controls this very well. And at this stage, you actually think, this is okay, Philly, because this wave may well reform and continue to give some scoring potential. But you could just see as she starts to cross step forward, already now there's not much else left. So the judges won't be too excited about that touch of the front part of the board as that wave started to die. So it's not, I don't think, going to go into her top 2, but she's staying busy. But when is the point to start to be patient? Because she's going to be chasing a pretty significant score. So busyness may well not pay off at this stage, and it's going to be about the type of wave that's really going to open out for her.
I think also just her identifying the opportunity to go left and find that find the tip on her backhand, that degree of difficulty the judges probably identifying. Would have been nice to see her get that quick maneuver in. Unfortunately, having to change direction. Whoa, beautiful right there.
Ooh, that was a long 10.
How do you even do that?
And this wave is still moving. So if she gets some linkage on the reform, we'll see. Needed something else, I felt.
Commentator curse right there, Sam. I blame you.
Whoa, and that
Just
was
kidding.
another good 10.
Natsumi now. I love that they've just been answering each other throughout this entire heat. Tons of waves ridden. They're both on their 7th wave ridden. So it's really been a wave-for-wave match between Natsumi and Ofili. And at the moment, Natsumi's still in the lead. Ofili looking for a 6.47. That last wave's pretty good. I would not want to be a judge today. They've really been concentrating on the fine details of what we're seeing. Great job. What are they going to give this one, Sam?
Well, I think that it needed something else. It was a long 10, but the wave was small, and it didn't have anything else after that 10. She did get a nice kind of down carve turn through that section, but this from Natsumi is absolutely exceptional. If you just see the way she commits to this hang 10, runs up to the tip here, there's the 5, there's the 10, soul arch, leans with the hips, and then puts that board on rail. Those two waves against one another, you know that Natsumi's score is going to come a bit higher, and that may well put more pressure on Philly's demand as we move into the last 5 minutes.
The speed that Natsumi carries, too, is very impressive. And then just the cross step in and out of the maneuvers when she's on the rail edge, just pinpointing different things in her style of surfing that are just so beautiful.
Yeah, this has been a masterclass from both of these women, demonstrating the kind of beauty of small wave longboarding, and it almost looks like they're free surfing as well. You know, they've never looked flustered. They've always looked in control and smooth, but quick enough to do everything that the wave is allowing.
Ofili's last wave comes through at a 4.20. I mean, it's Reggae Sunday here, so 4.20 is a decent score, but it's not going to do her score line any favors there. And the score for Natsumi comes through a 5.17. Here's a heat recap. Natsumi Tooka with a 6.83 and a 6.97, controlling this heat from the jump.
Yeah, she's been looking lively and quick, and she's been fast, hasn't she, Rosie? You talked about the speed at which she's surfing being significant.
Yeah, and just love the transition into the maneuvers too. And the downtime in between, there's no hurry, there's no flusteredness as she reaches little bits of the wave where there is that downtime.
But what's been impressive is Philly has not given up. She's answered back. She kicked off with that 5 and she backed it up with that 7.23. And you can see that Philly is so stylish. She's got all of that elegance and that grace with the clean footwork and the tight nose riding and the good rail turns, but this was the significant wave, and you could see why. All 10 toes over the tip, leaning forward and ending with the creativity and the variety. We haven't seen that type of turn all heat, and I think backed up with the opening 10, that's what gave her the edge, and that's why she's got the highest score of the heat.
And like right when she needed it, because you saw Natsumi, she's taking those 2 waves on the first 3 encounters, and then I feel needing an answer back. The 7.33 is so crucial right now. 3.5 minutes remaining. Ofili does have priority, which is a bonus, but it's all about whether that opportunity comes through.
And all of the surfers today have been getting their scores around middles. There's been very few waves breaking at the pier bowl, and it's allowed all surfers to look left and right every set. And that's been very interesting because they've not known if they're going to go left and right almost until they've taken off. They've been looking, is it a better left? Is it a better right? And what we've seen from both of these women is they have performed well both ways. So it's going to be interesting if there's an opportunity for one more exchange.
Here's a quick look at our event top scores so far. We're about a day and a quarter into the Lexus US Open of Surfing, but Avalon Gall sitting with that 7.67, and hopefully in this heat dropping that 7.33 puts her name on the list. And it's just nice when you look at the scoreboard and you see 7s and high 6s.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of tells a different story than what you're looking at right here, where it looks absolutely dead flat. When the sets come in, they're decent. You know, they're about waist high, rights and lefts, so a lot of opportunities for these surfers. They're both on 7 waves ridden now, and hopefully it would need a 6.47 to advance. It's got to feel a little bit better knowing you just need that 6+ beyond the 8.8 she needed about 5 minutes ago.
But there's nothing more frustrating than losing a heat but being on the leaderboard of top single wave scores. You know, the fact that she's got the 2nd highest score of the event so far and she's still needing a score. But she'll have a lot of confidence if she gets the chance. That wave, you could see that Natsumi went for the nose ride, but it was almost, she recognized as she got into the 5 that there was no scoring potential. But is this a chance for a filly to get that big score?
It could be. We'll see what happens here. Nice bottom turn straight to the 10.
Woohoo!
Little roller coaster ride right there.
Wow.
And it looks like this wave might have enough push to get her through the inside. Bonus section there. Wasn't clean, but still 5 over.
Wow.
Fades back left and goes down. So a little bit of a messy finish there, but some great work on the outside.
This is going to be really interesting because the moves were there, but there was a little bit of a lack of continuity and flow between them. There was 3 little mistakes that just allowed splash and edge, and you felt like the wave had an excellent range score in it. But nevertheless, chasing a 6.47, you start to think that there were some pretty dynamic moves in there, but I think a couple of bit unlucky things held her back. I mean, Rosie, what do you think of this opening 10?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, so committed right there in that cupped out section. That little bit of disruption in flow, but it just showed that degree of difficulty on that section. Flowing through this little whitewater section is kind of tricky to work through. There she gets committed to the 5 again as that wave's starting to suck up. So many tricky sections, but like you said, there were slight little moments there. The most obvious, falling on that last maneuver, and then in the middle there, you could tell that that water was flowing up the nose of the surfboard.
Yeah, she clearly gave it everything. She was putting a lot of risk, and the reason that she splashed out of the 10 was she put the risk into the 10, and she knew a 5 wasn't going to be enough. So I respect that, and she recovered very well from that. But the second 5 did have a bit of a splash, and I just felt she needed to ride out of that last turn, and she would have got the score.
But it comes through at a 5.80. So under the required score needed for Ophélie Aucoin. And that'll be all for this ripping surfer from France. But Natsume Taoka, solid, steady all the way through. She's throwing away multiple 5+ rides. So well done for your surfer representing Japan, Natsumi Taoka, moving through to surf another day. We're going to take a quick break, up on soy brew break, if you will. We'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Right for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Welcome back and congratulations to Natsumi Tooka from Japan, getting the big win, equaling a big smile. Surviving and thriving through a tough 30-minute heat, but big ups. I mean, that's a huge momentum builder for Natsumi.
I think a filly will be really disappointed when she sees the scoring potential on her last ride, and the judge is just penalising her a bit for a few mistakes there, a few bits where she lacked a little bit of control, but it was really close. And I really appreciated the way a filly surfed then. She was absolutely styling.
Well, she made it close, too.
Yeah, she did. And one of my favorite heats of the morning, just watching them go wave for wave, watching a filly's 7.33, the high mark of that heat.
Well, let's hope for more of that. We've got two great surfers in the water, two surf nations as well, Italy and South Africa. It's going to be Ginger Kaimi going against Crystal Hewlett. Sam, I know you've done a lot of research in your scouting report on these two surfers. A couple of fresh faces on the professional longboard scene. What are you expecting to see here?
Yeah, well, Crystal, from a legendary surfing family in South Africa. I mean, Rosie, you will know the Hewlett's family. You'll even know Hewlett's Reef, which was named after her grandfather.
That's right. I mean, from St. Francis Bay, just such an iconic place in the country, and the Hewlett's family definitely fitting into that dynasty. Beautiful to see the South African flag there flying high while Crystal's out in the lineup, and the representation from the South Africans. There's 4 of them on the longboard tour this year, which is so great.
South Africa is having a moment right now. An amazing event at J Bay. You got Luke Thompson with a huge win in Bolito, and you have multiple South Africans representing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. But Ginger Kaimi wants some attention, and she's getting it. This wave was nicely surfed all the way from the outside to the inside.
Yeah, she read that really well. So Ginger, just 13. She's born and raised in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, but her father, Franco, is Italian, who's traveling here with her, and her mum is Chinese. So sharing that ancestry, Spanish speaker, but Italian roots and carries an Italian passport. And, you know, had to make that decision between which region to surf in the qualifying, and opted to qualify through Europe. She could have opted to qualify through Asia, but she decided to go for the European route.
I'm so impressed with her style. I mean, not a lot of 13-year-olds in the world surf with this much grace and fluidity. And it's just right when she stands up on her board, you can tell she was born to do this. I would put her in that phenom category.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a magic about watching her. And even more so when you actually watch her live. You know, when you're seeing her on the screen, there's a sense of wowness. But when you physically see the way she deals with the lineup, the way she paddles out, the nose riding and the finesse and her footwork. But watch out, Crystal looks like she's on a really nice left.
Oh, just a little bit of a hiccup standing up, and it just threw her off her game. I mean, it's hard to say that was a wasted opportunity. She does hand over priority. She's going to eat up a few precious seconds getting her board.
Yeah, better off falling early when you're no leash. At least she can collect it, so that's a bit of luck. But you could see as she faded into that, she was trying to just kind of stall it and set a line there to slow things down. But that wave ran away from her. It was going to be a closeout all the way. It didn't have much scoring potential.
It's kind of cool that even how you stand up on your log is considered a maneuver or a trick.
Yeah, look at the way she just wiggles here. She stands up wanting to slow down and get a high line, and that's why she just dagged the nose. But the reason she did that was because she saw it was going to be steep and quick, and maybe slowing down might allow her to run to the nose.
We're back at it again. Ginger Kaimi straight to the nose. Nice little open face to work with here. Beautiful slashing carve right there with style. Just trying to make her way through to the inside section. Nice combo there for Ginger Kaimi. She's sitting on a 3.5 so far. Got Crystal Hewlett with a 2.83, so things Nice and even with 23 minutes, 30 seconds left. Surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. Let's go to the glass. Natsumi is with AJ.
Natsumi, so much fun to see you out there in the water this morning. We were just talking about the hectic schedule that you maintained before you got here to Huntington. How have you kept up the energy and made it through the elimination round this morning?
Yeah, yesterday I little bit mistake, so I lose and into elimination round. So before the heat, I was really nervous, but the condition is much better than yesterday. So, and I got like 6 point something for the first 5 minutes, and I feel so comfortable to keep competition.
When you get a score like that early on, just how do you manage your emotions and your mentality towards the rest of the heat?
I know Ophelia, she's a really good surfer, easy to get score. So I just focus on what should I do, and yeah, I just focus on the light wave, and I could get the good one. So I'm so stoked to into next round.
As you should be. We cannot wait to see you. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and fans back home?
はい、日本から応援してくださっている皆さん、夜遅くにありがとうございます。エリミネーションラウンド無事通過することができました。明日のヒートも頑張ります。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Great energy, pure stoke. Natsumi Tooka is one to watch for the rest of this event.
Yeah, and she comes just off the back of getting second at a longboard qualifying series event at the wave pool in South Korea. So it was late, her arrival here in California, but it's not dented her momentum. And, you know, I'm interested in the psychology of having to fall into this round, this first elimination round. You know, there's some surfers who have leapfrogged to that round of 16, but she's going to be one who's surfed every day when we come through to tomorrow, and that may well favor her with the kind of momentum and being comfortable with the conditions.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I mean, just to go that extra round, she surfed great in her opening round, but this almost seems to have set her up so nicely, that elimination round heat. And I think a lot of these surfers just having an extra opportunity with heat strategy out at Huntington is maybe going to play in their favor come the rest of the contest.
I'm looking forward to seeing how calm and cool Ginger stays, because despite being 13, what I've noticed in her career in the last 3 years when I've watched her compete around Europe and El Salvador is how good her heat strategy is, how she can kind of sit out a good position when she's in the lead. And she's had a decent start, but the door's open for Crystal for sure.
Going to get in this wave. Gets up to the nose effortlessly. Hanging 10. Cool little whippy turn there. Putting just enough spice to make it look nice and silky, smooth and stylish. The wave dies underneath her. But again, she's just kind of going with the script, right? Get on the nose for as long as possible. Finish with a nice turn. There's no panic. There's no worry in what she's doing right now. So I'm going to call her a 13-year-old veteran.
Yeah, I mean, it's mind-blowing. I mean, Rosie, to think in your own career, age 13, I know, you know, you had contest success at a young age. I mean, it's pretty impressive to be at this stage at 13.
I mean, you're just entering your teenage years, so to see Ginger having this much ocean knowledge and this much body awareness, and even just the connectivity that she's finding with the surfboard. You mentioned yesterday, she picked up this board on her arrival here in California, the Michael Takayama, but to see that it's already become such an extension of herself and riding that equipment so well.
Yeah, it's a fresh board, and her last main board she's been using for the last season has also been a Michael Takayama, but a slightly different shape. So Michael would have customized this for Ginger, but she looks to be a little bit more lively on the rail. I think I noticed on our previous board maybe slightly longer on the nose rides. What this is going to give her is a slightly more lively turning board, which she's obviously decided is going to be a positive for her campaign this season, kicking off here at HB.
I know in some events, you know, like the duct tape, for example, and some of the other kind of specialty longboarding events around the world, there are certain rules surrounding the equipment, surrounding the boards that you ride. Are there rules like that in place for WSL longboard tour events? Do they have to be over 9 feet? Is there a weight requirement? Are there specific rules and bylines? I know I'm kind of throwing you out under the bus right now.
But no, it's fine. Cote, you can throw me under the bus anytime you like.
Perfect.
I'll take it on. 9 foot plus.
Okay.
And a cumulative set of whips that make it not a big wave gun. which is the middle and a foot back from the nose, a foot back from the tail. But there's no rules about number of fins or edging in the tail or weight. There was a period of time when there was a weight rule, but we've taken that out, and it's just 9+. And most of the surfers do ride single fins because it's small waves and these boards work well. And we can see Crystal on a nice right-hander as well, looking good on her Stephen Sawyer built board, of course, flying the flag for the Sawyer dynasty, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, just what a good clash and a good match there. The Stevie Sawyer shape, obviously Des Sawyer, Stevie's dad, also a legendary shaper from South Africa.
You must be so stoked, Rosie, to see all the South Africans here.
This is so great. I mean, everyone, also to note, Crystal is an amazing shortboarder.
Yeah.
She came 5th in the South African Championships. And yeah, she's just a well-rounded surfer, and it's great to see the South African contingent really traveling as a group, being here to support each one on the tours.
Was there a phase when you crossed over in heats? Would you have competed together at some stage?
No, so Crystal and I kind of missed each other in the competing stage, but just watching this beautiful line from her, very committed. But yeah, it's just so great to see, you know, the trajectory of where Crystal's career has taken her. Really committed to the longboard tour at the moment. Love that direction change right there, going left, swooping right. This wave seems like it's going to settle those nerves for her.
Yeah, this is going to be her strongest score so far, but she's probably still going to be chasing a score to move up into first, I think.
Yeah, and back to that big crew on the beach. Rosie, are we starting to see something that might be considered the South African storm?
I feel like there's that next generation of South Africans. I mean, a lot of them have already been, I mean, they know strangers to the tour, but I think Luke Thompson getting that big win in Bolido, I think that's really going to uplift the rest of the South African contingent and show that self-belief and confidence. To see them do well on the Challenger Series. And then also Jordy Smith. I mean, he was #1 in the rankings. He's doing us so proud. He's 2nd at the moment heading into Tahiti, but definitely there's a lot of motivation coming out of all of those great results.
And great characters on the longboard side. If we talk about our 4 representatives, we've got Oliver, we've got Sam, we've got Stevie, and we've got Crystal. And the nice thing about Sam doesn't always shape, but he does sometimes shape. But both Oliver and Stevie, full-time surfboard builders, riding their own self-made equipment. And that is an incredible thing to bring to surf culture, to be able to design and craft your own tools. And we'll get to see Oliver coming up in the men's round 2 later on his self-shaped, self-finished board.
Yeah, what a beautiful thing. And then Stevie also winning the world title just a few short years ago, and great to see, you know, Crystal is his partner and they've been traveling together, and saw a couple waves of her at the Abu Dhabi wave pool, and just an insane surfer.
Yeah, that was brilliant, the way Stevie had to win last season in Abu Dhabi to get into the top 8 to go for a world title. And he took the win and he went to El Salvador.
That was an emotional moment for everybody watching, especially for Stevie. And he's one of those guys you just can't help but cheer for. He's just awesome.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Man.
And he's got one of the best mustaches of the entire draw. So yeah, let's take a look at who we got here representing Team South Africa. I'm loving the camaraderie. I mean, I feel like, you know, we saw it early on at the Brazilian Storm. We've seen surfers from Australia now in the Challenger Series events really coalescing, getting behind each other. So I love to see this from our South African contingent. You know, these shortboarders don't have to be down here, but they are. They're supporting Crystal, and you love to see it. So with 14:55 to go, we're about to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. This one's just heating up. We'll be right back. Who's got that bikini bottom energy? I'll tell you who. The one and only SpongeBob SquarePants. That's right. We have the coolest sponsors of any event in town. We want to thank SpongeBob SquarePants for supporting us down here, so let's support SpongeBob right back. Check it out on Paramount Plus. Get yourself a Krabby Patty, sit on your couch, and watch some SpongeBob. That is a great way to spend an afternoon.
And you notice he's riding a single fin as well.
That's true. He
Pretty
got the
hard
memo.
edge on that rail, though. like hard edge all the way to the nose.
Yeah, and 9 feet plus, so he knows the rules. Here we go. 12:30 to go, and Crystal Hewlett is currently in second. We got Ginger Kaimi now, amplifying her lead potentially. She's got a 4.83 and a 4.17. Will that wave factor into her score line?
I like the nose ride. It was good. It was lifting. It was a long lock of the nose ride. Not much after it, but considering she's looking to better that 4.17, it may well factor in, or it may just fall a little bit shy of that score. But it's certainly still going to put a lot of pressure on Crystal. But a 5.30, considering she got a 3.70 for her last wave, I think she knows she can get the score. But Rosie, this is indicative of her nose riding. Straight to the tip, locks, does that soul arch, runs out and puts that board on rail.
Yeah, there's that little bit of a lift, and then you can tell that she just transitions so smooth into that carving maneuver.
I actually think it kind of looks cool when surfers pause as they're cross-stepping.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a...
Make cross-step.
Yeah, it just adds just a cool, unique little element to the ride.
Yeah, it's nicer almost to do that rather than pause between the steps up and riding.
Back on the nose, Crystal Hewlett. Up and out, 11 minutes to go. Crystal needs a 5.30. Not a huge number, but definitely going to take some effort, and it's going to take the right wave.
Yeah, there wasn't much scoring potential on that. You could see by the way she went into the tight nose ride, she just kind of sat back and recognized that this wasn't going to give me much. But she's staying busy, she's staying active, but she may now start to need to be patient to just get one of those runners. But this looks like it's got a bit of a wall ahead of it.
Crystal's going to fade right, as well as Ginger. Crystal's out, Ginger's still going. That wave went weird. She's going to stick with it. Somehow, easily makes the transition with that little bit of a swivel.
Yeah, nice work. And look, and see how she found that really nice clean section, and that was really dynamic to
bonus
come out of that.
That was a bonus combo right there.
There was a lot of skills in that little subtle Mickey Dora-esque kind of climb and drop where she had her feet planted, but she was just using her knees to kind of pendulum to swing the board rail to rail, and it worked, and she ended strong.
Crystal back up and a little too far past the nose.
I mean, it's heavy on the psychology when you come up against a young prodigy, you know, as a fully grown adult. It's also like a big thing because you know that you've got so much more wisdom and maturity and contest experience than the younger surfer you're against. But when they're surfing that well, it's just mind-blowing to think that Ginger is only 13 but demonstrating the types of skills on this transition, because this left, there's not a massive amount happening here for her, but she manages to link to the inside with some fantastic footwork. She cross steps forward, the board's planing, and now you'll just see with her knees together how she just kind of levers and pendulums the rail, and it allows her to drop into the cleanest section, touch the 5 and walk back to the tail and then whip that turn, and then she just flexes low, compresses, and comes out cleanly.
And not a drop of water coming up the rails too, just like having that reactiveness that when she needs to weight and unweight, she's right there, so the rails stay clean and the transitions are super elegant and clean with the water.
And she's qualified the hard way. You know, she's earned her stripe. She's qualified through the European Regional Tour. She finished second behind Elise Lemoine. Elise had already re-qualified because the top 10 on the previous season re-qualified into the top 24. So it meant the second-ranked European behind Elise, which was Ginger, got onto the tour. So she's earned her stripes to be here, and she's surfing at the highest level.
And that's arguably one of the more grueling regions to qualify through, because you've got all of Europe that you're competing with, and so many, as well as, you know, the archipelagos that are affiliated there. So definitely a huge amount of talent that you're surfing against, and to claim your spot on the tour is a hard one.
Well, you mentioned the archipelagos, the islands, Reunion, the likes of Philly and Elise, you know, they've learned to surf in Reunion. Of course, French territory, French passport holders spend a lot of time in mainland France. So it is a difficult region. And there's 2 events in the tour. There's one at the Boardmasters Festival in Newquay in Cornwall, and then there's one in Ferrol in Galicia in North Spain. So it's the combination of results across those 2 qualifying events with the WSL that earn your regional spot for Europe.
There's a lot of ways to qualify. There's a lot of ways to not qualify. There's so many talented young loggers out there in the world, all, you know, doing what they can. And I think the more opportunities that they have, obviously, around the world to cut their teeth on competition. You know, I love that the WSL has come through with a solid 4-stop series. That's just going to add, you know, more fuel to the longboarding fire around the world. And we have a deep international field, which is also super rad to see, because in the past, it was pretty much Australia, USA, Hawaii. We have strong representation from Japan, surfers from Italy competing. Of course, South Africa has come correct this year. And I just think more events, more visibility is going to really help fan the flames of a longboard scene that I feel like has been heating up for the last few years.
Yeah. And what was cool about that last ride of Ginger is that 5-6, I feel like almost 2 of those points were earned on that inside section, because the outside work wasn't super dynamic, but the way she did do something strong on the backside 5, and then it was linking and getting that really crisp, clean inside section to finish clean. And I think that jumped that score up from a 3.6 to a 5.6.
Yeah, incredibly creative too, and just the way that she reads the wave.
Because there's nothing much happening out of that opening nose ride. It wasn't very critical. It wasn't a high degree of difficulty. But the way she just used the nuances of the trim of the longboard here, this moment, it was fantastic. And then suddenly, like you said, Rosie, where there wasn't a drop of water splashing up, walking cleanly out of that. And then you could just see how her toe side of the footwork was on that inside rail, and it allowed her to just leave her off the single fin. And single fins turn pretty radically. There's like a big kind of swing effect that you can create if you stand in the right position on the board.
Ginger, again, on her way back out, sees a ripple, goes for it, and somehow gets on the nose through the white water. Didn't go her way, but that just shows you how skilled she is. And I'd say one underrated virtue of what makes a surfer on a longboard just look so good is hands.
Yeah.
You know, you watch what their hands are doing. You can see both these surfers, Ginger and Crystal, you know, their hands are adding to the style of the dance. And yes, this is a competition. That's a paddle battle.
They're so Ginger for you. She is the quickest paddler. She will hustle and hassle. She'll get amongst it every time she can.
So Crystal Hewlett now looking for a 7.23, quick 5. And fighting to stay in that wave, but falls out the back. That's going to definitely hinder the scoring potential of that one. And that gives Ginger Kaimi priority.
That hang 10 of Ginger, I got a little flashback of the classic David Nuiva photo where he's soul arching at the US Champs in '66. It was taken by so many photographers, Leo Hetzel, Art Brewer. They were all on the pier shooting that shot. So there's a lot of different variations of it. But this is Ginger for you. Look at the way she's in Crystal's space. And I've seen her competing in Europe for 3 years, and she's not afraid to do this. She'll play the game.
And there's some parts of competing that you see there when people start to fire up. I feel like on that second last ride and that last ride of Ginger, you can tell that she's finding the fun element right now. She's having fun in the lineup. Now she's playing the competitive game as it closes in on the last 4 minutes, just showing what a savvy competitor she is and how switched on.
She's just shadowing her every move.
This is tenacity isn't a word that you often hear when you think about kind of traditional competitive longboarding, but this is tenacity right here. This is pure, I mean, QS Challenger Series style competition. And you love to see it because Ginger knows how good Crystal Hewlett is and how she can make it happen on really any wave that comes her way. That wave went nowhere. 3:30 to go. Ginger Kaimi is doing everything right. She has a 5.33 and a 5.60. So it's a solid lead. It's not impervious yet, because if Crystal gets herself anywhere near that 7.23 mark, that could make for a huge momentum swing. But at the moment, I mean, look at this. This is a 13-year-old. She looks like a savvy QS grinder right now, the way she's got Crystal Hewlett right in her sights, and she's making her presence known.
But you know that Crystal's going to be on the beach supporting the rest of the South African team. If she does get knocked out and she doesn't get the score she needs, she's going to be right behind Oliver, Sam, and Stevie for the rest of the event.
Oh, 100%. And I'm sure even coming down and watching some of the Challenger event with the South Africans in the mix there.
2:45 now. Ginger holds priority. Crystal's thinking, come on, Gromit. Let me do my workout here.
Well, she's found some space at least.
All right, something could happen on this little right-hand runner. She's got to hope for it to grow down the line, and that's a dead end.
I do like that cool kind of stretch low 5, though. It's a classic. I can just picture Crystal absolutely owning the point section at J Bay with that type of nose ride.
You still call that a cheater 5?
Yeah, you could call it a stretch 5, maybe. I think it's a little bit discriminatory, that word cheater, isn't it?
Cheater 5, like you're not cheating because it's an actual trick.
Yeah, that's cool, though. I mean, look at that. Toes round the tip. Imagine her on a nice section at the point, just locked in.
I do think that's the tricky thing, thinking about the region where that Crystal's from. You'd almost have to travel all the way to Port Elizabeth to find beach breaky conditions like this, very wind affected. P's one of the windiest places in South Africa. And it's such a hard thing to have that mindset to leave perfect J Bay, just like the quintessential, just long running point breaks that are peeling for ages, and be like, okay, I've got to put that hard work in. I've got to go find some waves that are going to mirror what I'm going to be surfing in Huntington.
Yeah,
J Bay might have to put in like a bad wave pool for people to train.
Yeah, and you know, not even J Bay. She'd be at Seal Point or Bruce's Beauties. You know, there's just like a garden of iconic right-handers in that territory.
I feel bad for her. She's just got all these perfect waves around her. Where is she going to practice?
Well, it's where you grew up, isn't it, Rosie?
Well, I am from the Eastern Cape, but just a little bit more towards the Durban area in East London. But yeah, that like J Bay, St. Francis, that whole area is so wave-rich, but mainly right-hand point breaks.
Well, Ginger just did it again. She pulled a fast one on Crystal, got this wave with her priority. Here she's paused in the cross step, gets out on the nose. That was a defensive maneuver, but out the back, Crystal Hewlett. Oh, these waves are just not helping her out at all. With 30 seconds left, she still needs a 7.23. Will she get the connection? She will not.
Yeah, so unlucky. I mean, the wave wasn't really going to allow too much, but we could see her skills. You know, I love the way she went low and high in that nose ride.
She's just kind of bringing that Anne's Avenue where she's probably been practicing in the St. Francis region. But yeah, well done to Ginger. Just such an impressive competitor at such a young age.
Yeah,
I'm glad prodigy.
I'm glad we got to see the full spread of her tactics there. We got to see the nose riding, the fact that she's got good read of the ocean conditions, and the fact that she really is a savvy, serious competitor.
There you see the double-digit heat total, 10.93 for Ginger Kaimi. She advances past Crystal Hewlett. We got a lot more logging to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Best Western, official hotel destination of the World Surf League, and by No Cap, official soda of the World Surf League.
Day 2 competition right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico in women's elimination round, heat number 7. But our winner of heat number 6, Ginger Kaimi, moving through into the round of 16, the youngest surfer in the event, only 13 years of age, and making her debut on the World Longboard Tour. Mitchell Salazar with one of the greats of the longboarding world, Carla Zamora. Carla, fun day so far into the last 2 heats of women's elimination round. We got a big one. Former number 5 in the world, Sophia Culhane, up against Kira Molnar, a longtime surfer coming out of Noosa, Queensland.
Yeah, 2 solid competitors right here. Different styles, different approaches, different kind of boards. Sophia, I think, riding that Michael Takayama, and Kira, I think, is on the Noosa longboard brand. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting heat. The last heat, a little bit of an upset there. The young competitor, Ginger, taking the win. We'll see how things round up for this round, the elimination round, heat 7. I know both these ladies definitely want to make it into that round 3. Sophia opening up with a 4, Kira opening up with a 3.5, so evenly matched here at the first start of the heat.
And it seems like Molnar up and riding on her second ride, going to get caught up with the opening exchange. But Kira, as you mentioned, coming from Noosa, tends to not only surf around that area quite a bit, but very well versed in all different types of breaks worldwide. Competed before for the Australian team at ISA events. Of course, longtime surfer on the World Qualifying Series Longboard Tour, and several years now on the Championship Tour level right here, but still looking for victory number 1 at this level, and coming out of an incredible area in Queensland. A lot of great waves, especially at certain times of the year over there.
And yeah, Noosa is one of my favorite areas. You know, as coming from Malibu, your whole travel ends up being trying to find a wave like First Point Malibu. Well, there's First Point Noosa, which is pretty similar, great nose ride wave. And as you said, lots of waves in that area.
And one of the Waikiki kids up now, Sophia Culhane, 19-year-old representing Honolulu. That's a beautiful 5 right there by Sophia. Has experienced victory at this level before, winning an event in El Salvador a few years ago, defeating her good friend Kelis Kaleopa'a in the final as well. And Sophia going to finish up ride number 2 here in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Last of Molnar, a 4.17, her opener a 3.5. And obviously expectations high for Sophia. Still very young though, 19 years, and pretty incredible that she is still succeeding the way she has since she was a mid-teen. So lots of time on the clock. Let's go downstairs to the youngest surfer in the event, Ginger Kaimi, with Rosie.
That's right, Ginger Kaimi. Welcome to the World Longboard Tour. This 13-year-old has been incredible. What have you made of your time here at the US Open so far?
I am super happy to be here, and it's my first time. I can't believe I am the tour, and the waves are beautiful, the organization are beautiful, and just be happy.
All positivity. This elimination round can be quite stressful. How did you handle the nerves, or did you feel any at all?
I don't have nervous, just like today it's gonna be a good day, so I think just go in the water and do what I can do and be happy, just always with a smile.
And I'm sure there's a lot of support online for you. Do you want to give a shout out to anyone?
Okay, I want to, can I say in Italy? Okay. Voglio salutare tutta la mia famiglia, la mia nonna che mi ha supportato tanto, e tutta la mia famiglia, la mia sorella, la mia mamma che è qua e anche mio papà per aiutarmi a compiere questo sogno. Senza di loro non potrei essere qua adesso, quindi grazie tante, grazie a Gervais Fins che mi dà le pinne e a Michael Takayama Surfboards.
We'll see more of Ginger in the round of 16, you guys. I can't wait.
Neither can we. Grazie and felicitazione to Ginger Kaimi representing Italy. As Sophia Colhane up and riding here, has a 6 on her previous ride. She's already up into the double digits and has a 4 as a backup, which she's trying to improve on. Here's Kira now. At the moment, needing a 5.84, so basically a 6-point ride to retake the lead. And Molnar talked about her experience at the top. She has definitely been very close to doing well at these major events. But Sophia Colhane, several years in the running for her maiden world championship. 19 years of age, comes from a great surfing family, already up into the 10-point ride. It's a 10-point range, excuse me.
Yeah, beautiful nose riding coming from Sophia. She gets those toes over. I love having those toes creeping over the nose. Really shows that criticalness of the nose ride, and then also the replay of Kira here. She gets those 2 steps up. As you mentioned, Kira started, I think, more as a shortboarder in her surfing career, evolved into a longboarder, and has been really working over the years to improve her longboard style. Has had a few wins in the regional, qualifiers and some of those bigger events within Australia, but as you mentioned, not really quite found her win here on tour, although she has been on tour for several years. Kira, both really lovely women, but I've gotten to know Kira quite well. She's fun to be with.
Yeah, 31 years of age out of Noosa, and then Colhane does improve on the 4, a 5.17 on this last one for her. So Carla off to a fantastic start in less than the first 8 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, really keeping that rhythm and that flow kind of going here. But both ladies really kind of volleying for waves. Sophia gets one, Kira gets one. So Kira keeping the pressure on no matter what. She is looking for a 7.0. So a rather high score at the moment, but we've seen a lot of these heats where they've just kind of chipped away, getting higher scores, kind of reducing that qualification in order to get to the next heat.
Well, this is already a good indication. 4 waves ridden for Molnar, waiting on her 5th score now. Meanwhile, Colhane has improved on all 3 of her rides, a 6 and a 5.17 at the moment. As Carla mentioned, Kira needing a 7-point ride at the moment to take the lead. And, despite the good efforts on this one, typically first wave of the set, when there is a bit of crumble, tends to be the dirtiest one. In her defense, though, not many second waves or thirds out of the set right now.
No, yeah, I've been talking with various, competitors during our breaks and stuff. Kira and I were having a conversation. It doesn't seem to be in anyone's benefit to wait for any big macking wave, but just to kind of stay busy. She is pretty comfortable in conditions like these, plenty of experience on beaches and beaches. So it's not something that she's going to really feel too unfamiliar with, whereas opposed Sophia is definitely kind of used to surfing some pretty quality and more powerful surf, being in Hawaii and whatnot, even Waikiki. I remember the first time surfing in Waikiki and thinking, oh, it's so pretty and playful, and then you get a wave and you're like, oh, there's some push behind there, even though it's a 2-foot wave, it's like, oh, there's a little bit of punch there. So, different energies, different strategies, different approaches.
And most of those waves, especially on the south shore of Oahu, tend to break pretty far out too. So you lose your board, you're paddling in quite a while right there to be able to recover it. But talk about the talent, the Waikiki kids. Kalis Kaleopa'a, she actually won the Surf in the Summer earlier this year. Sophia was able to get second, but look at the 4 people in the final. Natalia Wunderlich in 3rd, Summer Romero in 4th. So Sophia obviously not only very talented, she also competes on a regular basis with some of the best in the world too over there on Oahu's South Shore. Gets the 5 once again. Good ride, and boy, has she competed well in the first 10 or 11 minutes of this heat. Carla looking for the reform on the inside. Gonna be able to get it going left. Gonna redirect right. And a fantastic start for Sophia Colhane, looking to improve on a 5.17. Board also seems to be looking very well this morning.
Yeah, I was just noticing there the thumb tail. Not really a pintail, not quite a square tail, but that thumb tail probably gives her a little more maneuverability, a little responsiveness on the tail here, as we can see in the replay. Definitely stable on those steps to the nose. Keeps her high line up there, trying to redirect to get some more tip time there. A little bit of a double up almost just in front of her, but that wave behind stays nice and clean and separated for her. She's got one of the nicer styles, in my opinion, on the tour. Keeps her hands and her arms pretty controlled. And you can see a smile on her face, so she's having a good time. So
Why not?
That's good, yeah.
I mean, in the end, it all comes down to how much you enjoy it. And I started pacing a lot before the heat. She was ready to go 20 minutes before she even paddled out.
Did you see them waiting up there?
Oh,
like
yeah.
really kind of psyching
She was
up?
antsy, yeah.
She was antsy and probably just trying to find her space, her quiet moment. You know, everyone's got a different strategy. Some people like we were talking about music, and if you're needing to get amped up, you're probably listening to some pretty amped up stuff. If you're trying to mellow down, some of us just need quiet, maybe meditation.
Right.
So there's different approaches to it. And obviously her and her mom were sitting there kind of getting ready, gearing up.
People already have that kind of natural energy, right? And sometimes you need to bring them down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why it's necessary to have somebody like her mother right here as well. So just under 18 minutes on the clock. Colhane extends her lead. Her last one, a 7.17. Molnar did paddle for a wave right now. Lost priority, needs a 9-point ride at the moment to move up into the lead. Colhane having a look. And she is going to be up and riding. This is already her 5th wave. And she has been not only extremely efficient, she has been surfing the majority of these waves as well as you could. Great top turn right there by Sophia.
Maybe one of our first little reforms in here.
Well, she has had multiple in this heat already, and talk about just feeling comfortable this morning in the lineup.
Well, she's already got that 6 and now dropped a 7.17 on her 4th wave. This last ride was really pretty strong too. So I'd be willing to bet she's going to get close to, if not surpass, that 6.0.
I agree with you. 17 minutes to go. Molnar now looking for any kind of response. Going left. Get a touch of the 5 right there, but loses control coming out of it. And it seems like she's going to have to wait for another wave and try to recover priority before Sophia paddles back out. So still waiting on the last of Colhane, which is, as what Carla said, very likely to improve on the 6-point ride.
But I may have jinxed us. I think
16 and a half on the clock. Let's go down to AJ.
Mitchell, I am exactly where I want to be right now because I am at the Lexus house surrounded by 2 incredible vehicles. This is the Lexus LX 700 Ultra Luxury, a hybrid vehicle, but I want to focus on this beauty right here because it has been customized for the Lexus US Open of Surfing into the ultimate surf road trip vehicle. This bad boy has a surf rack on the top. It's got a slide out cargo storage, built-in cooler, a waxing table, a turf changing mat, and as you can see, the aesthetics are on point. And there's, of course, durable luxury on the inside as well with a beautiful leather interior. So if they can't find this one at the end of the week, please don't come look in my garage. I promise it is not there.
Hey, AJ, where are you taking your Lexus on your first party road trip?
Oh my goodness, Mitchell, such a hard question. I think I might go a little NorCal trip. I might go up, do some wave hunting up through Santa Barbara, check out some things up there, do some hiking on the inside because this ocean, mountains, I think this vehicle can take me everywhere that I want to go.
Love hearing that. Thank you, AJ. And big thank you to everybody over at Lexus as well. Not only sponsoring here the Lexus US Open of Surfing, being a pivotal part of what the World Tour consists of. Colhane going left. Previous ride coming in at a 4.57, so does not improve. This one looking like another short one. Meanwhile, Molnar talked about how good of a competitor she is. Looking to bounce back and make a big comeback right here in the second portion of this heat. Just under 15 minutes to go. And, you know, for Kira, good year on the regional QS, by the way. 4th place over at the Gold Coast Open. 2nd place at home at Noosa. Actually defeated by Malia Ilagan in the final. One of your proteges, by the way, Carla. But for Kira, 31 years of age, balances not only surfing with her exercise science degree, also Pilates instructor herself.
Yeah, super fit, very knowledgeable when it comes to kinesiology and working the body and strengthening the body. As we watch the replay here. Sophia on the left, we saw kind of in the corner in the beginning there. Kira had taken the right. I don't think that score will factor into Sophia's play here, but Kira looking for a 9. Bit of a high score, hefty call for her to work through here, but as we see that inside section starting to kind of come alive as the tide fills in over the sand. She's going to maximize her scoring potential by trying to fit in as many little nose rides and steps, redirecting in the curl. As I said, looking for a 9, pretty hefty score.
Well, lots of time still for her, and at least looking to improve on the 4.17. That would make her life easier in the back end of this heat right here. But priority with Culhane, I am truly impressed. I mean, we all know about her talent, but the way she has really competed in the first half of this heat right here, I have to be saying this is one of the best performances I've seen out of the women's event so far.
Yeah, she seems really calm, kind of putting her nerves maybe at bay for the moment. Sometimes that's just what you need. Sometimes that first day of
you need to get
event,
out of the way, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's that introduction, if you will. It's your interview or something. You got to get the nerves out, kind of get the vibes rolling, and then that second day can often be a little bit an easier roll into. And so we see last of Kira. Fortunately, she betters that 3.5, tosses that away, so she's got the 4.17 and drops a 4.77 on her last ride. So now she's better situation just slightly, needing an 8.4. Still a pretty large score there with 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but she's just going to keep chipping away at it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, for some people, especially with that long of a break between major events, longboard qualifying series, you're seeing most of the people, format's not the same.
Yeah.
Here we're actually talking about a championship tour event, opening round, 3-person heat, priority included. You have the major broadcast on site too. And we're not just talking about any event on the schedule, right? It's the Lexus US Open. I mean, everybody's down here on the beach every single day.
It's really a fantastic thing. I remember having a conversation a couple of years ago, I think it was with Chloe, and the first time that she had come here, and just how much it not affected her, but just how impressionable, I should say, how that this event has on a surfer. And the shortboard tends to kind of get a little bit more play, but for us longboarders, you know, we're always kind of seeking that limelight, and this is such a great opportunity for those longboarders to get that play and to get that shine and get that moment to kind of, you know, be acknowledged and feel all of that work that they've done all year long, and it's kind of paying off.
Speaking of paying off, how about the incredible work behind the scenes to get a great schedule of events here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. A lot going on, including the longboard portion. As Carla was saying, Kira, great touch of the 10 right there momentarily. And looking for a reform double up here on the inside if she can get it. Somehow she does. Redirecting towards the left, and just as I say that, doesn't fully connect all the way to the short break, but still potential to improve on the 4.77 right here for the surfer in blue.
Super strong read by Kira. The way she kind of kept milking it back into the reform. Almost didn't seem like she was going to pull it off, but got a few more scoring points there, and she did get that little tip on the 10 there. So she definitely knows what she needs to put into those rides to kind of elevate those scores. And she did that. So we'll see how what the judges think about it.
10 minutes 20 on the clock. So a lot happening in the water at the moment. Also a lot happening outside of the water too, as we wait for the scores for Kira Molnar right here, looking to at least improve on the 4.77 herself. An 8.4 would move her up into first place. And looking at today's happenings right now, longboard tour in the water at stop number 1 of 3, No Cap Freestyle Moto. Starting in a couple of minutes over there at the No Cap Moto Ramp. We do have 3 sessions today, 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling, that's at 1 over at the Lexus House. And of course, scan the QR code for sundown sets. It's Reggae Sunday today, 4 to 7 p.m. over at the Beach Bar. You can get your tickets now by scanning the QR code that is on screen. Common Kings, they went off yesterday. It was actually sold out right here at the Beach Bar. I would be assuring too that the Reggae Sunday is also going to be sold out later on. But AJ, a lot more going on than just the surfing portion here at the Open.
Mitchell, wheels is the theme for me to hit during the activations, because I am at the No Cap Moto Show. And when I tell you the stars are flying high, I'm not kidding. This is Jared McNeil and friends, brought to you by No Cap, a 16-time X Games medalist This crew is putting on 3 shows today. Right now, the first one, another one at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. But they are flipping high above the sand here at Huntington Beach, catching their breath right now. So I want to show you where they are going, because you can see the ramp behind me and then the huge landing zone, which they have taken full advantage of, because these guys are doing backflips, but not just like a straight up backflip. We're throwing some stees, some style in, some different grabs. The crowd lined up at the fence here. They just go from surf to moto and back again, because we've got it all here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The guys look like they're revving their engines, quite literally, as they get ready for another run at this ramp. And Mitchell, it's pretty cool over here, I'm not gonna lie, in between the surf heats to come check out the moto.
Definitely seems that way. Anything that's really stood out for you in terms of the difference this year in comparison to previous years of the Open, AJ?
I honestly think the vibes are as high as they ever have been. It is one of those things where when you come down to Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, there is something for every single person. So if you're a surf fan, of course, we have the best surfers in the water all week long. But then if you're into the moto scene, come on down, check out the No Cap Moto Show, and there's activations all around the facility. So for me, Mitch, having been this is my 4th straight US Open of Surfing, and I just feel like the vibes are as high as they've ever been. I'm having so much fun, and I really want these guys to get going, because my jaw has dropped the entire time we have been standing here preparing for this hit. So here, it looks like they're getting geared up, Mitch, and you got to stay with me, because this is so impressive to see.
Thank you, AJ. Really appreciate it. And not only a lot going on over there with the No Cap Moto Freestyle, how about the water action right now, too? Colhane, Molnar, back-to-back waves, 7 minutes on the clock. And Kira at the moment still searching for that 8.4. And that is without saying that Colhane still surfing an absurd heat at this moment. 7 waves ridden. A good portion of them could be still leading the heat, despite the 2 counting waves being a 6 and a 717. All in all, though, very evenly matched heat, I would say. 2 different styles. Definitely see more of the point break style by Kira Molnar, but when it comes to that Waikiki connection, it seems like a lot of the Hawaiian surfers really doing well over here in Southern California too, Carla.
Yeah, they tend to do really well here in Huntington specifically, I feel like. And I think that, you know, that's a testament to just being busy. A lot of them do travel out to California quite often. And, you know, you can get that buddy pass, I think. Flying to and from Oahu to here is not too pricey, so it's a bit easier to do. Yeah, Sophia just really showing that really cool style, just keeping really calm and collected, really graceful. Kira staying nice and busy, really being searching out for that wave as we get to watch the first of the action. That's what makes this so high visibility, is because you got people from all over. Doesn't mean you're just interested in surfing. You're in for the action just like this.
It's a pretty small bike too.
He's got a small bike, but he gonna get big air.
I don't think I could fit on that thing myself personally, but
it'd be like the bear on the bike in the circus.
Well, get him at hang time on that one right there. So 3 sessions today. The 11 a.m. just started. Have one at 1 p.m. and later at 3 p.m. as well for the No Cap Moto Freestyle.
It's really fun to see in person. I remember last year being on one of my breaks and walking by and just happening to hit it during one of the shows. And it doesn't compare on screen. If you are in the area, you should come down and check it out. Seeing all of this in person, it's definitely breathtaking.
I might have to park a couple of blocks away too, because at 11 a.m. right now, probably minimal parking close here to the beach as well. Sophia Colhane still leading. Her last does not improve. It is a 3.33. Low score still a 6-point ride. The last 2 of Molnar really 3.77, 3.64. Kira, so not for lack of trying, but still needing the 8.4. And at the moment, Colhane playing some defense right here. She needs really to keep Kira off of anything good, and seems like that might be the intent at the moment.
Well, and you see how she kind of, Kira turned on that. There'd be a question, did she kind of egg her on to go?
Well, either way, if the pressure was on,
it's a good one.
It's definitely good pressure.
Yeah.
Colhane is just
really in control, not only of her board, really of the lineup at the moment. And you can just see, once again, that comfort level. Sometimes people are a little antsy before they paddle out after the first wave, the 4. Good way to start off the heat. It really seems like she has settled into this one.
Definitely. I was chatting with another group up there, and we were talking about, you know, life is happening too in between these contests, right? You don't know what's going on at home with family, and so she seems like she's having a really good go of things. Things are feeling very calm. She doesn't seem stressed. She doesn't, you don't feel any of that energy. You know, sometimes you can actually feel that nervous energy even through the screen with the surfers. You don't feel that from her at all. She seems very comfortable in where she's at the moment.
You're getting philosophical on me earlier this morning.
You know, with Ben earlier yesterday, I felt like we needed to keep on a little bit of
it's gonna be a daily reoccurrence.
We'll evolve into the depth of life. But no, it's true. You know, surfing is just one part of it. You're here as a competitor. Life is still going on. You know,
it's just one aspect of things.
This is just one aspect, you know, and we've all got our lives going on. My poor husband's dealing with our land shark of a puppy while I'm here watching surf, you know, so.
Doesn't sound too bad. He's probably enjoying from the couch, having to take care of the dog every now and then.
As long as the dog's not gnawing on a finger, it's all good. Like I said, he's a land shark right now. But here we are here in Huntington Beach. Like you said, it's a great day here. A little bit of texture on the water at the moment, but the wind seems to be kind of holding at this one speed, if you will. Not a lot of surf, but plenty of contestable waves. As we can see the lineup here, where 8 waves for Sophia Culhane. That 8th wave that Kira kind of sold her on to use her priority ends up dropping in at her highest scoring wave of the heat and of the day, I believe, at a 7.6.
And actually might be the highest heat total of the event so far, nearly 15 points, 14.77 for the surfer representing Honolulu, Hawaii. There are the 5 scores right there. 1 even dropping excellence, and you know, you throw out the high and the low, you average the other 3, but pretty tight scoring right there, Carla. Just 0.8 difference, and typically at this level, you're allowing a 1.2, maybe a 1.3 difference in opinion between the high and the low. Really tight by our 5 judges up there right now.
And you can see why she's earned the 7.6 there. She gets the solid steps, 4 steps to the nose, gets the nice, pretty long nose ride, and then it was that finishing turn there where she brings it back around into this reform section. She kind of holding tight. That one doesn't reform all the way to the inside, but she had already done all the work.
So a little over a minute. Molnar now with priority, needing a 10-point ride. And say, you know, the 10 right now, given the conditions, might not be as attainable. You at least want to finish with the high note, though, right? Did I use priority in the right way? Did I compete the way I wanted to on my last wave, knowing that I was needing basically a perfect score? So in the end, still a lot of positives to take out from Kira's performance right here. And we're still going to see her compete both at home in Oz and over in Abu Dhabi as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know, it's not the end of the road. I was saying the same thing to some of the other girls that have just made it on tour and nervous about this first event. It's like, hey, you're already on tour. Just look at what's in front of you here. Deal with what's now. Kira's doing that. Gets a little tip time on the shoulder there, trying to get into that reform as the wave kind of peters into the inside there. She's hoping it's going to stand up for her, but alas, it shall not.
20 seconds, so that'll be the last attempt to get the score that is required at the moment by Kira Molnar. Looking to at least improve on the 4.77 if she can as her high mark. Meanwhile, the heat winner, Sophia Culhane, a monster heat total, nearly 15 points. Real great work by Sophia, representing the Waikiki kids, and at the moment, really setting the standard for what you can do out here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. She is going to be moving through into the round of 16, heading into tomorrow. We'll see Kira Molnar over at Bells Beach. Sophia Culhane still in the draw. Heat 8 coming up. Tolly White, Luana Suarez, and a special guest when we come back. It's another beautiful day on the west coast of the U.S. It's the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico here in Huntington Beach, California. And guess what? We promised you we're going to give it to you. One of the best surfers on the planet joining us in the booth for the last heat of the women's elimination round. That is Chloe Calmon. We call her the Queen of Rio for a reason, joining Carla and myself. Chloe, thank you for joining us. A great heat yesterday. You're off today because you're not in the elimination round, fortunately. And Huntington Beach, once again, really giving you the goods yesterday. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's really nice to be out here with you too. And yeah, I'm really stoked to be back on tour and back in Huntington.
Yeah, so Rio, Huntington Beach, similarities, right? You're in the LA metro area, a lot of people, and great waves, of course, in this area too, especially where you come from in Macumba.
Yeah, so I've grown up surfing beach breaks, really similar conditions to here right before I flew to California. So it feels nice to be competing beach breaks, and there can be some tricky moments throughout the day, but there's plenty of opportunities. High tide, low tide is always different peaks throughout the beach. So yeah, I'm stoked.
So the last heat of the round in the water at the moment, Tolly White from Australia in the red, Luana Soares from Brazil is in the blue. 30-minute heats, and looking at this one, great matchup, Carla, and looking at Soares, as Chloe very well knows, the South American surfers to be able to qualify for the World Longboard Tour, not only a good amount of beach breaks, a good amount of beach breaks that resemble here Huntington Beach as well.
Yeah, Chloe, there's been quite a force of new longboard women in Brazil. Maybe you can touch a little bit on Lua and some of the girls that have been following in your footsteps.
Yeah, so the level in female longboarding in Brazil has been growing so much. Luana is a great reflection on that. That's her second year on tour. She just won the South American qualifying to come here, and she's a really good upcoming surfer. She has a great style. We've been competing together this year on the national tour and on the LQSs, so I'm really stoked to see another Brazilian on tour.
Yeah, from Camburi, great area. And of course, as Chloe was mentioning, not only really a larger amount of surfers on the longboarding side within Brazil, really South America. Mafer Reyes was also doing very well on the longboard tour for a good amount of years. And just touch on not only the aspect of surfing within South America, the amazing waves that there are in that portion of the world too, Chloe. It seems like day in, day out, plenty of waves in the region.
Yeah, and we have such a big coastline, amazing waves, mostly beach breaks. So I think from having a beach break background, it kind of makes it easier to become a competitor because you're used to surfing, changing conditions all the time. And once you get your chance on perfect waves, then you're having a blast. But then beach breaks is not something like scary for us, like we are used to. And Peru also have great talent, that's Piccolo and Mafer, and for the last years. But for this year, we only have 3 South American represents, which is me, Luana, and Jefferson on the male side. And yeah, stoked to see Brazil coming on with a big group this time.
317, the opener of Tolly White right here. Soares with a couple of small scores, Carla. And when you look at the environmentalist Tolly White, well, not only is she a great surfer, she does a lot for her community back home in Australia, too.
Yeah, involved with, I think it's the Surfers for Climate initiative out there, and just definitely a great role model, you know, for other female surfers in being a part of the community, and it's not just serving, you know, the sole competitive aspect, but really, you know, tapping into the culture itself. She's a fabulous surfer. I believe she's riding a Nettleton this round. I know she was riding keel boards maybe for a minute. I think it's that involvement style, Australian style board. Bit different than a lot of the other competitors are using, but she's really got such an amazing style. She's also on my top list of stylistas, if you will.
There's a lot of them at this event too.
I know.
It's hard to pick them.
Totally.
So 23:30 right here. White with a 317 momentarily in the lead. And Chloe, just looking at, you know, how impactful this event has been for a lot of people throughout their young careers. You obviously mentioned Piccolo being a 2-time world champion, and coming from South America, primarily beach breaks. What kind of things do you look forward to when it comes to competing here at Huntington? You mentioned that it changes quite a bit throughout the day. What about the 4-day window you have during the longboard event, though?
I think this event, it kind of makes you ready for anything, all kind of conditions, and the waves here change so much. And this is my third time competing here in Huntington. It's always a surprise, so you got to make sure you're ready for everything. And I think this is the mindset for every event, but especially Huntington, and with all the crowd as well and in the beach, so you really have to work on your mental side as well to stay focused.
Charlie White here up and riding. Saw Suarez on a right-hander.
Quick footwork.
Yeah, and you mentioned the board too. How's that trim on that line that she took right there, Carla?
Yeah, not a lot of rocker, as you can see, which is that bend from nose to tail. It's a bit flatter rocker, which is going to give her a lot of speed in her trim moments. And then depending on how he's placed the rocker, probably in the tail slightly, that'll give it that lift on the nose.
That's a board for me right now, by the way, too. With how small it is, I'm taking any kind of volume I can get on the nose right there.
I'm saying a couple more inches.
At the very least.
We love you, Mitch Salazar.
I know you do. I'm the big Z of our crew right now.
I'm the little Z. We fit then.
Just under 22 minutes. And you look at Suarez and her development so far. You mentioned her winning not only the Longboard Regional QS Series in South America. After several years of competing yourself, a 2.93, the last of Suarez, still waiting on the last of Charlie White. Why don't you take us through it, Carla?
Yeah, I got some really quick footwork there where she gets that tight 5 there in the critical section, kind of waits it out to redirect it back into that white water. You could see it, the wave kind of fattening up a little bit there as it comes into the inside, into a deeper zone of the break, not able to get any reform after that. So she's already sitting with a 3.17 and a 4.67. I'm going to guess it's going to come somewhere in that similar range. We tend to be really good at jinxing those scores when we try to say it ahead of time, so we'll just see what the judges have to say.
21 minutes on the clock. White at the moment in the lead. Suarez with priority, needing just under a 5. Rosie with Sophia Colhane.
That's right, Sophia, a semi-finalist last year at this event. Is it so good to be back competing at Huntington in the first Longboard World Tour event that we're seeing this season?
Yes, I'm so happy to be back here. I love Huntington and stoked to make it through that heat. I mean, no one wants to be in the elimination round, so happy to just get that one knocked out of the way, and yeah, excited for the rest of the event.
I did want to touch on the elimination round. It is such a sketchy one, some nerves that you might be feeling. What do you think the takeaway or key moments in that heat were for you?
I mean, just take it heat by heat and yeah, shake the nerves off. First event of the year for us, so yeah, I'm just stoked to make it through that one and excited for the rest of the event.
And as we head into 2025, what are your goals for this year?
I feel like everyone's goal is always to win a world title, but yeah, just super excited for the rest of the year, and yeah.
Taking it heat by heat. Well, you're into the round of 16. Thank you for the time, Sophia. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Sophia Colhane, one of Honolulu's finest. Moving, oh, a little barrel action from, or at least an attempt by Luana Suarez right here on the inside. And, you know, Chloe, Carla and I were talking earlier today about the enjoyment of not only this in your life, what about life itself outside of the actual jersey that you're seeing right here? It seems like most of you surfers really tend to enjoy yourselves when you come to these events.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have the chance to compete at the US Open, it's the closest we can get to like surfing in an arena with so many spectators, and then when you go out for your heat, the beach is packed, the pier is crowded, and then you see action like happening from everywhere you see. So it's always a really exciting event to be part of because there's so much fun happening outside of the surfing event. And yeah, it's always a big show here in Huntington.
What's the main thing you've learned about yourself throughout your years on tour, Chloe?
Oh, that's
I know.
We're getting a bit philosophical here.
She put me up to it, by the way. She put me up to it.
I did not. It was Ben Skinner. He started the role.
I feel like we are all here towards the main goal, which is to win and do our best. But I feel like, especially after stepping back for a while and coming back with a different perspective, I feel so grateful to have an opportunity to be here representing my culture, representing my country in front of so many people. And I think that feeling never gets old. Doesn't matter how long you're on tour. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing this. And sometimes you can get too strict on thinking on results, but when you see like the whole aspect of it and still like being on a world stage, like coming from your hometown beach to Huntington Beach, which is such a pristine place in surfing international culture overall. So it's always nice to like look through the bigger picture.
Seems like a good perspective to have, right, Carla?
I'm going to get emotional again. Because my Chloe's grown up so nicely and so well. And it's hard. You know, Chloe started this journey when she was 14 years old and has been so dedicated and so driven and so you've worked so hard at everything she does. And it's really cool to I think she's a great example to the other young girls of you know, stamina and sticking with it, and then also maybe adapting and making changes when those things are calling to you. And so taking that break last year that you really needed. You needed that reset. We missed you so much last year. There were so many times during some of these heats that I was like, I just want to see Chloe on this wave. But she's back, and she's better than ever.
16:50 on the clock here. Suarez up and riding her previous ride. A 4.43, her high mark at the moment, looking for a 3.42 to move up into first. Checking out our Pacifico fan picks right here for heat number 8 of women's elimination round. Very much in the favor of Tully White at the moment. Nearly 3/4 of our fans watching online voting that Tully's going to make it out of this heat into the round of 16. 26% in the favor of the Brazilian Soares. Last one comes through at just a 1.67. And looking at the wind slightly picking up, not necessarily something that is horrible at this point of the day, considering that it is pretty small out there. Chloe, having a little bit of crumble actually makes it easier to get into a lot of these waves out there.
Yeah, I think the wind is not the main factor out here now, which actually the main factor comes as the high tide. And the tide coming high, the waves get a little longer, and it's a bit slow over there. After each heat, you see less sets coming, so you gotta be patient, but at the same time, enjoy all the opportunities that comes at you. So yeah, it's a really tricky heat with not many opportunities. So Tully and Luana are doing their best, taking all the waves possible and trying to make their best performance over the conditions.
Hey, what's the name of your family business, by the way, right there in Recreo? I think we were having lunch there a good amount of years, a few
It's not my family business, but like I've been going there for so long that everyone thinks it's a family business.
That's what I thought.
That's where I grown up.
Okay.
And there's still the place I practice every day. I've been surfing there for over 20 years. So yeah, it's a nice place to
I'm a big fan of that area. Recreo to me is like the best part of Rio.
Oh yeah.
And at this point, having gone there so many times, I almost consider myself a carioca now.
Oh, nice. Because you can speak a bit of Portuguese, can you?
Eu falo. Yeah. By the way, your English is superb, and that's something that I always got to give credit to a lot of international people. They're usually forced to have to learn English because of travel. And for yourself, how difficult or how easy has it been to actually learn a second language?
Yeah, because very few countries speak Portuguese, so like English is pretty much mandatory for us. And I started studying English at a very young age at school, but I feel like I improved a lot when I started surfing and competing abroad and learning all the surf slangs and surfing dictionary, which is really different to what you learn like in the English school. And also being surrounded by Spanish-spoken countries in South America, we get to speak Spanish as well. A bit of Portuñol, which is a mix of Portuguese and Spanish, but yeah.
Tully White up and riding, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 3.17. Pleased to be joined by Chloe Calmon in the booth here for the final heat of women's elimination round. Taking a Bonso brew break. It's the men coming up. Their elimination round, it's going to be Kai Salas taking on Kai McPhillips when we come back.
And I get to the bank, and it was 120 grand was missing. So then I'm thinking, like, what the do I do?
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
By the time the detective got the case, I'd already had like multiple leads to hand off to him. It still kind of lingers over me, but like I had a few people reach out to me and they told me like, hey, you should take this down. It's not worth it because like this is probably some like cartel.
Yeah.
Or someone you don't want to with.
Yeah.
And at that point I was at such a low and I'm like, I don't give a who it is. I want payback, dude. I want revenge, you know? So they had their blueprint of how to do it. And their whole thing was robbing surfers. Because surfers hide their keys and then they're out in the water for at least, like myself, 20 minutes.
It's not 5 minutes.
To a couple hours, you know? And then by the time they come back in, they're locked out. This guy can get in your phone in like 10 minutes, everything in your phone. He wiped me out and then we got him back.
Thanks for getting that guy off the streets.
Yeah, they'd been looking to like get him for a while. They just didn't have the ammo, you know.
Dude, I didn't know how nuts that story was.
Yeah, well, that's like the the
bridge version.
That's like the PG-13 version, dude. Really? Yeah.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Episode 13 of the Cold Beer Surf Club with former number 4 in the world, Connor Coffin, and guest Logan Chucky Dolian is live wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to this episode of the Cold Beer Surf Club on WorldSurfLeague.com and much more to come after that. Snap 5, by the way, the director, Logan Chucky Dolian, making the premiere right here at Sea Legs at the Beach. Next Saturday, you can get those tickets on their Instagram. 10 minutes to go in the last heat of women's elimination round. Charlie White leading over the Brazilian surfer Luana Soares, Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and the great Chloe Calmon joining us here for the last heat of women's elimination round. And Soares with priority, not needing a whole lot to take the lead at the moment, just a 3.42. And Chloe, not only given that we're here in the elimination round, as you said, the tide really making things a lot more difficult with wave selection, with really consequential waves, minimal out there at the moment. How do you make the most out of those few opportunities you see?
I feel like sometimes you get to surf in better conditions, sometimes it's not. So just have in mind to surf the best the conditions give you in those 30-minute heats. And sometimes you don't need a big of a score. You don't need a high score. And sometimes medium to average scores can do the job, and stay active and always trying to improve your game. And yeah, I feel like focusing on yourself too, not worry about your other competitor. And it's tricky because this year the level is so high, and it's so exciting. We have like a lot of new names coming up, and it feels like the level just keeps getting better every year. So yeah.
How did the two of you actually meet, Carla?
Chloe was what, 13 years old? Something like that. 12, 13, and I got a message on Facebook.
On Facebook?
On Facebook. This was way back when. And she was starting, you know, she was getting in, right? You're getting good at longboarding, and you and your buddy, Neko's son,
Marcelo
Carboni, had this mission to go reach out to all of the, you know, thank you for saying how great and famous. I'm not famous, I'm not that great, but they were seeking out, you know, the longboarders at the time, and I was one of the few that wrote her back. I actually answered back, and we just got to chatting, and then eventually got to meet many years later, really.
In Malibu.
And then, you know, I've been blessed and grateful to be able to hang out and work with her and spend time, you know, real time with each other. And we've gotten to know each other and love each other and fight too, like sisters do, right? So she's a really special girl. Our relationships, it's good. It's good. Yeah. It's nice. It's full circle moment right here, truly. Really a full circle moment to be in the booth. I've always been wanting to, you know, have a place here, but not really as a competitor. And so to be here, sitting in the booth, chatting with you, it's cool. I like it.
You mentioned the new names of the sport really coming up. A lot of them very young, too. You mentioned you made your debut 14, 15 years of age. What have you really seen when it comes to the evolution, especially with the use of priority in a lot of these major events, Chloe?
I feel like the young surfers now, they're coming a lot more mature. I mean, I wish I could surf like Ginger when I was 13, you know? But yeah, I feel like all of them, they're coming, they're not afraid to be young, and they're not afraid to surf up against the best ones. So they're really taking this opportunity to showcase their style and put their names amongst the best ones. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Last year, I think it was, that I actually asked Kai Salas about, the judging criteria and how much it changed since he made his debut. After taking the year off, anything different you see in comparison from 2 years ago to this year right now?
Well, to be honest, I haven't watched any heats from last year up until a couple weeks ago when I was getting ready for this event, as last year I really took a full detox of competitive surfing, and I haven't been in touch with all the results, but I do see a slight difference on the criteria, focusing more on the turns as well in rail surfing, when it used to be like pretty much only traditional longboard style and more focused on nose riding. And I think longboarding is so versatile, and it's really interesting when you can use both ends of the board and control it well, mixing nose riding and rail surfing. And we have a lot of good scores coming from yesterday and today that show this slightly different criteria, and yeah, I'm stoked on this.
Well, it's not only good to have you back, I also think the concept of this becoming something bigger than it has become in the previous years. Look at where we've gotten now. 3 regular season events, the finals once again over in El Salvador. How cool is it not only see an actual longboard tour now, Carla, most importantly, the champion's getting decided at a world-class lave at El Sunsal?
Well, I've mentioned it before, back in my day, we only had the one event, and so just to have the multiple events makes a huge difference. But then also, as you said, to finish in a wave that's like, in Sunsal, that's a very great wave and shows all the different talent. It's great. And we see Luana here. She's only looking for a 3-4-2. She may well get the nod there. I'm not going to jinx her. She's going to come riding in. Some people opting for the leash, others not opting for the leash. My idea is they're not that far out, not too far. It's not that bumpy, right, Chloe? So maybe not needing the leash isn't that big of a deal. Some opting to take it. It's kind of a personal preference.
Looking at the last one here of Suarez, Chloe, 3.42 what she needs. What do you think?
I think she got it. Yeah, there was a really well executed wave, and she did the off the top at the beginning and a really nice nose riding at the reform on the inside, doing a little check turn there, and she failed just on the finishing turn, but I think she did exactly what she needed to regain the first place.
She maybe celebrated a little too early there.
But I know the feeling, like 4 minutes to go, you need a score, and the conditions are tough, so. But still, we think like, oh, it's 4 minutes is not too much, but there's still plenty of time for the things to change up again. And if she keeps playing with a good strategy for the end of the heat, that could be hers. But Tuli is also a really good surfer, and the difference between their scores is not big, so everything can change up into the dying seconds.
Yeah, and a big moment in the heat too, considering that White actually had priority during that wave. So Luana actually caught that underneath Tully's priority, comes through at a 5.17, so situation change right here at a critical part of the heat, Carla.
Yeah, definitely a critical part. And with a large enough score to have a little bit of space, Tully needing, not a huge score, not something that is unattainable for Tully, but just a little bit broader, a little bit bigger. She's going to need to get more in on that wave. And as Chloe's mentioned, conditions are a little challenging right now, but these are professional level surfers, and they're able to find those moments and wow the judges nonetheless.
Chloe, do you feel you find success when you try to surf for the score, or when you try to surf above the score yourself?
I mean, like sometimes when we hear the score we need, we kind of know what we need to do in order to get that. But every time, at least myself, when I'm on the wave, I'm trying to reach my best performance. Even if I'm needing a 3, then I might go for the highest, like my best performance, and take everything out of the wave that allows me to do. So Yeah, and then you also have to like calm the nerves and then make sure like you're making good decisions on the wave and just do your surfing.
Well, making the wrong decision right there was Tully, unfortunately. Paddled for a wave, had zero potential, really loses priority, and now once again, let's see if they switch priority or not. Suarez was interested. Did she paddle though? And with 2 minutes to go, this is a big part of the heat right here. And it seems like it's going to remain the same. Both of them paddling into this one. White is up, though, and Tully in the red, needing at least a 4.94 or better, and that's not even going to come close. A minute 45 right here. And the one mistake, just adding a bit more pressure right here, Carla.
Yeah, I think she's feeling a little angsty, and maybe that's clouding her judgment a little bit, not allowing her to stay quite as focused. She's feeling the pressure. She went for losing a priority for a wave that didn't end up really breaking, and then that other wave there really wasn't going to materialize too much anyways, and she is needing basically a 5. So I think it would have been smarter for her to maybe have hauled out. On that said, we've got a rideable wave right here.
Yeah, and with basically the tide close to peaking too, these waveforms closer to the pier could potentially become something that a lot of these guys and women are grateful for. And that wave, as soon as I mentioned the word reform, did not reform. 55 seconds, still needing the 4.94, and it seems like it's going to come up quite short. Suarez with priority right here. Nice attempt though, Chloe. I mean, she went for it.
Yeah, and then she was under priority, but Luana was a bit far from her, so she couldn't block her, and it was a really smart decision from Tully. She did a great nose riding, but she just couldn't get the reform. The wave pretty much died after it, and if I was Tully, I would just stay away from Luana trying to get another score, because you never know. You gotta try until the last seconds, and that's what she's doing right now.
Well, there might be a wave here, 15 seconds, so this one gonna count for Tully. 4.94 better what she needs. Good touch of the 5 right there. Looking to make the connection on the inside. Luckily for her, this wind swell. Oh, not really adding anything on the inside for her, so it seems like not gonna be able to get the score required, and it's gonna be the Brazilian moving through into the round of 16 right here on the last one of women's elimination round. Gonna wait for the score to make things official though, but it does seem like this one just gonna come under for Tully. And a big comeback win right here for Luana. I mean, Carla, she was basically in second 80% of the heat.
She's one of those young ones though that just, she doesn't, you can't be surprised. You know, you can't put her under the radar too much. She's a strong surfer. She's got that youth by her side, you know, on her side, and she's a solid surfer. I was fortunate enough to have her come to a Queen of the Point. She made a final there. Never have surfed Ventura before in a wetsuit. So yeah, she's an up and comer. It's going to be a really big disappointment for Tully. Either one of these ladies, they've come a long way to be here, and to have this be the end of the road is definitely a disappointment. But as we've talked a lot about, there's more losses than win often, and how you handle this loss is everything.
And a long season too, Chloe. Don't necessarily have to have a win right here in Huntington. You can get 2 excellent results in the next 2 events and still qualify for the finals in El Salvador.
Yeah, exactly. And Tully, it's such a great surfer. She's been in form in all free surfs, really good good style, and the next one is in Bells, in home soil, so it's support of her family. But yeah, big congratulations to Luana too. She did a really nice heat, and she has a really good strategy. She knows how to surf a heat, how to play with the game as well, and that's what she did to get the win.
So big thank you to Chloe Camon for joining us in the last heat of the women's elimination round. We wish you the best of luck during this event and the rest of the year, Chloe. Men's elimination round coming up after this break. Kai Salas taking on Kai McPhillips when we come back to Huntington Beach.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. You're watching the shocked reaction from Tully White with a buzzer beater finish by the slimmest of margins, 9.74, taking out Luana Suarez, who had a 9.60. What a wild finish for the women's elimination round. Let's take one more look at the wave that was the difference. Tully White takes off on a little left-hander and does everything right.
Nice. What a moment to see the emotion there on her Sean Nelton boards. Tully's got great footwork and she never gives up. And this was a big change of situation because Luana getting that lead early on. You could see the emotion for Chloe. She was excited to see Luana doing so well, but then for Tully to hang in there and pull it around, and that is a special moment to see how much it means to the Australian.
What a wild finish. Well, I'm Chris Cote. This is Sam Bleakley. We're very excited to be joined by Liv Stokes. Welcome to the booth. Great surfing this morning.
Thank you.
You must be on top of the world knowing you survived what has to be a very challenging series of events out in the water.
Yeah, it's pretty small out there right now. The swell's definitely dropped off from yesterday. And like when it's low tide, it's kind of dumpy. And when it's high tide, it's not really breaking. So it's always just kind of navigating what Huntington's giving us. But honestly, I grew up surfing here and it's pretty fun if you can find the right ones. It looks like Tully did.
Well, we're going to be talking to you for the next 27 minutes and 50 seconds. Before we get to the action in the lineup, let's go down to the glass with a very excited Tully White with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Tully White getting the news on the sand. Talk to me about the reaction of hearing the beach announcers call that score and you're through to the round of 16.
Yeah, it was a challenging heat with Luana. She surfed really well and it was super tricky out there. Luckily, I was able to get some at the end, but to be honest, I didn't think I'd really done it. Just struggling to connect them to the inside, and yeah, kind of came up with my head down a little bit, and yeah, just kind of shocked me to hear that I had got the 5 that I needed, and just so stoked and really excited to surf again.
You've only had a couple minutes to process, but does this kind of alleviate some of the pressure and give you a little bit more confidence moving through the rest of the event?
Yeah, I think like yesterday I really wasn't able to represent how I wanted to surf. I was a bit all over the shop with jelly legs, but yeah, just nice to put some waves together, feel a bit more like myself, and yeah, I really look forward to surfing again and cheering on Declan later on this afternoon.
And how do you kind of refocus going into the rest of the event?
I guess just keep kind of doing what I'm doing and yeah, staying with my little group I'm with and staying positive, and yeah.
Exciting stuff. We can't wait to see you in that next round.
Thanks, Rosie. Cheers.
The news seems like it's settling in now for Tully White, advancing through with a literal last-second buzzer beater. Now let's flip the script. We got the men taking to the lineup. Rare to see Kai Salas in an elimination round this early, but this is going to be pretty cool. We've got a battle of the Kais. Kai Salas, Kai McPhillips. Sam, give us the tale of the tape. Who is the favorite in the lineup right now? What do you think's about to happen?
This is a special occasion because, of course, the father of Kai, Colin, is a 3-time world longboard champion, twice a winner here at the US Open. Kai was born in 2002. He would have seen Colin, his dad's last win, in 26, 27. He would have been a youngster, probably doesn't remember it. So Colin's got a lot of knowledge about HB. And then Kai, the youngster, coming up against a world champion in Kai Salas. It's a real brilliant heat. And what's interesting as well, I'm thinking, Liv, the way you read the conditions this morning, you know, you opted to go for those peaky waves. What would your suggestion be for positioning? Would it be middles or would it be pier bowl?
I would definitely, I don't think it would be pier bowl. I feel like it hasn't really been breaking there that often. And I feel like with these waves kind of further south, you can take off deep and then paddle with speed and then kind of match the speed of the wave to get that critical nose ride section. That's so important for the score. So that's what I would recommend. But it looks like we got Kai Salas taking off on a good one down south. Cuts it back around. He gets a lot of rail engagement, even on that last little inside turn.
Yeah, that looked good. Lively, quick with the footwork. And this is our wave of Kai. He's riding the Wayne Rich Surf Tech. And it looked like he locked a nice nose ride there on the pier bowl, and he got some good angle on that turn.
Really smooth cutback.
A big decision as well, because we noticed that he had opted to sit closer to the pier and commit to a kind of separated space from Kai Salas.
Well, and there's such like, it's a duality. I mean, at the same time, you want to separate yourself from the world champion, and maybe you don't want to be all over each other. You don't want to play the priority game, so you'll have to sit maybe at a different spot. If that doesn't work out, it's a long heat. You can go over and paddle. So Kai McPhillips is probably just keeping his options open, and it looks like now he's opted to sit closer to Salas.
Now, Liv, I know you've been in the situation surfing against your heroes, surfing against world champions. That's what Kai McPhillips is doing right now, going up against Kai Salas. And even though Kai Salas is one of the nicest dudes you'll ever meet, he does have an intimidation factor behind him.
I'm intimidated, and I'm not competing against him.
Yeah, he's got that stoic kind of look on his face. But what do you tell yourself when you're going up against, you know, a multi-time world champion or maybe one of your longboarding heroes?
Yeah, that was me this morning against Hano. I respect her so much. I can't say that enough. She's just such a good surfer. But really, if you don't believe in yourself, no one else is going to. And I know the work that I've put in, and I know that especially like in conditions like this, it can go anyone's way. So you really just have to trust in yourself. This heat's kind of like looking in a mirror, like the wild card versus the #1 seed. So yeah, hopefully Kai just trusts himself and his intuition and can put on a good performance out here.
And how much of a boost was it for you to have the family on the beach behind you? Your sister, your mum?
Oh, it was so big. My mom like travels with me everywhere, and she's always there, and I'm always so stoked to have her. And then, but I live like 30 minutes from here, so my dad was able to come, and he's not able to come to a lot of contests, so I was excited to make him proud. My friends all came down, which was awesome too. I just had such a big support system, and then I had family in Canada calling me, being like, "We watched your heat," and that. So it's good to know you have people behind you. I saw Colin getting ready to watch Kai's heat down on the beach, so he's there, he's supporting.
Yeah, proud dad moment for Colin. But you know, think about the situation for Kai growing up, you know, under the legacy of your father being a 3 times world longboard champion. And now is his moment to shine. You know, this is his patch. This is his opportunity to beat a world champion.
I'm just going to avoid all confusion here and call him McPhillips.
Yeah.
And McPhillips is on the nose, ripping into a turn. This board is looking nice and lively and loose, but still giving him that momentum and projection down the line. Wave died out beneath him, but he did some good work right there.
I really like that. I like the setup. I like the commitment walking into a critical nose ride, super tight with the toes close together, the ankles tight. And then as he ran out of that nose ride, he really whipped that turn radically. There was a level of excitement, a level of creativity. And that's something we saw from you this morning as well, Liv. It was the way on your significant scores after the nose rides, it was the big snap and the whip and the excitement and the speed out of those turns.
And I feel like in these conditions, when you do that big snap and you go on rail, it wipes off all your speed. So it can be really hard to come back around and get like a final closeout maneuver. But in my heat and in this heat, it's not really running all the way through the inside. So I think it's a good idea to put it all on the line on that big turn off the nose ride. I think that's probably like the best strategy. Capitalize on what you have.
I'm going to hire you to be my coach because that is great insight. I got a question for both of you guys. What's harder on the nose, backside or front side? I know the deal is you got to try to get straight over with all 10, but is there a way that's a little bit easier than the other?
What do you think, Sam?
Well, I think backside is definitely
I think it's so much harder.
Yeah, for sure. And that was why you would recognize the degree of difficulty in Kai McPhillips' ride there. If he could have just got enough of a stall in the section to get the 10, it would have really helped with the score. But he's going to have a good backup score to add to his 4.5. And it'll be interesting to see now if Kai Salas is going to come close to the pier bowl, but they've completely gone the opposite direction and they're both heading south.
They're going to Newport.
I mean, he already got a good couple of waves on the pier bowl, but he's heading almost to Machado's right now.
Yeah, they're really heading down the beach. I mean, that was it's a strategy. You have 30 minutes in Huntington Beach. You can paddle back and forth pretty easily. There's not like a strong rip, so they're just throwing stuff at a wall, seeing what works. And it looks like Kai just dropped a score.
Wow, big situation.
Yeah, that last wave really got the attention of the judges. A 5.5 for Kai McPhillips. So now he's in the lead. Kai Salas needing a 4.33. And there's McPhillips chilling. I mean, it doesn't look like he's intimidated one bit. He actually nearly kind of paddled over Kai Salas's nose of his board. So I like to see, you know, these rookies in these wild cards taking it to the top.
And how important is it to adapt through a heat at Huntington? How important is to like recognize that yes, your strategy might change halfway through?
So important, especially this is such an ever-changing field. I mean, you can have a strategy and stick with it, but if there's 17 minutes left, 15 minutes, 13 minutes, and you need a score, you got to switch it up. You really need to be adaptable. I think that's one of the most important things is you can have a game plan, but a good surfer will adapt based on what's going on. Because, yeah, he started off by the Pier Bowl. Now he's down south paddling into this one. Will he fade in?
Fades in, fades right, straight to the nose, with a little bit of a swivel. What do these waves, these little kind of middle-sized waves look like when you're paddling into them? Are you just trying to roll the dice and see what happens, or can you identify if there's going to be any opportunity on these little mini ones?
And it's harder when it's a bit middle, it's the middle of the day and there's a bit more wind on it. Earlier in the day, I was the first heat of the morning and there was no wind. It was like perfect and glassy. And I feel like it was pretty easy to identify the opportunities where the waves were going to come. And my heat, I feel like priority was really important because we both recognized that. So it was about who's in the correct priority rotation at the right time.
Literal luck of the draw, being in that early morning heat too, because we know one thing, we know that the wind's going to start kicking up a little bit here. So the back half of today is going to get rowdy out here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And it was interesting because me and Chris were calling your heat and we were wondering, is it going to be the rights? Is it going to be the lefts? And you proved you can win on the rights. And then in the next heat, Avalon Gould proved that you can win on the lefts.
Yeah, and that really goes back to Chris's question. Is it easier to nose right front side or back side? I mean, I guess if you're taking me and Avalon sample sides, it's easier to win on the front side. It's just easier to get in the critical section when you're coming at it from behind and you're on your front side.
Well, we got 18 minutes to go here. McPhillips in the lead. Salas in second, needing a 4.33. Now we've got a lot happening on the beach, of course, as always here at the U.S. Open. And we've got AJ McCord in the mix with a special guest.
I am at the Hogue fan activation with Dr. Jeremiah Ray, sports medicine doctor. You've been coming down here to the U.S. Open of Surfing for the last few years, but the Hogue activation is always a spot where people can get so much value, so much information. So walk us through what we have this year.
Hey, yeah, so right here we have Surf Simulator. It's over there. You can go put yourself on a board and simulate through some waves. It's going to be pretty fun. Of course, chapstick is always a big hit when you're out on the beach, and we got some fans to keep people cool today.
And Hogue is not only the premier healthcare provider in Southern California and nationally, but you have recently been named the Chief Medical Officer of Surfing, really ingrained in this surf community as we have so many fans. Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing. What is the message you got from a healthcare perspective want to pass on to all of the surf fans?
Well, I think life is sports medicine, and when you think of Orange County, you think of the deep surf community and culture. And Hogue really gets that. You're down here, you're going to be outside, you're going to be at the beach, you're going to be surfing, being out with your community and family. And so staying active and staying on top of your health is a top priority here. Hogue does a great job. We have sports medicine clinics everywhere to take care of all of our people. Grandma's an athlete, our pro surfers are athletes. Everybody wants to move better, and that's our priority.
Especially the commentators, Chris. I know you and I also extreme athletes over here. So thank you so much, Hogue, for all you do to support athletes of all levels.
Absolutely. Happy to do it.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Dr. Ray. I appreciate that Hogue is behind surfing, and they got the memo. You want people to get excited down here? Give away free stuff. Kai Salas now trying to earn back the lead. Good nose ride on the outside section. It looks like he's got a clean path through to the inside. Cross steps up, 5 over, almost 10. A lot of speed. Good, clean, solid finish for Kai Salas. That is what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, that was really nice. Great read of the wave, good variety, good flow, and really staying poised to maximize that connection through to the inside. And that connection on the inside had a lot of zhuzh. It had clean, open face, and it allowed something more critical to finish on. So I think that's going to be the score he needs and more. And it's going to now put the pressure on Kai McPhillips, but Kai McPhillips is right in the mix. I mean, what do you think of this, Liv?
I mean, this was a beautiful wave from Kai. Salas. He stands up, he takes a couple steps to the nose. He's really holding on through that critical section. It goes a bit soft on him, but then he cuts back really smoothly. What I like is that he's really matching the pace of the wave, because if he did a really fast turn, then he probably would have lost all his speed. And then this is a rare wave that sets back up on the inside. Look at the curve of that wave. It's standing up really nicely for him, and then he's able to hit the inside whitewater section. So I think he did what the wave was requiring, and he matched the requirement of it really well, and I think he'll probably be rewarded by the judges.
Yeah, I think he's right back in the mix now. So you'd imagine that it's going to be the score that he needs, maybe a bit more. And then Kai carrying that back up 5.5 is certainly going to be in a good position to get something maybe in the 6 range to move back up into first. Plenty of time
He
left
might
as well.
need a little bit more than that. Looks like some scores are coming in. Second to Kai Salas drops.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot, because that was a huge score. 7.83 paired with the 5.67. Kai Salas, boom, 13.50 heat total already. And we're only halfway through. Now McPhillips has a mountain to climb, an 8-point ride. That would have to be pretty much the best wave of the day.
Yeah, that was special from Salas, and what was great about it was his poise. You know, he just let the trim of the board lead a lot of the ride, got in and out of a couple of critical nose rides, but he just stayed with the power of the wave all the way through
Match
to
the
the
tempo.
inside. Yeah, the way he locks on this 5, and the way he sets himself up for the second nose ride through the inside, just redirecting here, and that was a pretty radical turn considering the size of the wave. But then as he gets behind the section here, this is where he gets more of a tight 5 into a little touch of a 10, and then walks out and then just finishes in style on the sand with that foam climb. And when you see the replay, you really start to appreciate why the judges went so high on the score.
Well, so many subtleties too in that wave. The turn straight into the cross step was brilliant. I mean, that just adds some drama, a unique approach.
And that's factoring into the longboard criteria of flow. When you're flowing so nicely into your cross-stepping back and then cross-stepping into a turn, it's just so much more visually appealing, and I feel like Kai's kind of matching the criteria to a T.
And Liv, how much in your mind when you're setting up for sections are you thinking that you're losing points if you don't find the hang 10 versus if you've only got the 5?
It leaves a lot on the table. I was actually talking about that with my coach earlier. He's like, you got to tap 10. Even if you just tap it, it can take a score from like a good score to like maybe an excellent score. So that's something that you don't really want to leave on the table that I'm always working at. Yeah.
And I felt like what was exciting about Kai's 2 different nose rides there was the first nose ride had that really close feet together 5, but the second nose ride had that 10. And when we look at that elements of the criteria, we had the variety, we had nose ride in the steepest section, but we also had rail work because he had a very snappy turn after the first nose ride and a nice flowing turn to end, and there was a lot of smooth transitions, and there's absolutely no doubt that he personifies the words style, flow, and grace.
For sure. And honestly, he picked a good wave too, because his first section, I don't know if it would have allowed for a 10. It was pretty crumbly, but then it just stood up perfectly for him on the inside. So yeah, singing my praises to Kai. He's the best guy. He's the nicest guy out in the water. He can be intimidating, but he's super helpful, and I'll always offer you some advice. So
Shapes some of the best longboards on the planet as well. So he is definitely a double threat. We got 11 minutes, 42 seconds to go. Salas well into the lead. That means Kai McPhillips needs an 8-point ride to make things even. So we're going to take a quick break here, but we will be back with the culmination of Elimination Round Heat 1. Don't go anywhere. Why would you? It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
There's a monster lurking at the end of the road. Talking about the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. And that monster is the actual end boss for the regular season of the WSL Championship Tour. What happens there will dictate what happens in the final 5. All eyes will be on Tahiti on August 7th through the 16th. You can watch it on worldsurfleague.com. If you play fantasy surfing, this could be a crucial event for you to beat all of your friends at fantasy surfing. I'm Chris, that's Sam. Liv Stokes is here. Liv had a great heat earlier this morning, and now she's breaking it down with us. Liv, we're watching these heats go down behind us, and Sam said it earlier. I mean, the scouting report that you see maybe an hour or two before you heat could be completely different than when you actually paddle out. But you've been hanging out down here all day. Not only, I'm sure, catching up with friends, but you're also doing a little bit of research because there is a chance you could be surfing in the late afternoon at some point. So what are you taking away from what you're seeing right now, conditions-wise?
Yeah, I think just identifying the right waves. I mean, we saw Kai get that great wave, and that's how he was able to surf his way to an almost excellent score. So that's what I've kind of been doing. I assume I'm going to have a heat around this time or 3 p.m. tomorrow. So just seeing where they're sitting, seeing what makes a good wave in these types of conditions.
And some of the excellent scores have come when people have linked to the inside and had maybe a little bit of luck with that link, but that link has allowed a steeper, smoother section for a nice finishing flourish, whether it's out of a nose ride into a rail turn. And we saw that really nicely from our Hawaiian former world champion there. He just was perfect in the way he was peppery with his footwork, and everything flowed, and then it really stood for him all the way through to the stand.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what makes surfing so interesting, is it really comes down to luck a lot of the times. I mean, you can be the best surfer, but sometimes that doesn't go your way. But that's why you do all the work you can before, like seeing what the best conditions are. Looks like Kai might be paddling into his 3rd wave here, and he opts to use his backhand. Couple steps to the nose, he hangs 5 and he'll kick out. Doesn't see a lot of opportunity.
He just wants to wash off that 5, 6, 7, so staying busy with that.
Phillips now straight to the nose, levitating in the white water, and almost regains control but goes down.
That was unlucky because it was a good nose ride. You know, he was behind the section, but you can see that that wave did die. There wasn't a massive amount more left on that ride.
No, we're talking about how the excellent scores come from it standing up, and it pretty much flattened out as soon as he fell off. So it probably wasn't giving him the opportunity he's looking for. But I mean, 6 minutes is a lot of time left in a surfing heat. So he has a lot of time to get that excellent score.
On the 9.9 Wayne Rich. Kai Salas often on boards way up into the 9.8, 9.9s. 9.5's a common size for his Blue Moons, of course. He's got so many good riders. You're on the Michael Takiyamas. What was special about the way that Michael was working for you today?
Michael, I mean, his boards have been the best. I've been riding them for, I think, about 4 years now. And what I love is how receptive he is to hearing what kind of boards I need and what conditions I need them for. And so I've been riding pintails a lot recently. His classic, I feel like, is the Perplexer, the Manatee with the big tail. But I really love turning. I think it's fun. And I find that when I'm on my pintail and I switch back to the Manatee, it can be, the weight is just kind of hard in the drag of the tail. So this pintail really allows me to work quickly in these fast conditions. And I shout out Michael Takayama, you're the best.
When's someone going to break the 10.0 range?
Yeah.
On the Pro Tour?
Big opportunity.
Maybe Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, maybe.
He'll be doing airs on a 10.0.
I felt like there was something special in that kind of almost to the pier bowl side right for McPhillips there, but it just didn't deliver. But I like the way he is looking hungry, and I think it's important to emphasize for all of the surf fans tuning in how important his dad Colin has been in the history of longboarding, winning world titles in 99, 201, 202, Australia, South Africa, Mexico. In my competitive career, I had the pleasure of watching Colin McPhillips win those world titles. I've also seen Kai win his world titles as well, and there would have been a crossover where a young Kai would have surfed against Kai McPhillips' dad, Colin. And, you know, I think this is a real special heat to celebrate the up-and-coming talent of Kai, because he's a great shortboarder. He's just been training down in Baja. He's been surfing a lot of good waves, but he's starting to shine and get the good results on the longboard.
And the fan picks for Kai McPhillips are growing. I mean, I would say last year, this would have been really heavily weighted for Kai Salas, but 24% of the people watching placed their Pacifico fan picks with Kai McPhillips, but an overwhelming 76% are over with Kai Salas. And of course, Kai Salas has a resume that you really can't argue against. So for Kai McPhillips, win a couple titles, you know, maybe we'll even out those Pacifico fan picks a little bit.
Hustling, moving for position. There's a little option here for something. Will this bowl up, Liv? What do you think?
Looks like it might. If he fades left, he turns it back around, but he'll kick out. I'm interested. They've both moved over towards the pier bowl, so it'll be interesting when I leave this booth to see what it looks like on the sand.
And
they've really explored the entire lineup in this heat.
Absolutely. I mean, talking of resume as well, I mean, Liv, the fact that you're juggling now being at the first World Tour event of the season with your academic work, your teaching work, where are you at? What's the latest things you've been doing?
I finished my master's degree on Friday, so I did my final capstone presentation, and then I came over here to Huntington. Thank you, Chris.
I'm clapping.
I'm excited. I start my job teaching at University High School August 11th, so the school starts August 19th. So unfortunately, I'm only able to do the first stop of the tour, but I'm excited. I've loved student teaching at uni last year, and I'm doing it again this year.
Teaching world history?
World history, 9th grade world history.
Will there be anything on the history of Huntington Beach?
That's not in the content standards, so I don't think we're going to be able to work it in. But maybe if we have extra time left over after finals, I'll be like, all right, U.S. Open, history, learn it. There's actually a series of educational videos about the history of Huntington Beach on this website, and it talks about the history of the U.S. Open.
I did see those.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Now, who's your money on for the men's side of the draw?
To win the contest?
Yeah, big call. I mean, well, let's just pick a few favorites. You know, who do you think are going to be the front runners?
I mean, I have to say Kai Salas. I mean, I feel like he's an easy pick. Taylor Jensen, he's a champion of this event. I think multiple times. I think he might have won 2 years in a row, and he's obviously our reigning world champion. Johnny the Ripper, I think, also is a name you can't really ignore.
Could someone like Chase Leader win in these smaller conditions?
Oh, 100%. He made the semifinals last year. How could Chase? Shout out Chase. Yeah, he also surfs Montauk, and I feel like the waves in New York, they're kind of messy. They're not like a perfect point break. He's able to kind of, those conditions mirror the ones we have here. Also, he has the Michael Takayama Perplexer. He can really like mount himself on the nose of that board, even in that's weaker kind of conditions.
And then going back to this, you know, what would be going through McPhillips' head right now, knowing that he needs that excellent score?
If I were him and you need the excellent score, you're hoping that a fantastic two-wave set comes in, because you kind of need the opportunity, and that's what the good wave gives you. And we obviously, Kai Salas has priority right now, and he'll take a great wave that comes through. So you're hoping that luck's on your side. It looks like he's going to try for this pier bowl.
Yeah, Kai's giving it to him. He recognizes that it may not be good enough, but he's straight to the tip, Chris, and that was a really good nose ride.
Like the 2 steps to the nose, not wasting any time. Big wrapping cut back towards the power section.
This wave could have a little gift on the inside. Don't jinx it. Sorry, McPhillips, my bad.
Commentator curse.
Yeah, that was on me. Liv, before this heat ends, I just want to say thank you for your service. The world needs more great teachers.
Thank you.
I love that you signed up to do that difficult job. And I'm glad that the timeline worked out, that you get to have, you know, your time in the sun here at Huntington Beach. And, you know, why not you? Why not just win this event? Yeah. And then you can put the trophy in your classroom and the kids will think you're even cooler.
That's how you have to get respect from your students. Win the U.S. Open. I don't know why more teachers don't do it.
It's too easy, right?
Yeah, it's too easy. It's an easy solution. Thank you, Chris.
Great respect, though, for Kai McPhillips. He's not given up. He had that early lead, but, of course, that 7-8-3 for Kai really changed the situation. But I like the way that Kai McPhillips surfed that last wave with hunger, with tenacity. And if that could have linked through to the inside, he was sitting on a much stronger score.
Yeah, I came in. He bettered his situation, though, with that last wave. He came in at a 4.8, I believe, but it wasn't enough to crack that 8-point total.
What a great experience to come up against the 2023 world champion, that one of the Hawaiian greats of all-round longboarding.
I mean, you saw McPhillips shaking his head a little bit right there. And, of course, these waves can have that effect on you. You see the last 6 waves he's ridden, they've all been kind of under ones, maybe a 2.5 there in the mix. So definitely frustrating, but you got to give Kai McPhillips a lot of credit. A 5.5 and a 4.80. He definitely kept Kai Salas honest, but look what Kai did with just 3 waves, a 5.67, and of course that huge 7.83, the big difference maker. So that's going to be it. So Kai Salas surfs his way through a hard charging rookie in Kai McPhillips. That just means that the elimination round is even tougher with Kai Salas now sharking around through the ranks. We're going to take a quick break. Thanks so much, Liv Stokes, for joining us. Good luck for the rest of the contest. And we're going to be right back with more action. We've got Taka and Sam coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, as well as the beautiful city of Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. Sunny skies, gentle breeze, couple waves coming through. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley to talk you through this elimination round heat 2. Taka Inui and Sam Christensen, Japan versus South Africa. That last heat had some shining moments, especially for Kai Salas, getting one of the highest wave scores of the entire day.
Yeah, and done with coolness, you know, the composure. And that goes to show that within the criteria, the beauty of competitive longboarding is it can favor that minimalism. Yes, he did critical surfing, but there was a sense of not over-rushing anything and letting the board and trusting the trim speed and the design and the planing capabilities to go in and out of 2 very good nose rides, some exciting rail work, but it was the flow between everything. There was a real great amount of continuity. It was a good read of the wave, but the elegance, standing tall throughout everything. You don't have to over-rush things on a longboard, and you can still get excellent range scores by keeping it cool.
Yeah, I like that word to describe Kai Salas, cool.
Yeah.
They don't come much cooler than Kai Salas. I mean, he looks like a movie star. He surfs that good. He shapes amazing boards. I mean, he's awesome.
This guy, Taka, he is the kind of elastic, uncoiled spring, ready to bounce and
crowd favorite too, for
and
sure.
then last year, famously, he did that kung fu kick recovery where he fell back and managed to kind of get back on his board. And we saw in the round yesterday that he had a crease in his board. He had to do a board change. Not quite certain about what he's riding today. May well have fixed that board. But Sam Christensen is a regular footer like Taka, so we'll see if they're both going to go for the right-handers, and will they do what we just saw from McPhillips and Salas, where they prowled, roamed the lineup. The ground covered in that last 2 heat was, you know, thousands of yards paddling done between McPhillips and Salas.
Well, both these surfers come from surf hotbeds. Shimataka from Miyazaki. You would say that's, you know, one of the 2 surf capitals of Japan. And of course, Christensen coming from Durban. Anytime I see that word Durban, I just think of really good waves.
Yeah.
Blue water, just a lot of activity over there.
Well, you have the piers there at Durban, and you have a similar kind of pier bowl effect, and he will be very used to this range of tidal conditions. And he's based in Cape Town these days as well, and he's a real cool style master. There are moments when I'm watching Sam Christensen and I feel as if I'm watching Nat Young from the 1990s, when he was really at the spearhead of the longboard renaissance, and that's a testament to how good Sam is at surfing. And he's also a really fantastic character, and he's traveling here with his teammate Oliver Packham, who's also a shaper. He's going to be coming up later in the round, so we've got 2 South Africans to look forward to.
Looking forward to that myself. 24:30 to go, no waves ridden yet. Before these surfers activate, let's go down to the glass. Kai Salas is with Rosie Hodge.
Kai Salas, such a tidy heat win for you. You waited almost half the heat to get that second scoring ride, a 7.83, the highest of the event so far. Talk to me about being patient and playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're forced to be patient because the waves are a little inconsistent. So you just got to kind of sit there and be ready to pull the trigger when you see a nice looking wave.
And Huntington has been the backdrop to some amazing moments in surf history. What do you find the best about competing at Huntington and maybe the most challenging?
It's a super fun beach break. Being from Hawaii, we're always competing on reef, so competing over sand is kind of cool, and just being able to go find your own peak, and it keeps you on your toes, where you feel like you're always kind of hunting for waves out there. So I've been competing out here for a long time. I've actually competed against Colin out here back in the day, and that was actually a pretty special heat for me, competing against Kai, Colin's son, because I remember when I first got on tour, competing against Colin, who was like the top dog, 3-time world champ, used to smoke me. And it wasn't until I actually remember a breakthrough heat I had in 2009 where I beat Colin and went on to win the event. It's like when you're first getting on the tour, you got to kind of take out the top dogs to kind of make your breakthrough. And I did that against Colin, and, so that was a special heat, kind of like competing against the second generation right there.
And we did see you have some words with Colin and Kai on the sand there. What do you guys kind of exchange words?
I just said, good job, Kai, and just so you know, when I first got on tour, your dad used to kick my butt every time. So, it's kind of like the name of the game, and he's a great surfer, and I'm sure he'll have his day, soon.
Thank you, Kai, for the time. Always appreciate it. We'll send it back to you guys.
That's classic.
Yeah,
that's
I loved
classic.
hearing that, because we were talking about that in the heat, and it was really nice to be able to get that emphasized from Kai's perspective, to talk about Colin being the top dog when he was coming through, and that breakthrough for Salas when he did beat Colin. It was in 2009. It was in the Maldives where the final was, and Kai won the final event of the tour. He got second on the tour overall that year, but it gave him the belief. And now he's trying to pass on that message to Kai Phillips to say, you'll be there soon.
It's a pretty cool angle on Sam Christensen's last ride. Judges are waiting to lock their scores in, but there you can see, there's not a lot of back to these waves. So the fact that these surfers can even generate this amount of speed is pretty cool in itself.
Yeah, that was nice to be able to see the technique he used. And you could only really spot that from that pier angle there, where you just got to see the way he squatted low, and he just kind of encouraged that board just to spring a little bit in case it was going to just allow from that low position an acceleration to get the connection. But the connection wasn't there, but it was nice to compare those 2 angles.
Back at it, Sam Christensen staying busy, quick up and out. But you see both of these surfers kind of trying to find their space in the lineup. This really is a lot like that last heat where, you had both Kais start way down the beach, almost at Rob Reef. Eventually, you would think that one of these guys will make their way over to the pier. But again, expect the unexpected here in Huntington Beach. You never know what's going to happen. One good thing, I'm going to knock on wood here. The wind is pretty chill for now, so this is a good sign.
Yeah, because yesterday I think it got worse than we thought it would get in the afternoon. It got trickier for some of the surfers. But today, I think we've been really lucky with the conditions. I think it was super clean this morning. And now that the wind has come through, what we're still finding is some of those linking sections. And Kai just demonstrated that you can go close to excellent range out there, and that would have inspired both of these surfers. They would have heard that score drop. They would have taken a few pointers as well with regards to positioning. You know, they're both quite comfortable there at middles. You can see that Taka with that 5.33, he's probably going to stay focused on waiting for another wave that peaks similar to where he took off on his last one, but he had to fight for that one. There was a little bit of a jostle, a hustle for positioning, and Taka had that inside line and he got the advantage, and it proves to be a pretty significant score. That could be a keeper for Taka Inui.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at these scores throughout the entirety of the day, you know, barring the odd 6.83, 7.8, 7.5, most of the scores that are getting people through heats are those high fives, the mid fives. So that's a solid start. And I would imagine that Taka is hoping that's going to eventually be his backup score.
Yeah.
And I feel like Sam Christensen is going to catch a lot of waves. I feel like Taka is going to be patient and maybe just ride a handful, which again would be a lot like what we just saw in the previous heat. Our tides are as follows. High tide, 4.4, was at 12.16. Let me look at the G-Shock. Yeah, that was just a couple minutes ago. So it's going to be dropping out till 5:40 this afternoon, which will make things quite interesting when you have the tide dropping and the wind kicking up. Good luck, competitors, for the rest of the day.
It's gonna be tricky, challenging conditions, but we're still gonna see flamboyance, flair, and style. And like I thought would happen, Taka has stayed true to that positioning of middles, and he's right back on the tip. Electric. This guy is full of vibes. He's always putting everything into every ounce of water.
He's been on the nose 6 times already on this wave. That was cool. I mean, that is a fast footwork, but you could tell that he made sure the judges saw that he was actually cross-stepping.
Yeah, he'd be a good no-cap soda ambassador.
Yeah.
100%. And that's Mum, Yuruki, and Kaeda, the sister. She got through the round earlier, so she's moving into that round of 16, so that would have inspired Taka a lot, and you know that he will not give up. But look at those South African flags flying on the beach. You've got Crystal Hewlett, Stevie Sawyer, Oliver Packham. They are going to be supporting Sam Christensen, who was raised in Durban, now based in Cape Town, multiple South African champion. But look at the Japanese styler, straight to the tip, runs into it, soul arches, puts those knees forward, back for a second nose ride, pulls up for a soul arch, rubbery, running out of that nose ride, and then just a subtle turn and gets low, splashing there to see if he can find that connection. But did some good work on those 2 nose rides. Maybe he could have done one longer nose ride through that entire section, but opting to be quick back and forth out of 2 nose rides. A little bit of rail work. It's going to be a good backup score to that 5.33.
Agreed. And he's going to definitely put the pressure on Sam Christensen with that last wave.
He got a 5th last year here in Huntington, did Taka Inui. He lost out to the eventual winner of the contest, Taylor Jensen.
That was a great heat. I remember that heat.
And it was really close as well. So that's a good result. He also got a 5th in Huntington the year before, losing out to Connie Ella-Stewart, who also went on to win the contest. And we got more good heats coming up, though. It's going to be a really, really good crunch number of big hitters. We got the likes of Ben Skinner surfing against Joe Marie Abueza on the next one, but Sam looked like it was all setting up for a really nice clean nose ride there. Almost lost his footing, but he's managing to stand tall.
Still got something done. He did get on the nose, did get a nice turn. We'll see if that deletes one of his 2s, but meanwhile out the back, Taka! Wow. Layback, and his board. Oh, that's the one case where I think it's cool to wear. Maybe he's not wearing a leash. Oh, yeah, he is. Okay, that's the one case where maybe it's cool that he was wearing a leash, because his board would have smashed into Sam Christensen had he not had that leash on.
It looked exciting, that left. When he stood up, I sat on the edge of my seat. I was like, wow.
That was a mistake. That was an error right there.
The speed at which he ran into that nose ride But he's having a look, looking over to see on the board if that crease is having an impact, which he may have fixed. But this is nice from Sam. He does take a fall there. Doesn't come off the board, but stumbles, but manages to gain his composure despite touching the nose, cuts back, and now stands tall again and kicks out with a cross-step turn. And you can see that here, this is why I got excited, because he ran into that nose ride so quickly, but wasn't the right line, wasn't the right angle. He's going to paddle back out with priority, and he's sitting there now with a 4.83 as his backup score. So it means that Sam needs a 7.49 with one score to move up into first.
Taka's mom just put a big note in her book. What the heck did you do on that left? It was a good-looking wave, and he just fell right off. But here we see twin nose rides and a switch stance snap for Christensen, but he goes down. Meanwhile, Taka's still going.
Wow.
He's swiveling through on the nose.
Wow, he found that
highly
link.
Technical, cool surfing there for Taka Inui, and that is how you correct a mistake.
And it's interesting because that came off the back of him having priority. He fell, he was quicker out to the lineup than Sam. Sam was hunting for that wave, went left, but he really did work that connection from the nose ride. So when we get to see the replay of that, you'll really appreciate the degree of difficulty in the way he worked his knees and his ankles to keep that board flexing and moving, and he did have a really strong finish on the inside.
Well, he may have saved himself from getting grounded by mom by getting a great wave right after what looked like maybe an costly error. But here we go, Sam Christensen answering back. He gets on a nose, follows through with a nice looking turn, now fading right. I really like it when you see these surfers go left and right on one wave. That just shows us their prowess with reading the ocean. So Sam with a full completion there, all the way from the outside to the inside. Nicely done. His last wave didn't do him any favors. It's a 2.30. The judges weren't buying it, but I feel like that wave will definitely be his highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
And that working left and right is a big feature of anyone's repertoire on longboards in small Huntington Beach. You've got to link those sections. You've got to find those tight turns to set yourself up into any steeper face, whether it's right, whether it's left. And then when things die in that trough, you've got to keep that trim speed. And it's much more beautiful to see the surfers just using the footwork to trim through those slower sections. But what we saw from Taka was just an incredible, explosive display of his agility. I mean, he's the rubber man on the nose. He's so flexible. Sometimes one of the things that holds him back is he tries to do too much on the wave, and if he slows down a bit, you get the sense that the score is going to be bigger. But the speed and the commitment at which he connected that wave was born of his kind of hunger for surfing. He's the kind of person that on free surf trips, he's just in all day, every day. He just never wants to get out of the ocean. And he switches really naturally between shortboards, longboards, and SUPs, and rides all three of those boards at a world-class level.
Well, if I surfed that good, I would never get out of the ocean either. Here we go, Christensen back at it. A little wonky in the white water there. Meanwhile, the score comes through for Taka, and he does improve. A 5.67. That puts him well into the lead. Now Sam Christensen needs an 8.0. So with 12 minutes to go, can Sam Christensen catch up? We're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. We're gonna take a Bonsoy brew break. But don't worry, we'll be right back.
And then I remember that was the first time I saw Mick Fanning surf. And I instantly thought, like, this dude is going to be a problem for Andy.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
I would come home from school and like literally like someone like Andy would be just hanging in the living room. And if you watch Snap 1 when most of his filming, it's like, dude, I was the worst filmer of all time. But the guys surfing were surfing so good, like Andy and them, it didn't even matter. How many guys' careers did he escalate and elevate by having them in his movie? Like if you were in a Taylor Steele movie, you were getting a contract. Like, am I gonna ride off into the sunset after Snap 5's done? Like, no. And I get to the bank, and it was 120 grand was missing. He wiped me out, and then we got him back. That's like the PG-13 version.
Cheers, thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank 805 Beer for coming on. That's Snap 5's first ever beer sponsor.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Definitely going to tune in for that conversation on the 805 Cold Beer Surf Club. Logan Dulian, creator of the Snapped series, and he's got a huge Snapped 5 world premiere party August 2nd up the road at Sea Legs on the beach. Tickets are on sale now. I don't know how many are left, so good luck to anybody trying to get in. That movie sells out every single year, but you can check out at Snapped 5 on the gram as well. And I would highly recommend listening to that podcast with Connor and Logan, because Logan is a character and he's got great stories to tell. He's a survivor, and he's thriving now because finally the movie's done, and it's going to be a banger.
I'm 100% hooked from watching that trailer. That really pulled me in. I'm definitely going to be watching that.
We got 8 minutes, 12 seconds left. Taka Inui in control of this heat for now, but watch out. Sam Christensen battling back.
Yes.
Nice nose ride to the turn.
That was great.
That's the exact combo the judges are looking for. And if he can continue his momentum through to this inside section, yeah, does it by way of a little time on the nose. It's what we like to see. He's looking for a 6.83. That was a pretty good looking wave. He has improved and deleted those 2 2s from his score line. He's got a 4.17 as his high mark.
That was a beauty. And
that was a feel-good kind of wave.
Yeah, and he's riding his 9.6 Benz Skin Dog Surfboards double scoop. You can see straight to the 5, locks that 5, walks out. I really appreciate this turn. Look at the whip, and then he flexes low. And then this is really nice because he stays composed. He's quite far forward on the board here, just keeping that trim speed, walks back to the middle, and then just here you think, is he going to pull this off? And he does use the 5 functionally, and walks out of that 5 down to the tail. It's going to be a good score. Whether it's going to be the 6.83 he needs to move to first, I'm not sure, but I think for sure it's going to be in his top 2, and it may well reduce his requirement. He's worked, he's chipped, he's worked hard. He's got a 3 and a 4.17 to really catch up with Taka. But I think when this drops, the confidence is going to grow, and it's going to put Sam within striking distance of moving back into first.
Well, this is going to be his 9th score, and probably his best. Because you think about what he did on that wave, right? What are the judges looking for? They're looking for smooth surfing. They're looking for combination of maneuvers, nose rides, turns, and the linkage is definitely going to help. I'm not saying that making it all the way to the inside section is like a huge factor in success, but you think about what the scores are today. A 0.5, added 1 to your score for making it all the way through, absolutely will help you. That could be one of the most meaningful connections from the outside to the inside you've ever made.
And it was good to see Sam staying busy there, because he knows when this score drops, he's still going to be chasing something. I think it's going to go into his top 2. It's not going to be what he needed, but now he only needs a 5.93 because he drops a 5.07. So he's got to replace that 4.17 with pretty much aiming for at least a 6 or above. If it's a 5.93 and nothing changes on Taka's side, yes, he moves up into first, but in his head now he'll be thinking, I've got to get a 6+.
So Sam Christensen now doing that 5.93. And you know what? Thanks again, Lexus. Not only supporting surfing in a huge way, but also actually designing vehicles specifically with surfers in mind.
Yeah.
And there's a couple parked around the area that are so cool looking. I'm not I wouldn't consider myself like a big car guy, but the minute I saw both of the Lexus offerings that we have on site, I'm thinking I'm gonna work hard to get myself in one of these awesome vehicles. Maybe I should have just entered the Lexus US Open of Surfing and won it, and then I could just get one, right?
Well, you did just drop a pretty good archive photo on your gram that celebrated your pedigree.
Well,
proud
this is a big question for you, Sam. Are we going LX or GX? That's a really tough choice. Both of these models are sharp. This is the Surf LX with those added little surfy elements, sick rims, board rack. Come on. You would look pretty cool driving around Cornwall with your board on top of your car right there.
Full time. We got the best rugged landscape for the Lexus. We got big coves and cliffs. It's a bit like Northern California, that type of terrain. Big coves, you know, steep access down to the sand.
I'll talk to someone about getting you a loaner for some social media posts.
That would be special.
But you would look good in that car. You kind of have a James Bond thing going. I think it would fit well in either one of those Lexus vehicles.
Cote, you'll make my year.
3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Taka Inui in the lead, the 5.67 and a 5.33. Sam Christensen, though, he's knocking on the door. He just dropped a 5.07, his new high mark. And now he needs a 5.93. Is this the wave? Is this the ripple that's going to do it? Ooh, it's growing a little bit down the line.
Yeah.
It's got a pocket to work with, gets on the nose. And let me just eat my words real quick, because that wave went nowhere.
But he's not giving up. I like the fact that he's hungry. He knows it's an attainable score, but this looks steep and lively for Taka into the 10.
Taka knows you got to get up on the nose if you want to get a big score. Sorry, just had to. Inside of 3 minutes now, Taka still going, redirecting. Started off left, now he's going right. Back to the 10 on the inside section. Can he ride through into the whitewater? Sort of. So was that a make? Did he ride out enough of that last 10?
I think he's done some good work already on that ride. So he's got to replace a 5.33 if he's going to improve his situation. He's got a 5.67. May well go into his top two, maybe his strongest score. This is really nice. Sets himself up on the backside 5 into a really good 10. Walks out of that 10, trimming from the middle of the board, and then widens his stance, and then gets low. Little splash work there, and then 2 steps back up for a touch of the 5, and here's the more dynamic 10. So he's got a 10 going left and a 10 going right, and he doesn't quite ride back onto the sand, but I think that the link between that left 10 and that right 10 alone could open up the score range for him to maybe go into his top 2 and increase the requirement for Sam Christensen. But I love the fact that Sam has been hungry. He's not given up. He's been working hard to find the opportunity.
I think he's getting the award for most waves ridden in a 30-minute heat. He's going to be on his 12th wave. The next one he paddles for. Is there a limit? I mean, can you catch 20, 30 waves, or are you cut off?
There's no limit.
No limit.
But of course, best 2, you're wasting a lot of energy if you're really going to go that crazy on the wave count.
And we're going to run out of room on our graphic if you catch 20 waves.
Yeah.
A minute 10 to go. Taka in control, but Sam has priority. We'll see if that plays a factor in the last minute of this heat.
Oh, I just hope that Sam gets the opportunity. He's one of my favorites. I mean, I really appreciate Taka's energy and the skills and the nose riding, but there's a finesse about Sam surfing that it's something I want to see staying in the event. And you just hope that he's going to get one more chance to express himself. But judging by body language, he is not looking hopeful that there's a good enough set. But Taka's got back on the tip again, Chris. Look at that nose riding from the Japanese surfer.
You can't keep this kid off the nose. It's like, You know, when you tell a kid, oh, don't touch the stove, he's going to touch the stove.
So it came in at a 5.3. It didn't go into his top 2, and I think that he needed to ride cleanly out of that final nose ride. I think you did spot that, but I liked the backside 10, and I liked the follow-up on the front side 10, but he needed a bit more flow on that final element, and that's what Taka needs to work on. It's just the finesse, the linkage, the continuity between everything.
That was a really well-served heat from Taka Inui. And give it up for Sam Christensen. He did not give up. He rode a lot of waves, full effort, got a couple decent scores, but just by a narrow margin. It's Taka Inui advancing through into the next round. We've got more to come from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Mitch and Carla.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Stop number 1 of the World Longboard Tour happening at this moment here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That is the always happy Taka Inoue. And I can guarantee you, if you've ever talked to this young gentleman from Japan, he always has a smile on his face. Moving straight into the round of 16 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Mitchell Salazar, one of the greats. Carla Zamora next to me. Carla, the wave's really fun this morning, turning into the afternoon right now. It is just 1 p.m. Looking at the conditions, still very fun, and the men this afternoon have really been going off in the first few heats.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of energy, just some explosive surfing, some excellent almost range surfing, yes. And yeah, right now in the water, we've got some great surfers, a veteran of the tour, if you will, Ben Skinner, and new to it, Jo Marie Abuesa from the Philippines, up and riding. Ben Skinner, he's no stranger to this wave. We had him up here. We got a little deep with him yesterday. It was nice, really nice to talk to him and hear his insight on life so far and having a son that's coming up.
Are you trying to make me cry this early on in the heat already? If you are, it's working. It's a 1.93 to start things off for Ben Skinner, the 40-year-old out of GB, coming up against, as you said, the prodigy of the Philippines, Jo Marie Abuesa, rookie on tour, opened things up with a 4.17 on this one.
Yeah, it gets that nice, really high-hanging nose ride to the cheater 5, kind of to the tighter 5. Tries to bring it onto the inside, is not able to do that, but opens up, like you said, with the 4.17. Good start for Jo Marie. They were talking priority situations up there earlier right before the break, when I was during my break, while they were waiting for the heat to start. And it was all in Tagalog, and I'm still kind of like grasping some of
the Filipino crew you mentioned.
Yeah, JR and Joe Marie were chatting bit by priority and stuff, and I could hear JR breaking it down. I was trying to kind of practice my Tagalog there.
Well, let's look at that scenery that you're actually talking about. JR Esquivel, one of the best in the world, talking some positioning and maybe priority, as you're mentioning, with Joe Marie before the heat.
And we know last year, JR being quite stealthy with his priority and using the interesting situation, I believe it was last year, and with, I want to say it was Kai, where he threw it was going to go right, went left, and gave an interference.
Oh, that was actually
to
Richie Cravey 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah, Richie, we miss you, we love you, good dude, and a proud father of a few kids as well, as we look at Joe Maria Buesa right there. So Skinner, good pressure, forced him to use priority on that wave, and unfortunately for the surfer out of La Union, a misuse. 24 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Obviously his debut on tour right now, first-year rookie, but most importantly, the difference in the seeding, you got one of the top seeds in the red in this event right here in Skinner, who has been close to World Championship now multiple years, up against the fresh surfer out of San Juan. So Jersey in the UK representing the Great Britain side of things here in the event is Ben Skinner. You mentioned his son Lucas, one of the best surfers on the planet when it comes to surfers 20 years or younger. He'll be turning 17 this year. And not only that, Skinner also just a great person too, and I think really that is the thing that stands out the most about him. Well, the thing that stands out the most about Taka Inoue is his smile. Rose, he is standing by.
You're so right, Mitch. Always the best energy, huge smile on your face. And obviously the elimination rounds, they're very stressful. How did you approach that one?
Yesterday I broke the board, but Shepa is very quick work, make repair. Yeah, I'm happy to into the water.
Back on your trusty board, also watching your sister this morning make it through her heat. Your mom's on the beach filming you. All good vibes here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, this time we are joining this event, so I'm excited. So my mom supported always, yeah, and my sister. So I'm happy that.
I'm sure there's a lot of Japanese contingent online watching you. You want to give a shout out to everyone at home.
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。夜中ですごい大変だったと思うんですけど、無事楓と、明日かなラウンド3に勝ち上がることができました。明日も頑張りますので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Arigato, and Taco back on that board that he broke yesterday, guys. That's a quick turnaround with the ding fix.
Thank you, Rosie, and yeah, shout out to ding repair gentlemen. I mean, doing some incredible work, some fast work too, by the way. So happened yesterday, got him ready for today, and props to Taka, man. I mean, just always such a cool kid, and I had a big smile on my face just listening to the interview.
Yeah, and you know, really the English, you know, really coming along with him. And if anybody, if there's a smile contest, in my opinion, like he wins it.
He's the guy, huh?
He wins it hands down. What a smile! You just feel the joy from him, and I enjoyed that interview quite a lot. Some waves were ridden during that interview. We are waiting for a score to drop for Skinner. I think it's going to be a decent wave here. We're going to see Joe Marie looks like it's going to take the left, and Ben's splitting the right. We'll see Joe Marie first here, getting a nice classic nose ride on that left there, choosing not to wear the leash. Conditions are pretty small, not really necessary for it. And Ben here on the same wave, but going on the right, gets that tip time and a nice powerful slash kind of with the tail surfing rail work into the pocket, brings it back around. I think this one kind of starts to reform a little. So we can start seeing now that inside section start to reform where he gets more scoring potential, gets the nose ride, hits the white water, finishes it off. That's going to be a decent score for Ben.
You think? I mean, dude, that carve on the outside was pretty gnarly given the waves at the moment. And just for those that have followed longboarding for a number of years, but still don't understand how big Ben Skinner actually is, That's a large gentleman on screen right there. For him to be able to move that board that easily on a wave as gutless as it is right now takes not only a lot of skill, of course, also a lot of patience. 7.33, one of the best scores of the day so far, and way up in the first place after this one, Carla.
Yeah, really putting the stamp on it, if you will, and letting Joe Marie know, hey, welcome. Welcome aboard. And this is what you're going to be fighting up against, right? He's going to lay that 7.33 down and definitely going to make it a little more difficult for Joe Marie, but we've got 20 minutes in the heat. Seems like the waves, I like what I'm seeing. It seems like it's picking up here. Now we're going to watch that replay on the right there of Ben. Gets that nice bottom turn into the 5, carves it back around into that power source of the wave, rips it back around again, and then he's going to wait for that reform section, and he knows this wave enough and understands the tide and the way it's filling in to is patient enough to bring it back down, sets it back up again, gets that second 5 there on the inside, and then that little bash almost digs the rail, pulls it out though, nice and clean. That's why he earns a 7.33.
A lot of patience shown on that wave too. I mean, for people to take their time the way, not only did you mention the fact that he's competed here multiple times, but also been one of the top dogs now for the last couple of years. If you eventually want to become the best in the world for Joe Marie, you got to beat the top seeds.
Yeah, and wisdom comes with age, and Joe Marie's just starting his kind of campaign here on tour. But that wave that he had on the left was actually not a, you know, it's a classic ride. He had a really nice composed nose ride, so he's definitely giving us a sneak peek of, you know, kind of what's in his future.
417.393 at the moment, top 2 for Ebuesa. He does have priority, and considering that Skinner only has less than a 2 as a backup, I got to be thinking the 5.1 requirement will be increasing in the next 19 minutes or so. Want to focus really on the talent coming out of that beautiful area of San Juan and La Union. You mentioned Mona Lisa Point was able to go to that event for the World Juniors we had earlier this year in January. Incredible place. One thing I will say, when it's big, it tends to be a difficult wave in terms to line up. A lot of these surfers don't necessarily wear leashes at that point, and despite the reef not necessarily being very sharp, it tends to be quite tedious to come onto.
Well, first of all, I have to correct you. Actually, leashes are kind of a requirement out at Mona Lisa Point, yes. Except for some of the best and better surfers and more established locals.
Okay.
There is actually a leash rule there. So, you know,
similar to what we just saw in Siargao be implemented.
Siargao has been implemented, the no teaching of beginners except for by certified instructors. We can go into a whole podcast about that, and we'll just, you know, it'll digress us hugely. But going back to the talent in La Union, you're right, the surf can get quite big at Mona Lisa Point. When it gets that big, that's when that break Carril I was talking about, the long right-hand point break, which is just south of Mona Lisa. As we watch Ben here getting some tip time there, whips it around. His turns are nice and lively, and I really think that's what they're acknowledging in the judges, you know, booth. And Joe Marie is going to have to somehow catch wind of that he's got to tie in the nose rides that we're seeing coming from Ben and those really lively turns.
Another nose right there on the inside, touches the 5 once more. And that's going to be it for the big dog. So that 193 disappearing entirely.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the great movement has to come from the swallowtail that he designed himself on this board right here. Seems like it's really pulled in towards the tail end of the board. 17 minutes on the clock. So far, wave number 4, it seems like he's going to be improving his lead by a large margin here, Carla.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the tail, that kind of bat tail style. I think those little crisp corners on the edge there help with the nose riding, help kind of like give it a little bit of bite, a little bit of edge, but then with that bat tail, keeps it lively and reactive on the nose. You can see that really nice, solid nose ride there on this backhand. He's not as accustomed, I think, to going on his backside, but plenty good at it. Really interesting use of the, you know, pumping kind of
Petting the kitty, down, as we call it?
Huh?
Petting the kitty?
Petting the kitty, yeah. And then getting in for some more tip time on the inside. I love it when Huntington kind of gets into this phase of the tide where you get that inside reform, because it just makes it so much more exciting.
So 16 minutes on the clock. It's a 6.33. He extends his lead right here, and plenty of time for Ebuesa to be able to answer back. He does need an excellent score, a 9.49 or better. Although Ebuesa at home at La Union, third place finish,
during one of the events on the Longboard QS season. Also a runner-up finish at the Sumatran Safaris Hamamatsu Open. Let's go down to AJ.
Mitch, we are here at the Hogue Activation, and I am here with Dr. Aaron Shibish, who is the head of pain management at Hogue, and you really specialize in spinal issues, prevention, injuries, which is something as surfers we may not think about very often, but you have a breakdown of the preventative ways that we can prepare our back, make sure we don't get injured, and then a really great comprehensive plan for what happens if we do.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, AJ. With surfing, you can have a lot of different injuries, even though it looks super graceful. Obviously, with paddling out, you can get a lot of strain into your neck and shoulders, or with pop-ups or cutting into waves, you can get a lot of strain into your low back. So what we've done is we've actually got a comprehensive program to both help treat as well as prevent sports injuries associated with surfing. One of the big things that we have at our comprehensive pain management group is the ability to do both minimally invasive interventions when necessary, but also make sure that we've got the right modalities on board, including physical therapy and occupational therapy to help restore normal functionality. And then, God forbid anything really need to be done, we also have our interventional spine team that can help out with minimally invasive surgeries as well, too.
And you are somebody who can not only speak to it from a medical perspective, but from a personal perspective as well. We were just talking about his trip to Cloudbreak not that long ago, paddling out double overhead. So how have you really incorporated what you're treating people with your own surfing and the routines that you do?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I can actually kind of talk to my patients about my own personal experiences. So if people come in, they've got extensive neck pain and they've been paddling out for long periods of time, I can usually point to it to being something like arthritic developments or ligamentous injuries. And then we can talk about what we can do, again, from a conservative standpoint. Make sure that they got the right physical therapy on board, make sure that we are seeing our colleagues over in sports medicine as well, too. And then if interventions need to be done, we can talk about that together.
I love that. Thank you so much for all you at Hogue are doing, and hope you catch some good waves this week while you're out here.
I'd love to. Thanks a lot for having us. We love pairing with you guys and being a partner for this.
Mitch, send it back to you.
Thank you, AJ. And Carla, it seems to me like the best way to prevent injuries is to go on a trip to Cloudbreak and surf perfect waves. I don't know about you, but I feel like I might have to add that to my calendar pretty soon.
The moral of that story was...
yeah, just go to Fiji. And we do have our Lexus WSL finals later on this year right there at either Cloudbreak or restaurants, depending on the conditions. So the only mistake so far in this heat by Big Ben Skinner on that wave relinquishes priority. And a good news for Joe Maria Buesa on his previous ride, his best, a 5.17, now needing basically an 8.5.
Yeah, chipping away at it, you know, and really looking quite good out there. I'm really proud of Joe Marie. I know his family and everyone back home in La Union are watching. Justin, his younger brother. We've got Kuya Ebueza, also Manong, I should say, his dad, who's also been a judge for a contest in that area for many. He's our go-to. He's actually been a judge for Queen of the Point, but great surfing from Joe Marie. And for his first time, I don't know, I'm feeling a good energy from him.
So back to the point. Was I just surrounded by world-class longboarders then the entire time? Because Daisy Valdez, Joe Marie, JR, none of them wearing leashes. So just looking at all those people at that point, Mona Lisa's a tough wave to surf.
So during the contest season, they'll lift the rules of the leash rule as that goes. But for the most part, there's a general leash rule. Only some of the best locals can kind of get away with it. They even kind of wanted us to wear leashes at one point, and I was like, I ain't going that way. It's not going to happen. But you're right. There are some of the best longboarders and surfers in general in that area. I mean, they've really been dominating the Asian circuit, the whole La Union crowd, especially also in the national contest there. And as you said, Daisy De La Torre, her daughter, a lot of great talent.
11:45 on the clock. Big Ben Skinner at the moment surfing a fantastic heat out there in heat number 3 of the elimination round up against Joe Maria Buesa. Be right back after this.
site, we have two of the most beautiful automobiles on the planet, the Lexus Surf LX and also the Lexus GS, driven by Lexus Ambassador and San Clemente local Griffin Colapinto, who will be here later on this week at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora here with you for heat number 3 of Ben's elimination round. At the moment, Big Ben Skinner out of Great Britain leading the heat over Filipino prodigy Joe Marie Ebuesa, although Ebuesa does hold priority at the moment, needing an excellent score of an 8.49 to take the lead. So we talked about not only the Philippines producing a lot of great surfers, also some world-class waves in that region too. I don't want to spill all of the beans, Carla. You know better than me, but that area does have a good amount of waves, especially during certain parts of the year too.
Well, let's put it this way. There's over 7,100 islands that make up the archipelago of the Philippines. So there's bound to be some nooks and crannies here and there, and waves for all sorts of levels and abilities.
Speaking of abilities, how's this guy just managing to be able to connect all the dots so far in this heat? Ben Skinner looking to throw away a 6.33. He has just really surfed an immaculate one so far. This is going to be his 6th wave just under 8 minutes on the clock now.
Yeah, staying busy and like feeling really confident. Definitely understanding kind of the weave that is happening here at Huntington. It's really just found the rhythm and just feeling the groove. I like it. I like what he's given us. He's given us scores that he's just basically throwing away since he's got that 7.33 and the 6.33, leaving Joe Marie, as you said, needing quite an excellent score, almost a 8.5.
It ain't impossible though, and given the qualifications that he has done very well in the regional QSing, there's a reason why he was able to qualify for the World Longboard Tour. And just giving a big shout out to Board and Brew for feeding us on site here. If you're in Southern California, be sure to check out one of their many locations, including one right here in Huntington Beach off of Beach Boulevard. Favorite sandwich personally, Carla? I know you like the turcado. I'm a left coast pastrami kind of guy myself.
Yeah. Sandwiches. To be honest, my days of sandwiches have kind of far behind me. Although I had a good sandwich today.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Healthy every now and then. You do got to choose the sourdough over the wheat.
Right.
You want the fiber, but you want the flavor of the sourdough every now and then. So it's one of those things, depending on the day. A big thank you to Board and Brew, as always, sponsoring a lot of events down here in Southern California. And make sure to check out one of their plenty locations that we have here in the state of California. Just over 6 minutes. The last of Skinner doesn't improve, a 4.43. And Ebuesa still with priority, needing an 8.49. Can you just speak on the resilience of somebody like Skinner so far throughout his career? You obviously have the likes of Kai Salas, who actually defeated him to win his maiden world championship in 2023. Actually, Kai is actually enjoying a Board and Brew sandwich himself and had the pleasure of doing the beach announcing for that event back at First Point at 23. Really close heat. It was actually a split decision on that one for Kai Salas to defeat Skinner. Eventually, he defeated the kid out of Hawaii, Kaniela Stewart, in the final matches. But all in all, it seems like these guys still have a lot more to deliver on the World Longboard Tour.
Well, they're clearly eager still, and you know, got the excitement and that fire under their belt, and want to keep it going. And I know for Ben, you know, Ben hasn't had that opportunity to snatch that title. So for him, you know, he's still in search of that. And then once you win it, it's like it's an addiction, right? And perhaps you just want to win another.
I mean, look at the top scores. The two guys they were just mentioning have the top 2 of the event so far, Carla. Salas with the 7.83 and Skinner with the 7.33 in this heat.
Yeah, and those guys are actually no strangers to being in that top bracket for scores for any given event. Kai always somebody to keep an eye out for, but then looking at the little bottom there, Chase Leader, somebody showing his muscles, showing what he's got.
There's Antonio Dantas, gonna be coming up in heat 4 against Kai Ellis Flint. Get a matchup, contrast of styles in that one for sure.
Yeah, he's sitting there chatting with Luffy. I believe that's Luffy. Riding a lot of guys riding the boards. Joe Marie on a Luffy right now, with 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Speaking of boards, husband is a shaper. Is there a sense of pride that somebody takes in shaping the own board that they're actually surfing? Same thing could be said for somebody like Ben Skinner out there in the red.
Oh, absolutely. And not only do you take pride in it, but like, it's, you know exactly what you've created for yourself. You know what you want, and then you get to really test it. And we see Joe Marie testing his Luffy board there, getting the heels. See if he can get into the reform section here, which we know Skinner has been so good at doing and getting those extra scores. This wave kind of dissipating, you know, coming into that fatter, deeper water, but really flashy on the takeoff with high tricks, lots of tricks.
I like the heels, and how's the crew right here on the beach too?
Oh, my Pinoys and Pinoys there. Shout out to everyone watching. I'm sure it's early morning there. It would be a very early magandang umaga to them.
And Skinner was actually interested in this one, had to give way though. Joe Marie had a priority on it.
with Ben's eyes laser focused, watching that whole thing go down as the young rookie here, Joe Marie, shows some flair, some flashiness, not though able to really get that second end of the scoring potential. And while I think that was really sweet and flashy and exciting to watch in the beginning, I don't know, or rather I would say as a judge, I wouldn't be adding any more points because he didn't get anything on that inside.
And it's not a maneuver that is entirely appreciated in the criteria either, right?
Exactly, so I'm curious to see how the judges are going to play it out. I personally want to see more of these tricks because I feel like it makes it more entertaining. As a longboarder myself, I mean, I can't do heels straight up. I get like vertigo. so it's exciting, and if like we can see it in a way, if it's being done in a functional way where, you know, it's a just more critical nose ride, you know, I like that. I think we should start acknowledging that.
Right, you want to promote it a bit more in that sense.
I would like to. I ain't up there. I ain't in charge. I just get to talk to everyone, and I'll just stay in my place.
I think in that sense, a lot of it, same thing as nose riding and whatnot, as we see the score right there, 5.13, so not the 849 that he was needing. No. It does help his heat total, but at the moment, irrelevant though, as he still needs basically the 8.5. There are the elements of the judging criteria here for the longboard portion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Major combos with variety, nose rides on the steepest of sections, committed rail surfing with speed, power, and variety, smooth transitions, good timing and control. And as always, as you know, and I'd probably say the essential part of longboarding, style, flow, and grace from the very start to the very end of the wave.
The very finish, and that's something I'm a super stickler about, is to the finish. You know, I know in shortboarding it's not, you know, you have a smaller board, it's a little bit different situation, and so like jumping off or whatever is kind of standard. And sometimes I'll see longboarders do kind of the same thing, and I really am opposed to that on the other, you know, end of the token, where I'd love to see more tricks. I also want to see proper finishes, a kick out, or even just a proper stall or straightening out, you know, of the wave, and staying on the board is not only, you know, looks better, but it is functional, because also, if not just looking at it as scoring potential, but looking at it as a getting back out on your board and paddling back out so you're ready, that's functional. That's going to get you out sooner. That's composure. And that's going to show kind of that whole plethora of talent and skill.
Big paddle battle right here, but priority with Big Ben Skinner in the red, the heat leader. And for a large dude, he's a great paddler too. 20 seconds. And he knows what Ebuesa is capable of right here, Carla. And it just goes to show the amount of respect that he has for a kid as talented as the one that we have in the blue jersey.
100%. And I hope Joe Marie takes that compliment. You know, that Ben wasn't going to let him breathe at all in these final moments of this heat here. You can see they're going to give a nice congratulations. Both, you know, Ben's a gentleman and always a good sport. And I know he knows, you know, what's happening here for the Philippine community.
So he takes the victory here in heat number 3 of the men's elimination round at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. A banger of a heat coming up. Antonio Dantas taking on the very stylish Kai Ellis Flint.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
A disappointing result for Kai Ellis Flint right here. Excuse me, for Joe Maria Buesa in heat number 3 against Big Ben Skinner. A lot to learn for the guy, but still a long road ahead when it comes to competing here at the World Longboard Tour level. So the European surfer Skinner in the red moving through into the round of 16. And getting some big hugs by everybody on the beach, as he is one of the crowd favorites, as always, here in Southern California at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Good matchup of styles in heat number 4 of the men's elimination round. Antonio Dantas from Portugal taking on the always stylish Kai Ellis Flint from Australia. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora here with one of our female competitors this morning, Sive Gerard. Sive, obviously not the result that you were looking for this morning, but still good learning point at this point of the year, first event of the season for yourself.
Yeah, I had so much fun. It was kind of slow in my heat, but there's definitely like some good waves, and I was happy with my performance, and I was super happy for the competitor I was surfing against too. So she did really good.
Carla, first time I met Sive, you want to hear a really funny story as we see Dantas right here from São Pedro do Estoril in Portugal.
Thank you.
So she was actually one of the shyest people I had met up until that point, and this morning when she's like, yeah, hey, can I jump on the booth for one? I was like, really, yourself? And doing it with a smile the entire time, Sive, congratulations to yourself. You've come a long way.
I know, I was kind of surprised that I even asked you. I was like so nervous, like I really wanted to do it.
Yeah, so obviously competing here in Huntington, as we see Ellis Flint right here at the moment, get a little reform that he might get on the inside too. We saw that quite a bit with Skinner in the previous heat. And we talked about his style and the way he can just really masterfully connect the dots on a wave like this, Carla. Really difficult to do what this guy truly does on a longboard out there.
He's got so much style, and he's just really smooth. You know, I say some of the same phrasing over and over again, but like you know, you just go to it. That cool, calm, collected. Keeps his upper body really kind of stationary and really upright, while his lower body is really quick and fluid. Quick footwork. He also is a shaper, riding his own surfboards.
A 9.8, pretty long board that he has out there at the moment right now.
Yeah.
State of New South Wales himself.
Yeah, we have quite a few riding the longer boards, which I've always been a fan of.
So that's my board that you're mentioning right there. That's the 9.8 that I'm needing myself.
Yeah, okay.
Mitchell, Carla, and that is Sive Gerard from Waianae, Oahu. But you did spend a lot of time growing up in Southern California, especially down in Oceanside.
Yes, I actually learned how to surf on Oceanside.
Wow.
And so going back down there, it's always like a good time, brings back a lot of memories, and yeah, it's home, I guess, too.
Yeah, big family person yourself, too. Your parents right here. I know one of your older sisters at the event, too. How cool is it to be able to share a moment like this with them?
Yeah, it's so nice. I'm actually one of 5, so I wish my other siblings were here, too, but it's really nice because I don't see my older sister that often, especially because she's here in California, so it's nice to spend time with her and bring my parents, too.
Who has priority when you guys paddle out, by the way? Is there somebody who's at the top of the pecking order as soon as you guys paddle out?
I think it's Lucy. I think Lucy always has priority. And then I think my brother thinks he has priority, but he's the youngest, so he definitely doesn't have it.
And Jonah Rips, too, by the way, the youngest of the siblings. And, of course, you know, sending a big hello to him back home. Became a lifeguard this summer, if I'm not mistaken, too. He's actually guarding over at Sandy Beach at the moment.
Yes, he loves lifeguarding. He takes his job very serious. He loves ocean rescue and the whole entire safety thing. So I'm super happy for him. He's like living out his dream right now.
So Dantas opening up with a 5-point ride and a 3 as a backup. A good start for him. Did win the QS event in Ferrol earlier this year. And just looking at the kid coming out of Portugal, good amount of talent, but waves that have similarities to here to Southside HB, Carla.
Yeah, doing a nice little kind of knee drop in there, works his way into it, gets a nice nose ride. Nice and fluid. I like his connection between the maneuvers. Shows a little bit of variety with that reverse drop knee or cross drop knee, whatever they're calling it these days. Everyone has kind of a certain term for that one. I don't know which one we've locked down. And then Kai answering right back there. Again, that subtle, real subtle in his upper body there. I really always appreciate his cutbacks, just how smooth. It kind of reminds me of like the river dancers, or, you know, no, it's not. It's the Irish dancing or whatnot, right?
Oh, you've been watching Sinners lately, haven't you?
Oh, is that what that? No, you know, the whole goal was to keep the upper body like really still, because dancing was forbidden, and they'd be doing the footwork underneath, and you'd keep the upper body like at the same level, and that reminds me of the way Kai kind of keeps it really smooth throughout, but very busy and fluid. Antonio opening up with that 3.0 and then following up a 5. But then Kai opening up with a 7.67 right off the bat.
Yeah, just a 1 as a backup at the moment. But Carla, that's the second best score of the event so far with Ellis Flint right here, the 7.67.
Yeah, it's nice to see the judges kind of opening up that scoreboard and honoring these guys. And obviously the waves are kind of coming into play because we've got that inside section and that inside reform that wasn't really happening for your heat, unfortunately, Sive. We see the replay here.
What you think about him mechanically, Sive? 7.67, but as Carla's mentioning, very little upper body movement for Kai Ellis Flint.
Yeah, no, I think he just looks really smooth. He's not trying to force anything. The waves just kind of lined up super perfect. So like for these conditions, I think he surfed really well.
Ellis Flint shaping his own boards. That's a 9.8 that he made himself. And of course, testing it out perfectly out here this afternoon. Southside HB Pier, 21:40 on the clock. He is in the lead at the moment with just a 1 as a backup. Let the big dog eat. Ben Skinner with Rosie.
Yeah, Mitch, Ben Skinner, great to see you back on the glass. We're talking about your heat total, one of the best of the men's event so far. Huntington has its own unique set of challenges. What's it like competing out here today?
I mean, look, I love Huntington Beach. I've always had great results here through my whole career, so I've got a good relationship with the wave, but some days it's difficult, more difficult than others. Today was definitely one of them. Just relieved to make the heat. Jamal's so good. He's such a good up-and-coming talent, and I knew that if he got a good left out there, I was going to be in trouble. So I just, luckily for me, there was more rights, I feel like, and yeah, did the job.
Beautiful board under your feet, self-shaped. Talk to us about this particular piece of equipment.
Yeah, this is a new one I've been working on for the last sort of 4 to 6 months, called the Double Scoop Swallowtail. Pretty unique looking board. Crazy little swallowtail and double scoop going through the deck. Works so good, so I'm loving it. It glided through the trench and feels good on the tail, good on the nose, so I'm really happy, yeah.
And rumor has it some of the motivation for this design came from F1 and the F1 cars, is that correct?
Yeah, totally. I just kind of geek out on F1. I love it. It's my second passion. And just looking at simply downforce and how they create more downforce in the car, and tried to put that into this, which is why you see the double scoop running through the deck. Just changing the dynamic of the water flow through the deck of the board, giving more downforce in the tail and more lift on the nose.
Ben Skinner trying to find that edge. Thanks for all the insights.
Well, it's working so far, so don't change something that ain't broken. 1950 on the clock. Dantas was up and riding, needing a 3.68 to move up into first place. And Sive, Ben was kind enough to join us yesterday afternoon to be able to talk about his perspective, not only on life, but within competition too. As we look at the last of Dantas here, Carla, looking at another great nose ride on the outside.
Yeah, I really like what Antonio is giving us on these lefts. He's got some really nice, clean footwork that leads into really critical nose riding. Obviously, we're getting the best shot with that close-up, footwork shot. But then he's going to try to work it up into the inside here. You could hear on the beach while we're going through that interview some hooting and hollering. So let's see how that drops.
Yeah, he was mentioning, Sive, about him actually liking to be in the elimination round personally, that he also felt that it brought out the best in him. Definitely seemed that way. For yourself, do you like skipping the elimination round, knowing that round of 16, a 9th is already a good result?
I think I'm just like happy to be in any heat. And so, I mean, when I got in the elimination round yesterday, I just knew it was an opportunity for me to have more heat time and to learn. And this is only my second year on tour, so I definitely need to like figure it out and like feel confident in myself, like which I'm like slowly getting.
I think that's so insightful.
Confidence goes a long way, right, Carla?
Well, and that's really smart of you to just kind of like be taking it moment by moment, right? And you're just happy to be here. And I feel like that not putting too much pressure on yourself can kind of help ease you through heat by heat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So the last of Dantas is 6.67. He takes the lead. Got a heat total already, 11.67. Ellis Flint down to second momentarily, needing just a 4. See the numbers right there, going as high as a 7.3 by our European judge from France. But confidence is one thing, Sive. Growing up in a surfing industry, especially in 2 areas that are predominant with surfers, Southern California and Oceanside, and of course on the west side of Oahu, what's it been like to be able to grow up in an environment as cool as this one?
I think it's just one of those things, like I'm just so blessed to be in an environment where like surfing is like the main thing of our life. And so taking like both cultures and kind of like putting together is like kind of like made my surfing for like a lot of reasons. And so I just think it's like a cool thing, you know, like especially like the Hawaii surfing versus like the Oceanside surfing, like it's completely different. But when you put them together, it's a really like beautiful thing.
Still doing a lot of TikToks, by the way, with your sister Lucy as well?
I'm making a TikTok today about
And outside of surfing, too, I know you're going to school. You've also been doing quite a few internships at some law firms as well.
Yeah.
How do you fund your travel expenses personally?
Well, I work, and I think it's a blessing to be able to work and like do everything because not everyone gets to work in life, right? And I also have a sponsor, Winways, out of the East Coast, and they also help me, and of course, like my parents help me. It's not easy getting to a lot of places when you come from a big family, but my family makes sure it happens. You know?
Yeah, and her dad recently retired, by the way. Congratulations to good old Lionel, too. What's it like having him full-time at the house now? Do you guys get on each other's nerves a little bit more, or is it just as cool as before?
I think it's fun. I mean, like, when we were younger, when we used to hear the car coming up the driveway, we used to, like, all start pretending like we're cleaning. But, like, now we're so used to my dad being home. Like, we've gone past that phase.
Yeah, and your family is unique too. Let me just put it that way. Surfing with all of them before, having the perspective of knowing your younger brother Jonah too, who's a great surfer, by the way. But I think the camaraderie that I see between not only yourself, the rest of the American Samoa community, good friends with Liam Wilson, who also represents American Samoa. What's it like to be the first one to be able to represent this beautiful nation on the World Longboard Tour?
I think it's such a beautiful thing. You know, just the ocean is, you know, where we come from, you know. And so doing this, like, it's not like, oh, I did this. It's like, I did this, like, with my culture, and I did this, like, with my family and Liam. And, of course, his family, too, with all the support. So it's a beautiful thing. And I know Liam's doing really good on the QS, and same with my sister and my brother. So hopefully, like, they'll make the transition as well.
Is there any component that we don't know about that makes you guys so successful on the world stage? Because it seems like over the course of the last few years, we've seen a lot more surfers come out of the area, especially when it comes to the longboarding side of things, Sive.
I think it's just like the ocean is really like, it's our like essence of life. It's who we are. And so I think it's one of those things. And I hope to see more like Solomons like be surfing too.
15 minutes on the clock, halfway through the heat. Saw Dantas momentarily up and riding here. This is Ellis Flint, who is now needing a 4-point ride. Can you be any more casual than the way he is at the moment, Carla? I mean, it just seems like he's not even surfing or even trying for that matter either.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the essence, just to take from Sive there, of longboarding, right? Make the difficult look easy, make it look effortless. It's that dance, that elegance. You know, he really has an elegant style. Longboarding really suits him, as we see. Dantas.
Wow.
Wow, that's so good.
And really getting that tip time. Really, I'm loving the nose riding that we're seeing from Antonio during this heat. It's a bit unfortunate, though, that that second half of the wave didn't back it up.
To ask you a question regarding that, because he goes into the deep section right there. If you're scoring himself right now, are you counting that as a complete nose ride or not?
I need to see it again, but I'm not. He may very well may not get that as a completed
Wave.
Yeah, a completed maneuver. It was sure looking hot and sweet. The hood ornament kind of, you know, pose. As we see Kai, we see that footwork. You can see how he really uses the weight onto one side of the rail to hold that inside rail as he nose rides.
He uses the entirety of the board, too.
Oh, yeah. Which is something I can appreciate, too, as Chloe mentioned earlier, as she saw on the chain. So here we can see that replay. Gets those 4 uninterrupted steps, gets that really nice 10. Comes out, I would say, I mean, I say that's a completed maneuver. It didn't really die. I mean, he came out of it, so I would complete it, but I wouldn't be giving it maybe that high of a score because that's the only thing that was done.
So 13 minutes on the clock. So Carla touched on a really important subject right there, Sive. Is it sometimes detrimental to your performance to make things that are so difficult look too casual at times?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, looking at Antonio's wave that he just caught. I mean, if that was my wave, I'd be stoked. Like, seriously, that is so good. I mean, I guess it just depends on what the judges are looking for. I mean, his nose ride looked great.
Yeah, I mean, I could be totally wrong, and they're going to be like all over it and bananas and like throw down and eat for all we know. So, and that sometimes happens when you say something ahead of time, right? You jinx yourself. But really a strong nose ride. There's no doubt about that. We know that. But then also Kai, his wave was pretty strong in itself with kind of more of that versatility from nose to tail.
Yeah, surfing to the entire criteria right there, too. A 6-point ride at the moment moves him up into the lead in the last of Dantas. Well, it did get rewarded, but not high enough. A 3.67, so right on cue, as you were mentioning, Carla. 12 minutes, and he does have priority, but now needing a good score, a 7.01. Heat totals by today's standards, Sive, feel like you're getting anything close to 12 points, you're very likely to make the heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just looking at both of their waves, Antonio and Kai's, they're surfing great, and I think it just kind of comes down to what surfer can make that middle section to the shore. I mean, I think that's what's the separation between the points right now.
I think you're spot on with that, yeah. And as we mentioned earlier, those earlier heats, just because of the tide, you didn't have that reform section in order to get those extra points, so you just had to work with what you have. Fortunately for these gentlemen, there are some waves that are kind of fishing into that inside section. As the tide changes more, that might change again.
And you know you're talking about the best in the world when they're looking at, what, very subpar waves, and they're making things look extremely fun out there in conditions that 99% of the population would not be surfing in at the moment. Dantas up and riding, gets to the nose, touches the 5. Needs a 7.01 or better. Trying to stay close to the whitewater right here to get to the reform on the inside. Very casual kick out right there, but probably still going to be needing something better after that. Priority with Ellis Flint. Let's go down to AJ to the Pacifico deck.
Mitch, I am where the party is, which is exactly at the Pacifico activation. You can see this is a line you can see as soon as you get into Huntington Beach. Everybody wants to come check out the Pacifico activation, and for good reason. If you stand in this line, you get your own customized hat. You can put anything on these hats. I've seen Mom, I've seen Dad. This one, my current favorite, Surf City, USA. So if you're coming down to Huntington Beach, make sure you come down, check out the Pacifico activation, because you're going to be here a minute. It's a very popular spot, Mitch.
It definitely seems that way, AJ. Thank you very much. And some beautiful colors on that great hat, by the way. So the Pacifico deck over there, it's been going off. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here, July 27th at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The last of Dantas 2.7, and despite good efforts on back-to-back waves, Carla, really looking to make the inside reform here.
Yeah, and so you got to kind of stop and think and go, is that a matter of wave selection, really? And yes, there aren't a ton of giant sets out there, but there's very clearly a specific wave that's large enough and has enough push behind it to make it through into that inside, and you need to be cued into that.
9 minutes on the clock right here, and for Ellis Flint, well, it all comes down really to whether or not he can use priority to his advantage, Sive.
Yeah, for sure. The first time I saw Kai surfing was last year at Bell's, and I had no idea who he was, and then I just saw this guy just ripping holding these tents for a super long time. And I've known Antonio for a really long time, especially I used to ride Luffy boards too. And so seeing him and his surfing and how it's improved, it's amazing.
If I'm not mistaken, originally when you were starting to make your debut on tour and stuff like that, you actually got a lot of the used boards that you get from other competitors, right?
So I met before, I think when I was in the Philippines, I was riding Takayama boards, and then I met Luffy and El Salvador with Antonio and his daughter, and that's kind of how I started riding their boards. And then I made the transfer over to Chiz.
Oh, there's a good time and a good place to know certain people. It seems that way too.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Ellis Flint, I still go back to the idea that to me, not only one of the best longboarders on the planet, just when it comes down to the purity of surfing itself, guy has to be considered one of the best people there is on a surfboard worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, he has that true traditional aesthetic, you know, that goes back to the earlier roots. He rides that more traditional styled board. And, you know, coming from Australia, that's kind of where the roots start also as in California. You know, our roots are kind of similar. But, you know, you think about areas like the Philippines that have much younger cultures, and they don't have that same kind of root or that lineage, right? And so they're going to have kind of a different approach, you know, to maybe their longboards or to their surfing. And I think something just to keep in mind is that we always have to remind ourselves that, like, from each culture, there's kind of maybe a different approach, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, right, or different.
No.
But it's just their approach and where their history has been and where it's taking them, you know, in the future.
And it adds to the whole, right, Sive? I mean, there's probably some things that you took from California, some things that you took from Hawaii to base your style off of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, growing up, I think I really looked up to my siblings because, you know, there's not that many salmon surfers, so it was really just my sister, my brother, my siblings, and I. And I think a lot of my style comes from growing up in both places, but a lot of my style comes from my siblings and how they surf. And so I think that's the whole entire thing, right, with culture and where you grow up and all those things too.
Do you feel like you integrate your culture into your surfing too?
Some people say that when they see me surf, like other Polynesians and stuff, but I'm not too sure. I feel like when I surf, I just feel really connected to the ocean.
Can I just have you record my voicemail or something like that and say
buttery.
something like, right?
I'm just sitting kind of could listen to you all afternoon. I'm like, okay, tell me more, Sive.
All right, I am going to put you on the spot, though, Sive. 6 minutes on the clock right here. Ellis Flint with priority and the lead, looking to improve on a 6. Dantas needing a 7:01, paddling into this one, and won't be able to get it. If there's one thing that you miss the most about living in California, I gotta think it's the Mexican food, right? Because Oceanside has some of the best Mexican food on the West Coast.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes I just crave it, and it's like, oh my gosh, I need to eat something.
Just give me a taco.
Yeah, I'm at Zippy's, I think, almost twice a week, but I think I need some Mexican food for sure.
Have you ever tried Colima's right there by the pier?
No, I've never tried it.
Oh,
yeah.
man. That's our spot when we go to North County SD. Ellis Flint here, the heat leader.
Wow. Yeah.
And once again, it just seems smooth, buttery, and most importantly, always in control, Carla.
Yeah, speaking of buttery, I mean, he's just really got a buttery, smooth style, but yet still progressive and radical, for lack of a better word, but in a way that's kind of like a really good jazz song that's got a sick saxophone riff in it. You know, it's exciting and it's fun and it's lively and it's poppy, but it's buttery, you know, all at the same time. That's kind of how I feel about Kai's surfing.
Well, he does have kind of a Kurt Cobain, little Jim Morrison kind of look to him.
A little vibe to him, right? Yeah, and you'll see him. He gets these. See, he's been really smart on his wave selection, right? And getting those and finding those ones that tip into the inside, giving him that extra, few points. And that's why he's been able to nail down already a 7.67 and a 6, where Dantas did get that 5 and 6.67 in the beginning, but you can see through that run there that he's just been struggling to find those again.
And on back-to-back waves, too. The 5 and then the 6.67. And Ellis Flint with a chance to potentially improve right here on the 6-point ride as well. So after having competed here multiple times now, Sive, Lexus US Open and Surfing presented by Pacifico, everybody's saying this is our Super Bowl of surfing.
the pressure is one thing, but really competing in front of everybody, that's something that you're eventually going to do as a surfer. Really competing here in Huntington Beach, a historical spot. What's it been meaning for you so far as we see the significance of this venue right here?
Yeah, I think it's so beautiful. I think just seeing like how Huntington as a community can come together and be so supportive of surfers from all around the world. I mean, I think it's just amazing. And it's just like for me this year, like my whole entire how I'm going about the tour is just to really enjoy my time. And so here, like that's what I've been doing. So I think it's really cool.
Is there a chance that, I'm just putting it out there into the universe, could we get an event at Ala Moana Bowls eventually? I know you've been doing well there in the past.
I hope so. I love Bowls. Town's a beautiful place too, and so maybe there. I would love to have a contest back home in Waianae, maybe Makala or something. That wave is perfect, especially in the winter when it gets big. It's perfect for longboarding. I mean, it's one of the best waves I think in the world. So I think that'd be awesome too.
What do you think, Carla?
Hey, I mean, Makaha used to be, I think, had a longboard contest, I believe, more often, right? Back in the day. I feel like I'm a broken record here, but yeah, I think Makaha is one of the spots I have actually surfed on a longboard. It's fun, it's exciting, get that backwash. And
yeah, it's everything. I mean, big, small, it's perfect.
Yeah, it can be super fun.
And what about winning at Ali'i Beach Park? I know you like Haleiwa a lot too.
Oh my! When I found out it was gonna be there, I used to have a bad connection or relationship with the wave, so I was like, Lucy, what am I gonna do? And then when I went, I'm like, I guess I'm just gonna surf it. And I didn't even know I was gonna do well at the contest, but I mean, I guess I just connected with the wave. And that's the thing about surfing contests. Sometimes it's not the best surfer, it's the person who's the most connected with the ocean. And so I guess that day I was just connected.
And why did you have a bad connection before the win?
I went out on some pretty big days and I got destroyed. And I went out, I got a brand new log and I went on a huge day and just snapped it. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Look, that happens to everybody, okay?
Yeah.
So don't take it personally. If there's one thing you learn on the spot about Haleiwa, Ali'i Beach Park, is that everybody has to go through that. And I'm actually really stoked that there was a longboard event too, because I think there is a capability to have an even larger event there personally. And I think, just my personal opinion, ladies, I think having a heavy water wave on the longboard tour is actually something necessary.
Yeah. I agree 100%. I feel like we're always, as longboarders, kind of feeling like we're in the shadow, you know, and we're considered like, oh, we're only good for small waves. And yeah, okay, I'm a small wave queen. That's fine. But
I'm not. I'd rather surf big waves.
But there's plenty of people out here that want the bigger and want some punch and want some power and they can do it. And so, you know, there's no reason why we shouldn't be showing that off.
Get into the tail end of the heat right here in number 4, Ellis Flint with a substantial lead over the Portuguese surfer Dantas. And despite Antonio surfing well in this heat, still needing a 7.01, the one thing that is helping him out at the moment, he does have priority unconditional right away on any wave he wants, and he's going to choose this one. Fades left, eventually goes right. Good touch of the 5 right there for Dantas. Already won a QS event earlier this year in similar kind of conditions over there in Ferrol. And looking to make the inside connection right here, which is crucial to his score line. 7:01 is what he is requiring. Touches the 10 slightly real quick on the inside. And needing the second best wave of the heat right here, Carla, as we see Ellis Flint on the outside, our current heat leader. And stylish as always, he's looking to improve on a 6-point ride. And that doesn't seem like it's going to do the job. So all going to come down to the surfer in red right here, whether he gets the score.
Yeah, Dantas looking for that 7.01. He had some good tip time. He had some good footwork. He also had a couple little moments in between there that weren't super clean. So I don't know if he's going to quite hit that 7 mark, but really a great showing. Some amazing nose rides coming from Antonio throughout this entire heat. You can see there, he kind of comes there's a little hiccup there. Does a nice turn, though, back into that white water. The reform here starts to kind of go there. It takes a little while for it to stand up. Doesn't quite stand up as much as I think he would have liked it to. Does get a little 5 to the 10 there on the inside. So definitely a great effort for, you know, basically a buzzer beater.
So still waiting on the score, 7.01 while we wait. Sive, expectations for yourself this year outside of just having fun?
I think just, I guess, enjoying the moment, enjoying it with my family and my mom and dad. I mean, not everyone gets to do that, so it's definitely a blessing bringing them everywhere I get to go.
So we appreciate and thank you for your time. It's a 5.57 for Antonio Dantas. Not enough. It'll be Kai Ellis Flint, the Australian in the blue jersey, moving through as the Portuguese. We'll see him at Bells for stop number 2. Stephen Sawyer, Tony Savani coming up. It'll be Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley, and a special guest when we return.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, as well as the city of Huntington Beach. I'm Chris Cote. I'm sitting next to Sam Bleakley, and we are stoked and honored to have a legend, the one and only mate. It's PT, Pete Townend. Welcome to the booth, and hey, I don't have to welcome you to Huntington Beach because you've been here for a minute, right?
Yeah, about 45 years. Yeah, it's great to be at the US Open, of course. And, you know, like, what's really interesting just today, you know, I've been watching all morning, and is to see the legacy of longboarding and Huntington Beach. I think that's what, you know, walking in here, I walked up to my old mate, David Neweaver, walking out of here, you know, talking about legendary, and I just handed off to you about the Surfing Walk of Fame, and we're going to have Dale Dobson inducted posthumously, and you know, the culture of longboarding really started here, you know, 1959. I've heard you guys talking about Jack Haley, and then his brother won it the next year, you know. And that epic ride that Haley got, where he goes through the pier to the north side, turns around, does a turn, and then comes back and comes through the other side.
That is mind-blowing. To have a video clip of that would be
there is a video clip of it.
There we go. We got to find that.
We got to find that one. No, there is a video clip of that.
So many iconic moments have happened at this pier. I mean, you could fill 4 coffee table books with all the lore and legend. I know, PT, you've been a part of a lot of it. I actually just saw a post that you put up yourself and the legendary Mike Chamberlain, 2 of the original voices of surf commentary. And without you 2 guys, I mean, we wouldn't be sitting here. So thank you for all the inspiration for all the years. And we're going to put you to work right now because we got 25 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this heat. And it's a big one. We got Stevie Sawyer going up against Tony Silvani. So 2 titans of the sport right now, both of them with one-wave ridden. Right now, you got Stevie Sawyer all the way to the beach. with a beautiful ride. We've got some catching up to do because these guys started strong.
Yeah, he went to town on that. Dynamic, quick, fast footwork into some critical 10s. And Stevie's just such a master of versatility. He's good in tubes. He's good on beach breaks, on points. PT, what do you think of this from Sawyer?
Well, these guys, both of them, are such accomplished longboarders, and they can do it all. I mean, it doesn't matter whether they're going front side or back side. You know, they're both good both ways. And, of course, they've been at the top of this game for, what, a decade? And there's Sawyer just, you know, with really nice little footwork. And I think, as crazy as it sounds, the waves have got a little better now that it's out on the outside, and the guys are getting a better opportunity on the reforms.
Yeah. And if you link those reforms with good rhythm, with good tempo, there's a nice section on the inside.
Yeah, I was getting worried looking at the wind reports for this afternoon, but it's actually hanging in there. It might even be, knock on wood, glassing off a little bit. We're looking at, what, 149, 150 in the afternoon, and I think the conditions are actually looking more favorable than they did a couple hours ago. And, of course, with two guys out in the lineup who are, like you said, both of you so accomplished, I mean, these guys can surf anything. They could ride a door out there today and make it look good. But luckily, they're both on their trusty steeds. You got Stevie on his own shape, I believe, and Tony Silvani on the Stewart board that's projected him into a million finals around the world.
I mean, I'm sure there would have been a crossover with the early days of Bill Stewart competing in the longboard renaissance and Dale Dobson, who was really at the forefront of the longboard renaissance.
Hey, by the way, I got a funny one, interject right there. Speaking of Stewart, I went to see F1 last night. Have you seen it?
Not yet.
The end of the movie is Brad Pitt with a van in Mexico with a Stewart board on the side.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, back to you.
I haven't seen it, but there's F1 influence in the nose riding design of Ben Skinner's double scoop model.
I heard you talking about that.
Yeah,
yeah,
very interesting.
I'm a huge F1 fan. You know, as you guys know your history. The World Championship Tour was based on Formula One racing. We wanted to be Formula One car drivers, and that's how we developed the ratings. We went, we're going to go around the world and give points.
Yep.
That was the inspiration.
Well, it absolutely makes sense, you know. And PT, I know that you were kind of right there on the edge of when longboarding ran supreme into the world of shortboarding. So I got to imagine you started off competing on logs, right?
Not competing, but I started on an 8.6 Joe Larkin, single fin with a Greeno Stage 3 fin. And that was mid-60s. And so, you know, my first few years were on the longboard, and then immediately, you know, you're talking about, you know, 67, 68, 69. We went from being on 8.6 down to, you know, we were down to 6 feet by the end of the 60s, you know.
But what blows me away is to think that when you filmed Big Wednesday in 77 that came out in 78, A, how hard was it to get someone to build a longboard, and B, how well you rode those boards, considering you'd all been riding shortboards for 10 years.
Yeah, we had to study, as we see a nice ride here for Silvani. He's going to get that little inside. Looks like it might stand up for him. He's holding it back there, looking for that section there. He gets it, nice little tan in that little section. That was really well read. He read that little into that section so well.
I can't reiterate enough how hard it is to get up on the nose and hang 10 on a 4-inch section of a wave. That was, I mean, it's subtle but masterful. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks here. So this is a global vote. We ask our audience and the fans of longboard surfing to make their picks. Here you go. Pretty even. Steven Sawyer with 52%, Tony Silvani with 48%. So our Pacifico fan picks in this case evenly matched.
Yep.
And Sam, back to what you had just said, it was funny when we were doing the Big Wednesday thing. Our first trip that we went on was to El Salvador, and Lance Carson was on that very first trip. Here we go again in the replay.
Yeah, Stevie's just been dynamic. He's got that 5, 6, 7 and that 6A3, but his footwork, he looks fired up. This is an electric Stevie who he knows he's got to be busy to win here at a beach break, because Silvani, East Coaster, knows these types of waves, and he's got a good track record of competing here at HB as well. He's always quick-footed finding the sections, and he got the nice nugget on the inside on this wave. Like you said, PT, he read it so well.
This next section coming up here, you see he's got the trim going, he's just setting it up, and then he gets this beautiful little 10 right here. Oh, that was beautiful, just to find that section.
Yeah, great read.
That was incredible. I mean, it's just these little magical moments that get the attention of the judges and wrangle those big numbers out of their hands. That one's going to come through probably around a mid-ranger. So while the judges deliberate and lock in their scores, let's go down to the glass. We've got AJ McCord standing by with Kai Ellis-Flint.
Cote, I did check with Kai, and he told me he didn't know that he was just this close to beating Ben Skinner and then getting it on the final one, but you did. You got the high heat score of the day. Just how did you put those waves together?
Yeah, I guess I just found a rhythm out there today. Yesterday, I don't know, just being back at Huntington and the atmosphere here, it can get a little overwhelming, but you know, sit into it and get a heat out of the way, and then you know, found a rhythm out there this morning or this afternoon, and yeah, just had a bunch of fun.
Well, and the 13.67, like I mentioned, highest heat score so far on the men's elimination round side. How does that give you confidence coming out of this round and going into the next?
Yeah, I think just maybe not the score-wise, but I think just like my surfing in general gave me a bit of confidence. I'm just like finding these tools that are helping me. Just like a little breath out before paddling in, and you know, just trying to like calm it down a little bit, not give it 80%, you know, or 100% through each turn. Just kind of like wind it back and sort of surf the wave and finish the wave rather than trying to like do your best turn or like get your best nose ride, you know.
How are you finding year in and year out that those tiny little things are what's giving you more of an edge when you hit the water?
Yeah, I think when you start entering in the events, like you've got this like I guess like you don't have anything on your back, right? You've got no pressure. You just like go out there and surf, and then when you start going through, like you get a little recognized, and so you need these things to kind of help you. And it is just going out there and getting a couple of waves, you know. It's not like be all and end all kind of thing. You know, if you sink into the way that you naturally surf, you should be able to get the scores.
As you did today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Silky smooth in and out of the water. Kai Ellis-Flint, now a contender here to potentially take the crown. The Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, and if you're going to market Aussie cool as the bronze Aussies did, he is the epitome of Aussie longboard cool right now, PT.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And to finish that off, the little thought about the big Wednesday. So we were in El Salvador with Lance Carson. Originally, he was, Milius wanted him to double for Gary Busey.
Yeah.
But Lance couldn't keep up with today's surfing because we were now the shortboard guys learning how to ride longboard. Milius would drive us to San Salvador to a theater and make us watch old 60s movies of Lance Carson and Mickey Dora at Malibu. That's what he did this. He'd take us in there and make us watch these and then come back out to Punta Roca and Senzal and go, now boys, that's what you've got to do.
Well, what you and Billy and Ian did is timeless. And, you know, it puts my hair on end. You know, I'm part of the generation that studied the moves on those boards. And that was what got me into longboarding as somebody who was living in an isolated part of the surf community, watching Big Wednesday on repeat and watching you, Ian and Billy style it made me realize that longboarding was the art form I really wanted to get into.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great experiences of my life, working on that film. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here. If it wasn't for that, because McGilvery calling me up and going, hey, listen, we want you to come over and be part of this movie called Big Wednesday. We're going to El Salvador. And at the time, I was world champion and just come fifth in the first stubbies. And everyone said, you can't do that. You can't just drop off the tour. And I went, I'm going to Hollywood.
Yeah, well, you know what? Hollywood hasn't always done surfing well, but Big Wednesday has to be considered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Hollywood surf film ever made. So you picked wisely there, I'm sure.
Here's Silvani again with a little bit of tip work outside, and looks like he's made that connection again. Oh, getting a bit tricky there on the inside there.
Yeah, went for the heels.
Yeah, we got Sawyer now flying down the line on the left. Nice rebound there. Looks right, but he's going to keep pushing towards that left. 5 overs. He casually cruises through the flat section of that wave, straight to the inside. Another little bonus. well done for Stevie Sawyer. He's already got a solid scoreline with a 5.67 and a 6.83. He's tossing a 4.3 away already. Savani came through with a 5.17 in his previous effort. We got a heat on our hands. We're only halfway through, and already some big numbers. There's basically no throwaways yet ridden.
Stevie's looking really sharp for me. I mean, we saw last season, it was incredible that he had to win in Abu Dhabi to get to the final 8 in El Salvador, and he took the win. And the interesting thing about Abu Dhabi was it favored the technical surfers who knew how to tube ride, because yes, there were nose ride sections, but a lot of the work was in the pocket. And Stevie is a J-base surfer. He knows how to sit over that stringer. He knows how to shortboard in the barrel and longboard in the tube, and it really shone. But this is just a demonstration of how versatile he is. And he won his first world title, 217, in small waves in Jinsun Harbor, Taiwan. And maybe this is going to be Stevie's year to get another world title.
What I love about what the guys are doing today is what I call the art of trim. And today you really have to have your trim down. And it's a technique that no longer really applies to the shortboarding era. It's all about the turns now. But when we grew up, started, you know, and I'm older than you guys, that was the first thing you learned how to do was trim. And these guys have all developed an unreal trim skill, you know, and it's really essential, especially on a day like today, like to get through that little fat section right there. Look at how he's just got that board in trim and just setting it up for the next move.
Goes for the heels on the inside.
How do you learn that? How would one, are you born with the ability to trim a log, or is it something you can really work on and
when you started in the 60s, one of the first things you learnt to do was you had to have style, and with style came trim. And because, you know, it's how you hold your arms and how the board's going to lock in, and that was all part of it, style and trim. And you were judged by that, you know, and it's funny, when we were growing up, those early days as kids, the biggest thing you learnt to do was learn how to trim and then go to the nose. And the funny thing, as kids, we were growing up, you get to the nose and you'd come in and the kid or your mate would go, "But did you get back?"
Yeah. We can all get to the nose. It's getting back.
That was the development of longboarding as you grew up as a Grom, right? Yeah, you got to the nose, but did you get back?
Classic. It is precarious out there when you're levitating on the end of a 9-foot-plus board.
And it's beautiful at the moment, the balance of longboarding, the finesse, the way that the best are mixing up footwork, flow, trim, nose riding, and rail work. And I think that a condition like this at HB really favors the longboard because they can use that glide to connect the dots.
Yeah, and even this morning when it was pretty much just on the shore break, it was still all about finding that, I'm trying to remember back to the very first heat, the girl that upset
Liv Stokes.
Yeah, she got that very first wave where she just set it so nicely, you know, and got that 10 that was just so clean. But now we've got a lot more work room than we had back then. It was real short back in the early heats.
Yeah, sure.
Now you got, you know, a chance to connect that inside. And I think it's a challenge for the judges at the moment. You know, how do you separate two guys when they're doing multiple turns? They're getting multiple nose rides. How do you separate the score? I mean, not easy.
Oh, our judges have been on it all week long, and they continue to, you know, be putting out these numbers that are earned. Stevie Sawyer just got a 6.5, so extends his lead. And with 11:42 to go, PT, you very well know there's a lot happening on the beach, a lot happening behind the scenes, and we're going to play a little game called Where is Rosie? So where's Rosie?
You know what I'm doing? I'm doing a little bit of gift shopping in the WSL on-site store. It's got all of the merch from this year's activations from all of our sponsors. I'm a FlexFit hat with the artwork by Jake Woodside, which is for this year. We've got everything here in this merch store. We got RC sunglasses, we got the FlexFit hats, we got Yeti, we've got Surf Rider Foundation apparel that I'm sure most of the proceeds go to helping some of the Surf Rider initiatives. We've got WSL merch, we've got umbrellas in case you want to stay in the shade, we've got t-shirts, hats. There's something for everyone here at the WSL on-site store. But yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of early Christmas shopping, because Christmas sneaks up on you and those holidays come really quickly. So if you want to be prepared, hit the WSL on-site store and get some of the merch.
Well, I'm gonna give her a little shopping list off air. I want that hat. I want a Colapinto jersey. I got a couple things I'm gonna go in there and look at. Thank you so much, Rosie. 10 minutes, 30 seconds ago, Stevie Sawyer well into the lead at the moment with a 6.83 and a 6.50. Silvani has some catching up to do, but obviously we know Tony Silvani in waves like this, I mean, this could be considered his bread and butter coming from the East Coast. This is kind of your average everyday conditions. All up and down the East Coast. So needing an 8.16, it's not out of the realm of possibility. This is one of the legends of our sport we're talking about.
Absolutely, and both of these surfers will be happy to rise to the occasion. They want to stay in this event. There's a huge element of pride to be on the dance floor of Southside Huntington Beach, and this is high profile for these longboarders. Both of them want to be in the final. And I mean, you've seen the beach getting busier this afternoon, PT, and the pride for these longboarders to know they could be one of those people on the stage winning that trophy, kicking off their world tour with a win.
And I think we're at an interesting point in this heat. You got 10 minutes, and Tony's got priority. His next wave selection is critical, because I don't think he can get, well, we haven't seen an 8 out here today, so he's going to have to get something with that priority to bring that number that's needed down. And then he's got a shot at it, I reckon, you know, like, so I think it's at a critical time, and particularly, like I said, critical for his decision on what wave he's going to take here.
Well, we got 9 minutes, 10 seconds left. What's going to happen next? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we will be right back after these brief messages. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And I've got news for you out there. You think the surfers are good that we have competing today? Well, guess what? SpongeBob is one of the best surfers I've ever seen. I watch him all the time on Paramount Plus. Absolute ripper. And Sam, you've been talking about SpongeBob's board all day long. It sounds like you are maybe a little bit jealous of what he's riding.
I love the fact that it's a single fin, hard edged all the way through round the nose. I mean, that thing is just gonna be incredible at HB.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Shaped in Bikini Bottom, I believe. And this happened during the break, pre-SpongeBob conversation. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. 5 over, cross steps back, under duress, making it look easy.
Yeah, on self-made equipment as well. Of course, his dad, Des, has been shaping since 72 in J Bay. And Stevie, look at the angles, look at the arcs, look at the lean, and mixing things up with variety. Whoa. That was a dynamic drop knee turn.
That was one of the turns of the event so far.
He has looked electric. I mean, nothing to take against from Tony, but Stevie has just been absolutely sensational. I mean, I expected maybe a couple of those scores to go a bit higher, but look at that. The walk back, heels, all the way from Silvani, looking for the reform right through to the inside, reading this wave really nicely. But he's come up against an on-form Steven Sawyer, who just looks like he's had the edge all heat.
Whoa.
And I would think that last wave of Sawyer is going to widen the gap even more. That was like, at least without seeing the scores, I would think it was in his best too.
Yeah,
that cutback in the middle was beautiful.
Yeah, mixing up the drop knee and bringing in that variety. Now it looks like Tony's got to do a little bit of swimming. He has got 2 new 9.2 bird models by Bill Stewart that he's competing on with the kind of moon tail. You can see it's single fin, little kick in the back, quite a lot of rocker. You can see Stevie just knee paddling back out. Tony will know this time, but it's a lot of pressure, like you said, PT. There's not many 8+ rides out there. It's more chipping away with the 2.7s potentially.
I'm just trying to imagine in my mind what you'd have to do to get an 8.
3 nose rides, 2 big turns.
You'd need a pretty heavy start-off hang 10, I would reckon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The
Right?
10's a key, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's a big factor in, you know, the big scores in modern longboard events, is to really commit to the 10s through any critical nose ride section. Holding back and doing the 5 is often not good enough to get into the excellent range. And as soon as those nose rides go to the 10s, then you're starting to talk business. But it's not a nose riding competition. It's reading the waves. It's linking it. It's variety. And Tori Gilkison, a former world champion and the head judge, she will be articulating that to the rest of the judges, that it's not just about the nose ride. And we saw in the last heat Antonio Dantas from Portugal. He had an absolutely outstanding bolt upright 10, but then the wave faded and the score only came in the mid-3s.
Well, we got big news here. Stevie Sawyer just dropped another massive number, a 7.77. Well earned. Turn of the day so far. Comboed that up with a nice couple of nose rides. So proper number. And again, full credit to the judges. They've been really just hawkeyeing all the little details of what these surfers are doing. And I think the details are so much more important when you're judging a longboarding event, because there's so much the subtleties happening up and down the board. You know, the turns that they're doing. It's pretty clear when you see a big score in the Challenger Series,
I mean,
but not as obvious here in the longboard event.
And this is fantastic. A tight 5, you know, pulls in with his ankles close together, walks out, sets his line here, using that trust of the trim of the board, just staying poised, eyeing up the opportunity to put that weight back forward and then stalling in another touch of the nose. But this is fantastic, the way he whipped into this section there and then puts in this beautiful down carve drop knee and then compresses and drives out elegantly. That was a real great display of classic longboarding. A lot of variety, and deservedly so, gets that 7.77.
I think I can get a job judging after that call.
I'm sure you've had every job there is to have in and out of the surf competition zone. Once again, we're here with PT, world champion and just a life champion. PT, I know you're a big part of what's happening at the Surfing Walk of Fame over on Main Street. So the induction class this year in 2025 is incredible. You've got Barry Kanai-Apuni, you've got Dale Dobson, Nia Post, Al Merrick, Greg Wade, and local hero, Ryan Turner. That is one of the greatest classes I've seen in the Surfing Walk of Fame. Of course, it's dedicated to Duke Kahanamoku. And how do you choose your classes?
So what happens is we send out ballots, 150 of them around the world, and in those 5 categories, and most votes win, except for the honor roll. Honor roll is the only one that we, the board of directors, vote for somebody that doesn't fit into one of those categories. Honorably, Greg Wade, who's had an incredible influence on the industry, you know, going back to beginning the surf shops here. And then, of course, you know, Victory wetsuits. Everyone remembers Victory wetsuits, right? And then XL for, wow, about the last 2 decades.
That's right. Well, this is all going down Thursday, July 31st, across the street, right over there. On Main Street, the Surfing Walk of Fame. PT, you're on the Walk of Fame, right?
Yes.
Come on. At least once, right?
You can go walk on me. Don't worry, mate.
Can you hang 10 on you?
Yeah, you can hang 10 on me.
And practice your footwork.
I'm gonna get that poster signed by you, and then we'll go over and hang out on the Walk of Fame. So it's been a pleasure hanging out with you, PT. I'm sure this is probably your busiest time of year. You're an incredible ambassador for surfing, for Huntington Beach. usually for the color pink. This is the least pink I think I've seen you
just
in.
a little bit.
That's sort of pink.
Well,
Okay, got
the shoes are nearly pink.
There's some good pink in there.
Yeah.
They're a pale pink.
The theme is there.
Yeah, the theme's there.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Steven Sawyer has pretty much wrapped this one up with 45 seconds left. We could have one more shot for Tony Silvani as he's paddling in now. Is this a 9.43?
Nice backside 10. I really appreciate the commitment to that nose ride, though.
Well, I mean, I feel like the energy was all Steven Sawyer from the jump of this heat. I mean, look at every single number, barring that last .37. That was cool.
Kick 5.
Okay, the kick 5 was cool.
But the wave size just didn't feel like it had that excellent range in the wave size, but the way he did ride it was world class. But I don't think it's going to be the number, but he's given it everything, but he's come up against an incredible Steven Sawyer.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be it for Elimination Round Heat 5. PT, thanks again so much for hanging out with us. I know you're extremely busy this week.
Well, I hope to come back with a special guest later in the week.
Oh, that would be awesome. Give the people your Instagram so we can follow along with all your adventures.
Or the Facebook. Just check the Facebook.
Okay, the Facebook. We're going into the Facebook.
Into the Facebook.
Right on. Thanks, PT, and thank you all for watching that last heat. What a show. And guess what? We've got more Jefferson Silva coming against Oliver Hakem. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. Welcome back to a beautiful afternoon here in Huntington Beach, California. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and we just watched a great duel go down. Stevie Sawyer got the edge over Tony Silvani, and here they're talking about that last heat, and great sportsmanship. You love to see that. You know, you don't like to see Tony Silvani lose this early, but guess what? He's got a lot left in the tank. He's going to be back time and time again. It's not the last you see of one of the winningest surfers in the draw. But now we flip it over to Elimination Round Heat 6. Jefferson Silva, Oliver Hakem, Brazil, South Africa, Sam Bleakley. Who's going to take this one?
It's going to be close. Jefferson, really good goofy footer. Oliver on his self-shaped, self-glass boards. He has his label, Olive Surfboards. He grew up in Durban, surfing with the likes of Sam Christensen. He moved to Cape Town in 2023 and launched his Olive Surf Shaping company. And he's been shaping since 2018. He shapes a bit for Lifestyle Surf Shop in Muizenberg in Cape Town. Also laminates a bit at the Surfboard Factory in Komaki. And he has a bachelor's degree in economics. So he's a smart dude, and he's a great surfboard builder. And it's going to be an even field. I think Jefferson's got a lot of WSL experience, but Oliver's got that kind of belief and that trust, having just seen his teammate Stephen Sawyer take the win, that he can do it for South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hopes, right? When you come with a big crew, lift everybody up, and just hope for the best results for the entirety of the team. But Oliver's definitely going to have his hand full. When Jefferson puts on that white wetsuit, watch out.
Yeah.
Dude means business.
Nice setup for Oliver here. Gets deep behind it, recognizes the couple of cross steps forward for some acceleration. No nose ride wall. Replay for Jefferson from São Sebastião, southeast Brazil, which is near Sao Paulo. Good backside 10 for Jefferson, and whips that turn back. Really dynamic. He had a GoFundMe campaign to get over here, so big shout out to his fan base from Brazil and around the world, and fans in Portugal have helped support the Goofy footer. He's got second in a WSL Longboard Tour event before, back in New York in 2019, and he's been a multiple winner of a really big prestigious event in Europe, the Salinas Longboard Festival. Often rides his Luffy boards, and yeah, he's going to be difficult for Oliver to beat, because I think that that was a demonstration of the fact that what you'll see from Jefferson is that quick-footed walk in and out of 10s, in and out of 5s, and that snappy turn.
Well, you're not going to out-paddle him, that's for sure. This man is an athlete. He kind of reminds me of the UFC fighter Anderson Silva. Lanky, long arms, long legs.
Long reach.
And if you didn't catch that one, it's uncatchable. And it would be hard not to be intimidated by a guy wearing a white wetsuit, because that takes a lot of confidence, and you kind of have to know what you're doing when you dress in an all-white wetsuit, right?
Yeah, well, tell the fans tuning in about the white wetsuit culture and the Iron Slater battles in that white wetsuit period.
Well, when Kelly Slater showed up on tour in the white wetsuit, the first reaction was, what the heck is Kelly doing? And then the second one was, okay, this is Kelly Slater, he can do whatever he wants. It was one of those, you know, Kelly's pretty much led the way in trends, but that was one trend that didn't really catch on to the entirety of the surfing world, because it takes a lot to have that confidence to wear all white like that. Jefferson's got it.
He's rocking it.
Yeah.
So 3.67 for that first wave. I think that came off 2 moves. It was the backside 10, it was the snappy turn. But in these crumbly sections, you really want to hope you get the linking rise. That was a great fade in from Oliver. I really like the way he set that up with a good drawn out line into a nice nose ride, and then hooks it back once again. You can see Oliver's style. This is a nice contrast of both of the surfers up and riding.
You know, I like that Jefferson, as you see behind him, you know, he can kind of have that little bit of aggression, but then he can kind of reel it back in and go back to more of a soulful approach. You know, I think for these two surfers who are looking like polar opposites, you know, I think they both have their strengths that they're really having to rely on right now, because, you know, I mean, you could tell the waves have kind of even reduced in size. But luckily for all of us, the wind is very chill right now, and I hope I don't curse it, but it's already 2:21 in the afternoon. We've only got about an hour and a half left of competition, so
yeah.
I think we're looking good for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, there's been some incredible performances, and the fact that the linking sections have been there for the surfers who've trusted in trim, have used that footwork to keep the glide going. And we can see the way he set himself up for this 5 and then hooked it back off the single fin on his self-shaped, self-glassed olive surfboards. This was a really nice setup. Would want something a bit more dynamic with the reform, but I like what he did in that early section, waiting for a score to drop in. It's probably going to be his best wave. Jefferson Silva, not on the Luffy's at the moment, on the Bartoli's Brothers surfboards made in Garuda in Brazil. Really nice leaning forward 10, back to a 5, and then snappy on the turns, but this wave also fading out, so didn't get the link on the reform, but this is going to be a really close heat all the way.
That was a sweet nose ride. And right in the pocket, too. 22 minutes to go. Jefferson Silva in a slim lead for now. We wait to find out who rides next. Let's go down to the glass. We've got AJ standing by with Stephen Sawyer.
And it is so impressive how the level keeps raising here in the men's elimination round. You now own the title of the highest heat total for the men's elim round today. 2 incredible incredibly well-surfed waves. Just what was your strategy?
My strategy was just take off on whatever you can find. I swear, it was like no specific strategy. Just if you see something coming in, go for it. You're not quite sure what it's going to do on the inside. And yeah, it kind of paid off. I'm very happy.
Stevie, your moment in Abu Dhabi last year where you won it, qualified for El Salvador, is one of those iconic moments from 2024. Now you're back in 2025. How are you approaching this season?
Just got to be thankful to the Lord for everything, you know, and nothing more than that. Just want to stay thankful and be in the right place and do the right thing and be the person who I'm supposed to be. So that's it.
We didn't see you at Huntington last year. You're back this year. Just how would you describe what it feels like to compete here?
Huntington, it always looks better on camera. You know, when you come here and it's like, oh, I signed up for, I mean, no, I'm just being hard. It's the day before the contest, it was actually really good. Everyone had a lot of waves, maybe not the shortboarders. The longboarders kind of took over. But the waves were pumping. There was peaks along the whole beach. And then first day of competition, it was a little onshore and it was a lot smaller. So it was a bit disheartening trying to find scores in those conditions, you know. But today seems to have been a little easier than yesterday. So it's going up. That's it.
As are you. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hello, family. Hello, everybody. All my family back home and friends. I know you guys are watching and it's super late. It's probably like midnight. So thanks for everything. See you soon.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats, Steven Sawyer. I love that dude.
Yeah.
He's so kind, so cool. It's 11:24 p.m. and so I thought, oh, you were looking it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But no, you
I got
said
word
it.
from.
No, you knew. You're a mystic. You know the world clock. It's in you. It's in the G-Glide, G-Shock. It's there. But Steven winning that world title in 2018, I was working at that event. He beat Kai Salas in the final. He thrives on beach support. He loves it when some of his teammates are down there. And I think that Steven is going to benefit from the big South Africa camp here at Huntington. This could be a real opportunity for Steven to have a real campaign. And right now, his teammate Oliver is on a rampage. It's going to be evenly balanced between both of these surfers, I think, till the last exchange. Nobody's been lucky enough to get a wave that's linked through to a dynamic end section, but they've all had strong starts with 5s, with 10s, with snappy turns.
No, you're right. I mean, this is, I really like that question that AJ asked Steven Sawyer. What was the strategy? And he just said, the strategy was no strategy. Ride everything that comes your way and just hope for the best.
Look at the footwork here, straight to the tip, and then look at those toes locked over the nose. But this wave dies on him. He tries to generate a little bit more speed, but nothing linking through the midsection. But you can see the strategy of Jefferson. It's stay busy in contrast to a more glidey approach from Oliver. I really like the way he faded into that with a deep turn. This wave's starting to die in power, not giving him a steep section to get a critical nose ride, but dropping a 317 and a 377. So he moves up into the lead. All the scores are through, and Jefferson now slips back down into second. So at the moment, it's a battle of the 3s and a real opportunity for someone to really go into the 5s or the 6s to make a difference.
Yeah, no doubt. The one big score right now would be, I feel like, a huge momentum shift. And with 17:52 to go, these guys are both surfing like there's 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
You feel this kind of urgency in both of their surfing right now. I mean, they're both kind of frantically paddling for waves. They're already on almost 6 waves each.
Yep.
And we have so much time left. So I'm wondering, you can tell me, do you think it's time to relax and maybe wait a little bit for a little bit more of a magical wave, or do you just keep pushing, keep going, paddling for everything?
It's a caffeinated heat right now.
It is.
So what's the antidote to caffeine?
Well, it's legal in California.
Okay, so what they need to do is maybe get that patience, wait for something significant. They've been scrappy and quick early to get those 3s. They're both carrying mid-range 3s. So now it's going to come down to something with a little bit more scoring potential, a little bit more size and shape and roll, and they know then they can get something in that higher range. So I would say getting a little bit more selective, and it looks like there's maybe a little wave coming through that might interest some of them.
It must be very confusing out there right now because You look at this wave coming through. They're both paddling as hard as they can for this thing. And it's going to be blue.
Nice.
Oliver Packham. That last wave, that 317 was enough to get him the lead. That was a great looking turn right there.
Really
Kind of
good.
a subtle two-stager.
Yep.
Started carving and then whipped it around. Is he going to make the inside section? Come on.
Wow.
Do it.
This is fantastic, Cote.
There we go.
There's
That's the score we've been thinking of. And everything went his way on that wave. Well, he had to earn it, but earned it in the proper way.
And there was a flash of Kai Ellis-Flint in his maneuver, the way he whipped that board around with what we call the involvement style of longboarding, because you've got the kind of straight-railed longboards of the early to mid-60s, and then in the mid to late 60s with those wide points further back in that more piggy shape, you start to get what led to the shortboard revolution with the V-bottoms and the raking single fins, the involvement surfing that George Greenough inspired Nat Young and Bob McTavish to do. And that's a style of longboarding that the Aussies really picked up in the longboard renaissance with their wide points back. And you see done very well by the likes of Kai Ellis-Flint. And what you saw then from Oliver was the way that he moved back to the tail part of that board and whipped that turn in a very dynamic, exciting way. But what he did do also was link it through to the inside. Here's the setup, 4 steps, gets the 5, and then here's the whippy turn involvement style. I really appreciated that, and it was super important that he found the link here. And at this stage, you're unsure as to whether he's going to be lucky with the link, but what he does is he reads the wave very well, gets 2 good tight 5s, and takes this all the way through to the inside, and the judges giving him a 517, Chris. So that's the score he needed, and now Jefferson needs a similar score to move himself back up into first.
Yeah, we saw Jefferson swimming hard in the background. This is an unfortunate case of the board actually carrying momentum, and he had to swim for a little while. He didn't waste that much time. I mean, look at this guy. He's an absolute unit. He got right back to his board in a matter of seconds, and now he's back into the takeoff zone. He has priority. So Jefferson Silva needs a 527. Not a crazy big number, but not an easy number to get on a day like today, that's for sure.
And it's going to be on a set wave, isn't it? Because we saw that from Oliver. It was one of the bigger, longer waves with more of a wall to it, and it linked up really nicely. I feel good about this for Oliver, though, because now he can be super patient to replace that 377. That 517 is going to give him a lot of confidence, a lot of belief that his surfing is getting recognized and rewarded.
Well, 14 minutes left. We could see each of these guys ride 10 waves, at least, in this heat.
Can I just reflect on how special it was to have PT on the booth?
Please.
And you know what? I can't express how big a fan I am of Big Wednesday. I literally know every single one-liner in that film.
You were on the verge of fanning out a little bit, and I was too. Why wouldn't you?
I got goosebumps. You know, just listening to those stories about the fact that Milius got them to study those clips of the Masters.
30,
and that
yeah,
says a lot.
30 minutes is not enough time with PT. We need like 3 hours.
But this is really good from Oliver, though, staying busy, looking to replace the 377. I don't think he's going to do that on that wave, and that's where the strategy is going to come into play. He's got to start to think, is it worth me taking off on something that's not going to better my 377 and really improve on that score and that requirement that Jefferson needs? Because Jefferson is a savvy competitor. He's got full global experience. You know, he knows how to dig deep, he knows how to hustle, and he knows how to hang 10. And if he gets that wall, he's going to get those 10s. And I think what Jefferson needs to look for is a steep left. I think that is his gold card to get through this heat.
Yeah, this is where things probably start going through your mind. You know, how do I get out of this situation? How do I find a wave? How do I find a diamond in the rough? Because Steven Sawyer put it really well. You can't really have a strategy conditions like this. You got to just roll the dice. And I feel like for Jefferson Silva, he's probably got to get a wave that's going to connect all the way through to the inside, because while you can do all the work you can on the outside, just adding a couple little, maybe a point or two by making the section, doing a couple tricks through that inside is really going to be a huge difference, because you would have to get a solid wave on the outside to really even get anywhere near a 5-point ride. And Oliver's last wave was just a great illustration of that. So with 11:56 to go, Oliver Packham is in the lead for now, but Jefferson Silva has priority. Things are getting interesting here in the lineup. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we will be right back.
I'm spinning to win something at the iHeart Radio activation here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This is a little activation they have right here on set for fans. We've got a line of people. Win something. I want to stoked on that. It's hot down here. This is great. But we've also got DJ EJ live DJing here at the iHeart Radio booth, and you can come down, enjoy the music, enjoy the vibe. It's all happening at the iHeart Radio activation at the US Open of Surfing.
Sweet. I heart the radio too, Rosie. I think I'm going to be going over there after this heat.
Yep.
My big radio debut from Huntington Beach, California. iHeartRadio.
And it's only an hour and a half until Reggae Sunday kicks off at the beach bar, 4 p.m. Bombastic man, Rasta Corte man. Hear me now.
I'll be there. Wow, hanging out on the nose and recovering nicely from an airdrop. Jefferson Silva.
Yeah, that was nice. It was strong. I felt if he could have really leaned into the 10 there was going to be a little bit more scoring opportunity, but he's still going through the inside. He may well get a little reform. Chasing a 5.27. Committed. I said that he was looking for lefts and definitely made the most out of that left. But it was a sense of that 5 was just stretching a little bit, and there wasn't that leaning forward, that body weight over the tip. But we can see now Oliver on another left as well, almost making it through that section, but he takes a fall. But he's carrying a 5.17 as his main score, looking to back up that 3.77. Plenty of time left, though, for both surfers.
Yeah, it's true. And Oliver Packham, I mean, you can see maybe a little bit of more confidence in the way that he's been surfing since he's dropped that 5.17. 8 minutes left. This heat feels like it's been going on for a while. Some of the other heats have been flying right by.
Yep.
This one has this simmer to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at all of the scores they're dropping, the numbers of 1s and 0s that they're looking for waves to see if they're going to stand up for either of the surfers. And it just so happens that Jefferson's first 2 rides are his carrying scores, so he's been unlucky not replacing those. But I think that when this next score drops for Jefferson, it could well go into his top 2, and it may well reduce his requirement. But whether it's going to be a 5.27, I felt it needed a little bit more control and composure to go to the 5.27 mark. But the judges will be getting a chance to look at the replay, they'll look at the pocket work, they'll look at the variety, and they'll see this nose ride quite stretched here, leaning back, not leaning over the nose. And then as he comes out of that, there's a little bit of scrappiness in the foam here, but he does get a little bit more work done through the middle of the wave as he just shuffles back to the tail, readjusts, gets another high line, cross steps forward, and then he would have been hoping to find one more steep little wall on the inside, but it didn't quite stand up for him. But I still think there's a possibility it could rival one of the 3s already in his top 2 scores.
I would imagine that Jefferson Silva can ride any type of surfboard and rip it. He just has that look, right? You can just tell that he's an incredible athlete, and somehow he got all 10 over.
Yep.
On a nothing wave, which just, again, shows us his skill set.
That was a really nice 10, Chris. You know, again, this is the kind of 10 that if he could have done that on the previous wave, he would have been getting close to the score he needed. But a 5.5 has just been dropped for Oliver Packham, so he has improved his situation, and now Jefferson needs a 7 as we get the replay of this 10. There's the 5, leans over the 10, gets those knees straight, walks back, but nothing else after that 10. So a difficult situation for Jefferson, because you can tell his surfing is there, ready to deliver the scores, but he's not been able to find the right waves to allow that.
Well, now we're getting down to the wire. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left. Jefferson has 9 waves ridden. Oliver, 11 waves ridden. So it's not for lack of trying by either one of these surfers' part. I feel like you've got to roll the dice out here.
Yeah, well, Oliver's having a look at that, but recognizing not worth taking. Jefferson just motoring himself north. So he drops a 3.17 for that wave, which had that long stretch 5. I felt there was a little bit more scoring potential in it, but he's still going for it. This is good, Chris.
There we go, in the pocket. Gets to the nose and gets back in time, as PT put it. And he could have a little connection here. Yeah, a little whitewater crumble, help pushing him down the line. Another 5 there. This is a long wave by this afternoon's standards. Can he make it through? Close enough.
Yep.
I'm calling that close enough. 2 long nose rides right there for Jefferson Silva.
So it's not going to be the 7, but it's going to help his situation. And he's now got to go out and get something else, because he's essentially trying to match the 2 mid-range 5s that Oliver has got. I don't think that's going to be a 7, but if he gets something that could be in the 4s, maybe borderline 5s, then he knows he's now chasing a more attainable 6. As we get to see the replay, it was a long section. Snaps in, walks up, stretches for the 5, holds for the tight 5, runs out quickly, good acceleration. Things a little bit scrappy at this section, but the wave starts to reform again right now and stands up for him for another quick touch of the 5. Rushes back into a snap turn and then stands low there and just hopes that he can just bounce himself back into one more opportunity as he recognizes that the damage is done. A 4.87, so he now needs a 5.80.
Here we go, Oliver Packham on what could be a gem of a wave. There's that classic combo the judges have been loving. Nose ride, big carving turn. And he's kind of got a similar looking inside section that Jefferson just had on his last wave, but the difference here is, no, he got to about the same area.
That was nicely ridden up to that point. If he had, I thought he was going to swing right on that little peak and then get a bit of face on the front side to just finish things off. But I really like the opening 5-10 and the cutback turn. So here we go, fades in. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, locks in the 5, gets in the tight 5. So it wasn't the 10, but a really nice tight 5 and a good cutback, and just elegantly using that foam, nothing too rushed. And as he starts to eye up the section here that's going to reform, I thought he was going to swing back to the right and find some open face, but he looked for the left to get that lifting nose ride. And he actually did a pretty groovy kind of body posture then, bit of a dance move, but Jefferson's still going strong, and that is a good bolt upright.
Yeah,
Hood ornament hang 10.
Straight up on the nose, all 10 over. We'll see if this little white water can help him get all the way through. Out the back, levitating. Oliver Packham, both surfers up and at it. Now Jefferson makes it through to the inside. Swiveling, gets a quick 5. With a big turn on the inside section. Now before that last wave, he needed a 7. Well, he decreased that ask by getting a 4.87. Now he only needs a 5.80. There wasn't much more he could have done on that wave.
I mean, these guys have just worked so hard throughout their entire heat. So Jefferson now on his 11th wave, a 12th wave now coming through for Oliver, but Oliver's right-hander was really strong as well. So it could replace his backup score of a 5.17 and increase the requirement of Jefferson up to maybe around a 6, but it comes just short. It comes in at a 5.10, but let's see if this is going to be the 5.8. There's the 5, there's the 10. Really nice hang 10, runs out of that opening nose ride. A little bit foamy and scrappy here, but he already knows he's got a critical, good hang 5, hang 10, bolt, hood, ornament, upright. And then he's just being patient as Oliver in the background goes right. And Oliver dropped a pretty good score of a 5.10. Jefferson then finds another nose ride on the inside and then slams that onto the sand with a bit of spring and elasticity. And chasing a 5.80, it could be in that area. This is going to be a real interesting last 50 seconds as they wait for the judges to announce those scores.
I mean, Jefferson's feeling it.
Yeah, he's happy. I mean, he's given it everything. He put in a lot into that opening nose ride. 5.10, stood very tall, demonstrated a high degree of difficulty, hanging 10 through the section, but I think it needed better flow between that 10 and the inside section to get something in the 6-7 range. I think it lacked a little bit of finesse and continuity after the hang 10, and that may be where the judges bring the score down a little bit.
Now, you may be right. He needed a 5.80. We feel like it's going to be close, but the judges are taking everything into consideration. Remember, flow is a huge element of judging, and the score comes through, ooh, just under a 5.13. But another nose ride for Jefferson Silva. He's going to surf this one down to the wire. And that might be passive-aggressive clapping.
Yeah.
You know, he thought he got it. I think it was pretty close.
Well, I think the hang 10 was fantastic, but I think the judges have really been rewarding the flow and the elegance in linking with trim the slow sections of the wave. They want to see real composure, good, smooth upper body language. And I think what happened with Jefferson is out of the 10, he was unlucky. The foam climb was a bit sticky and fluffy. And yes, he finished in style on the inside. He maybe felt it was going to be a 6, but maybe the judges just wanted to see a little bit more composure in the way he linked everything together. But yes, I think deservedly so for him to feel unlucky. But Oliver has been really composed. His surfing has been impeccable, and he's going to be pretty stoked to be in the next round, Chris.
Well, we were just treated to a really great show. Props to Jefferson Silva, really well surfed, but at the end of it, Oliver Packham gets the win. We're going to flip it on over to elimination round heat 7. Declan Whiten, Edgar Del Perro. Stick around, we'll be right back.
USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Winning here signifies that you are one of the very best on the planet. It is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and it is day number 2 of competition into the last 2 heats of the day. It's men's elimination round heat number 7. Australia's Declan Whiten in the red. Edouard Del Perro from France, the longtime veteran, is in the blue jersey. Mecho Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. Well, the crowd has definitely showed up this afternoon, Carla. The waves still very fun out there, and as you have mentioned many times, the wind relatively light this afternoon.
Yeah, the report kind of showed that. Their forecast did show that, and the one thing I was predicting was relatively light winds. Of course, there's a little bit of breeze, a little bit of texture, but as we say, completely contestable and even getting some decent scores out there.
Yeah, a lot of competitive heats this afternoon, especially on the men's side. We just saw another close one. Jefferson Silva just narrowly defeated by Oliver Packham. Cool to see a couple of new names making it into the round of 16, though.
Yeah, I think that's really the story that's been so far for this event, the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, is the new faces, the new names that have kind of graced the lineup in the heats. We've had a few of them kind of shut down, a couple of the seasoned competitors, and are still going. And we've got a replay up here right now of Declan.
Yeah, 317 on this one, Carla, and spoke to him, you know, about an hour ago. He was just talking about his boards, both this one and his backup identical, and riding a board with relatively zero to no rocker. There's a lot more rocker in the back part of the board. Meanwhile, the classy veteran Del Perro, 2.83 on his second ride.
Edward, always really busy. I find him to be actually exciting to watch. He has really done a lot of work over the years. He's been a part of the tour for a number of years, and through that whole transition of the criteria and the moving from that high performance surfing that we saw more in like the 90s and the early 2000s, and that transition into the more traditional. And he's really done everything that he can to accommodate that, and really pushed himself, reworked his boards, you know, tried to, I wouldn't say change, because, you know, he's got great elements already of his style, but just maybe add more elements in order to help knock off those boxes for that criteria.
And adjust, just like everybody else on tour. 25 minutes on the clock. Big win for the rookie, Oliver Packham. He's with AJ.
US Open of Surfing critical elimination round, but we were talking about your impressions, not just of the contest, but of the States in general, your first time. Give me just your thoughts as you've been getting ready for this competition here.
Yeah, first time in America. It's been crazy, so many people. Yeah, coming from South Africa, growing up in Durban, going to Cape Town. Cape Town's like a little bit bigger, and then you come here and it's just like makes Cape Town look tiny. But yeah, it's been really cool. Got here like 3 days before surfing Huntington, and we had a lot of swell. Kind of wanted to ride a short board, but luckily it's dropped off, and now it's like perfect for longboarding. Yeah, super stoked to make it through the round.
14 waves is how many you caught during that heat. Don't know that it would have been possible with the longboard, but you took great advantage of every single moment of that heat. How critical was that for your strategy?
Yeah, so with the waves being super small, and like you got to find the one that links through, it's really hard to tell which ones are going to link through when you're sitting out there. And then all the guys in the heats before were saying like, just go and anything. Ben was chatting to Stevie before his heat, saying like he was paddling for little ones and they were just growing and linking up. So yeah, 30 minutes was quite a long time with just one other guy out, so just kept really busy, and yeah, stoked to get it. I'm exhausted after that one.
We'll let you catch your breath as you celebrate the victory. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just want to say shout out to Whistler for hooking me up with some stuff. Shout out to my parents for getting me here. And yeah, big shout out to my girlfriend and her parents. They hooked me up with a mate of theirs staying just down the road. So I'm in the zone and all hooked up, feeling at home, even though I'm very far away.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Everything seems to be lekker for the brew.
Yeah. Just yeah, so here we've got Del Perro up and riding. He is working with that half a stick and a 2.83, while Declan Whiten leading the heat right now with a 3.17 and a 5.33. He's answering back. These guys are going to stay busy, as Oliver mentioned. It's 30 minutes with only 2 people in the heat, so that's kind of an eternity out there. 22 minutes. This is heat 7. We're gonna start winding the day down here. It's been such a fabulous day here at the US Open. Some great surfing. We are in the elimination round. Onto the and heat 7, as I said, 21 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We'll be rounding things out with heat number 8. And then we'll be moving into round number 3 tomorrow. things will be spicing up again. It'll be exciting.
So at the moment, Whiten leading in the red jersey. A couple of good scores for him on the way through. And it seems like one of the best of the event so far. Carla, a 7.5 for the 27-year-old out of Australia. 21 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, Del Perro in his mid-30s. Congrats to both him and his partner, Lindsay, former world champion. They're actually expecting their first child in the month of September. And looking at his results over his career, as you mentioned, he has truly had to adjust his style to the judging criteria. And not just that, also an excellent shortboarder, too. That's how I initially knew about both him and his brother Antoine. But as you've mentioned multiple times, he has been a staple of the World Longboard Tour for about a decade and a half now.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished surfer, as you mentioned. Also a big wave rider, known for surfing some of those big waves out there in Europe and in France. Declan Whiten, as you mentioned, getting that 7.5, so he's going to feel really confident right now. Edouard, on the other hand, in priority position, which is a good situation for him, but he is looking for an excellent score. Here's that replay of red. Declan getting that quick tip time, holds that 10. Nice, clean, forward-facing 10, feet together, and then whips it back around. You mentioned earlier about it's that connectivity of the maneuvers. I think Sam was actually mentioning it's not a nose ride contest, so we're not just looking for nose rides. We want to see epic nose rides like this, standing tall, standing in control, but then we also want to see that flow and grace and connected into really radical turns like that.
I'm a huge fan of the drop knee carve that he has, too. It's just patented. It is great technique, and of course, having that little bit of a wider tail too just really increases his chances, excuse me, of really completing that maneuver, especially on a wave as gutless as it is right now. Even though the tide is dropping, it's still quite complicated to surf out there.
Well, yeah, and that's what's kind of nice about the longboard. You don't need a giant wave to kind of get and garner that speed, and the way Declan uses his drop knee, I really appreciate. You know, drop knee can be put in there and it can kind of be like a posed maneuver, and it almost is just being pivoted, but the way he really draws the turn out while still stepping the foot back, dropping the knee down, and continuing with that power and that speed, and you see it with that kind of rooster tail of the wave spraying as he turns away from it. Yeah, so we'll see that again here, getting that tip time a little bit, you know, not quite as clean, I think, of a wave. The footwork was definitely tighter on that last wave, but he gets the job done here, working it onto that inside.
How's the redirect, too, looking towards the right-hander? Like, talk about a read of a wave right here, Carla. I mean, couldn't really do it any better given the conditions out there, and he's only looking to improve on a mid-range score at the moment, and still plenty of time on the clock. Under priority, that wave, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he's put a lot of pressure for Eduardo so early in the heat. It's definitely not an ideal situation that you want it to be in, but Eduard is a consummate professional. He has experience in this. He's a world title holder, yes, and, you know, no stranger to these kind of scenarios, so I'm sure he's just going to kind of try to like breathe through it, take his time with 18, you know, just under 18 minutes left on the clock. He is just going to kind of try to keep his, you know, focus on the present.
And probably one of the best paddlers in the entire game, too. So got to watch out with him recovering priority as we look at the last under priority wave of Declan.
Yeah, Declan really just kind of staying busy, not worrying about the priority situation, it seems, just kind of taking the waves that come to find him, and so far, he's been pretty lucky.
So notice that both Declan Whiten and Tully White are actually working with former championship tour surfer Kai Otten at this event, who is not only an accomplished competitor himself, has plenty of years of experience of having competed here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Does improve on the last one, 6.17, but really interesting to me that you bring obviously a shortboarder who's probably going to be working with a lot of the Challenger Series event surfers too, but Otten, despite having a different perspective, still really the basics of longboarding still go into the same thing with shortboarding.
Well, yeah, I mean, surfing, okay? I mean, we're riding the waves, we're using the curl and the power source of the wave, and we're doing various maneuvers. I like to explain longboarding versus shortboarding is shortboarding, you kind of stand on one place and you move the board according to what the wave requires. On a longboard, we move across, you know, the surface of the board in order to perform the maneuvers that the wave calls for. But when it comes to the physics, a lot of the physics of it all kind of all lies the same. And when it comes to the location and the locale and where the peaks are, having somebody like that on your team that has that kind of expertise is going to kind of be a bar none, you know, situation. And it doesn't really matter what size board he's riding. That's kind of expertise you want to have on your side.
So Surf Dictionary, short board, use the board, longboard, go across, up and down the board.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Del Perro right here. We'll be looking for a good backup, or really a good response, I should say, to at least something in the good range right here of what Whiten has been able to really consider something valuable out there at the moment. It's being very good under priority, and Del Perro using priority right here. Touches the 5 once again, redirecting towards the left. Also small business owner himself, owns a surf school with his brother Antoine in the southwest of France. He says it's been, you know, relatively calm in comparison to recent years, but almost better for him right now that he's actually off of work competing here in SoCal. And unfortunately for Anton, he's the one that actually has to deal with all of that at the moment with their small business.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I'm going to check out for a few. But, you know, a lot happening in Edward's life coming up soon, as you mentioned. Lindsay, his partner, getting ready to have their first child. That's super exciting. Lindsay, a staple here in California in the longboard scene, somebody that I've competed against numerous times. She is an incredible surfer. She's been on the tour and also, I believe, a title holder from early on in the deal. So cool to see him still kind of pushing his way through here. We'll see how things evolve for him in his life, if he'll be bringing the family on tour with him, you know.
Always a possibility.
Yeah. We're seeing that. That seems to be the trending kind of go.
100%. And it's something that eventually you probably want to share with a lot of your children too. And especially for Edward, he's always been extremely competitive. You know, breaks the mini combo that he was in, 5.33 on the last one. Now needs something excellent of an 8.34. So attainable out there, still plenty of time, 14 minutes on the clock. But if there's one thing that I've definitely noticed about both him and his brother, they know not only how to compete, they know really when to turn it on at a certain point of the heat too.
It's exactly what I was going to kind of lead into, is Edward's a really smart competitor. Like he's an emotional guy, and we've seen him get very passionate in contests before, win and lose. But you can't deny the fact that he isn't an expert in his field, right? And he goes out there, it's business. He is doing a job, and he has various, you can tell that he's got, you know, various tools, not just skills and talent and, you know, performing the maneuvers, but strategies and where to be, like you said.
Speaking of it, up and riding again. Looking for, an 8.34 and a slight fall. Also not wearing a leash, so that board is going to go a good amount of distance before he's able to recover it. And luckily for him, time's still on his side, just over 13 minutes remaining in this heat number 7. And it does seem like that board does have a stringer on it too. Does seem a bit white, so I'm thinking an epoxy myself. And knowing Edward, especially coming from, as you said, an adaptive background, I should say, somebody who's really experimented with all types of equipments out there, especially at a beach break like this.
Yeah, when we had Chloe in here and she mentioned, you know, you asked a great question about how she's seen the criteria kind of evolve over the last couple of years. And I think Edward has been a great example of somebody that's adapted to that. But also now that, you know, she had mentioned, you know, there was a moment there we were really hyper-focused on the super traditional, and now I feel like it's kind of come to this middle ground between that really traditional and requiring some of those important elements from traditional longboarding, back to not being afraid of getting a little radical and having a little bit of performance on the longboard. You could see when Edward was getting his board, he had a bit of rocker that we're seeing differently in Declan's board.
Yeah, a lot more rocker in that one from Del Perro in comparison to Whiten in the red. Nice kick out, stylish right there at the end for Declan. Still leading, looking to improve on a 6.17. It doesn't seem like he's going to do that. On the last of Del Perro, just a throwaway. It's going to be less than a 1. So it's been Declan Whiten so far in this heat, taking advantage of the use under priority of Del Perro. We'll see if Edward can make a comeback here in heat number 7.
you know, every core surfer has kind of memories, whether they've been physically present in Huntington Beach or they've watched the webcast or they've read the articles or whatever. But that venue has so much history, right? From, you know, Lisa Anderson to Andy Irons to Brett Simpson and beyond. What is it about the wave?
I'll tell you another really important one too. Tom Curran.
Of course, yeah.
Tom Curran and Aki, really, that was the era when it set the stage from all of a sudden the OP Pro was huge all over the world because Aki won it and he was Aussie, right? And he beat the new guy, Tom Curran, and made it one of the most important events in the world. Even though it's not on the World Championship Tour today, it was back then, right? But today, I still say it, you got to, as I said, you got to come through Huntington Beach if you're going to be on the World Championship Tour.
If you want to be one of the best in the world, you have to prove yourself here at south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, just like Edouard Del Perro is doing at the moment on the back end. It's heat number 7 of men's elimination round of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. And Edouard so far making his way through to the inside. Well, the kitty slightly purred on this wave right here on the inside. Able to make the connection and looking for the best score of the event so far, an 8.34. And you can check out that great episode of the lineup with Dave Prodan and with the OG world champion, Peter Townend, wherever you get your podcasts. And as PT was mentioning, Carla, if you're able to do it here in HB, you're able to do it anywhere worldwide.
Yeah, I think this wave offers, a lot of different varying conditions as we watch Del Perro negotiate his wave here, gets a tight nose ride. He's looking for that 8.34, but I think really what he has in his mind is just chipping away, maybe not necessarily looking for that 8.
And the kitty did purr slightly, so I was thinking to myself, okay, what are you going to get out of it at the end? And fortunately for him, to get an extra little nose ride. So Del Perro at least looking to minimize the damage in terms of what Whiten has been able to do. It's a 5.97. He's back in the heat. And speaking of heat, we have Rosie Hodge in the field.
Yeah, I'm just trotting all over the place, trying to find some shade, but I have found some here at the Casa Amigos House of Friends. It's a pretty cool activation right here on the sand at the US Open of Surfing. Casa Amigos, you can come get your picture taken right here. And also another cool little activation that they have going on. You can buy a bottle of Casa Amigos online, but you can personalize your bottle label that's AI generated right there, and then pick up that bottle at a Total Wines locally. So there's so much going on here, and you can also watch some of the action. They've got a big screen here of the surfing. I can see myself over my shoulder. It's a little bit distracting, but yeah, guys, it's all happening here. Casa Amigos, check it out right here at Huntington Beach.
Hey, Rosie, a while ago you were talking about early Christmas presents. You want to grab a barrel for me and maybe just give it to me later on and just say, hey, this is for Christmas later?
You know what, Mitchell? Anything for you. I'd love to do that for you.
Rosie, I love you. You're the best.
Well, it's a house of friends.
Hey!
So I got you covered.
Casa Amigos, there's a reason why we called out. Gracias, Rosita. And great work so far throughout the event. So 6:30 on the clock right here. It's Whiten, the Australian, in the red, in the lead. He does also hold priority, Carly. And, considering how dangerous and how good Del Perro is in these types of conditions, 7.7, and the way he's competed on his last few waves, got to be thinking the use of priority right here by Declan going to be crucial for him.
Priority is going to be everything, and it kind of has been super important in a lot of these heats leading up to this heat number 7 of the elimination round of the men's. And as I mentioned right before we checked in with Rosie, Edouard wasn't really looking, I think, for that excellent score, but just to chip away and break things down, and he did that on his last ride with a 5.97. So his requirement, not quite as large now, a 7.7, as you mentioned. He is such an experienced and expert competitor that a score of that, magnitude is really not that big for him.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, if you break it down, you're searching for excellence. You want to surf for an 8-point ride at the moment. And just talking about the experience of Whiten so far, got a 9th last year at this event here in HB. And I'm telling you, Del Perro is not only a competitive animal, he is one of the best paddlers in the business. And they're going toe-to-toe with the paddle battle right here. I love to see this at this point of the heat.
Well, Eduardo's BMI, right? His body mass index and his ratio of muscle to he's just a little power ball, you know, and his board obviously floating him great there. That epoxy, I think, for sure, because his board isn't super long, isn't super big, but that epoxy is going to give a bit extra of that float. So that's probably helping him. My guess would be that Whiten is riding a poly board.
Yep, the standard PU.
Yeah, the PU, while Del Perro on kind of this more kind of speed shape, if you will, almost like a bit more narrowed nose and pintail, definitely a lot more rocker than what we're seeing coming from Declan, more traditional style.
Yeah. So there is some rocker in the board. I was checking it out because a lot of them tend to be very flat on the nose, but a lot of them do have that carry in the tail, though, I've been noticing.
Yeah, it's that kick in the tail that allows when we go on the nose and you're locking it in, it allows that lift to happen, right? Because then you've got that little bit of lift there and space that allows it to drop down, lifting that nose up. So yeah, the physics of it, it's a lot easier to do than explain, I feel like, in some ways, or vice versa.
Spending some good amount of time in the shaping bay lately yourself?
You know, I've never really cared to get dusty, I gotta be honest.
Oh my.
I look at it this way. My husband makes the boards and I teach people how to ride them. And I think that's a good fit, you know? We don't need two cooks in the kitchen.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I get the perspective now.
Right.
Here's Del Perro on the comeback, needing a 7.7 or better. So really, for what the wave's worth, making the most out of it, but I just think with the body language right there, he knows it's a clear indication that is not going to be the requirement. Just over 3 minutes on the clock, and not for lack of trying. These waves just let him down in the last few ones.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is with ocean competition, and we're up against the ocean and the Mother Nature, excuse me, and you know it's going to be whatever's going to happen within this time frame. Lucky for these guys, they've got a whole 30 minutes. Unfortunately, we're already winding down here to the final couple minutes of this heat. Declan sitting in priority with that 7.5 and 6.17. Eduard looking for a 7.7, an absolutely attainable score by his skill standards if the waves provide.
It needs to show up first, 2 minutes 30. And Whiten, well, he is just pouncing on him at the moment.
This is the name of the game right here when it comes to priority. You don't want to leave Eduard by himself, and if it were me, I think Declan's already trailing a little too much. We know how fast.
Wow.
Well, like, right, we've already seen how fast
he
Eduard
could break away, yeah.
Eduard is going to break away quick. Declan, you need to stay on that guy, right? Keep on his toes.
I like seeing this personally myself.
It gives that element of excitement. I think it was Ben with the interview, how he really loves F1 and this and racing and that speed, and you know, it gives that excitement when we see them kind of sweating it out.
Well, and I think in the end, for anybody that's competed, especially in surfing, this is the largest amount of respect you can give your opponent right here. The fact that you're chasing them, making sure they're not breaking far away enough to actually get a potential score. In the end, this has got to be flattering if you're Edward.
100%. I mean, I'm sure right now he's like, get the heck off me. But, you know, at the end of the day, he knows that it's because he's a threat. And vice versa, if the shoe were on the other foot and Eduard was leading this heat, he would know that Declan is a threat and needs to be kept closely eye on.
This round's been great, though. A lot of competitive heats. Even the numbers in this one don't fully indicate how well Del Perro has actually surfed. 5.97, his personal best, needs a 7.7 still at this moment. And Whiten, by the way, a top 10 surfer last year. He automatically requalified because of that. But looking for his maiden world championship, mentioned still only 27 years of age. He's going to be 28 later on. And Del Perro in his mid-30s, he's been there, done that for most of his career. Still looking for a big win here in Huntington Beach, though, which tends to be one of the most difficult spots to really be successful at. 30 seconds on the clock. And it seems like Declan, with the great start at the beginning, really did his work at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, he set a hard and large task ahead of Eduard pretty early on in the heat. I will say, though, and I have to give acknowledgement to Eduard for chipping away at it and really doing the best that he can, to kind of find those moments where he can shine and show what he can do. Sitting under priority, we'll see how this goes. Looks like Edward wanting to go, Declan using that priority right at the buzzer. It's going to be a throwaway.
And fortunately for Declan Whiten, not a second wave of the set either. Buzzer sounds. He's going to be moving through into another round of 16 result, at the very least, right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. One more heat to go on day number 2. Be right back. It's Nelson Tahina III taking on Max Weston. It's our final heat of day number 2 competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That is Heat 7 winner Declan Whiten moving through into the round of 16, which will be tomorrow morning. Declan not only looking good, he has a chance to win a major event right here in Huntington Beach as well. Our final heat, though, in the water, it's Nelson Tahina III representing Honolulu, Hawaii, and Max Weston out of Australia. And here goes Dr. Max.
Dr. Max.
Actually spoke to him the other day about, his degree and, the great work that he did before. Now works for a software company, actually, and does it remotely, which allows him to not only travel the world, as you can see, be considered one of the best competitive longboarders on the planet as well. The style is one thing. The rate of the wave is another too. This guy truly knows how to surf a beach break just as good as anybody else on the planet.
Yeah, you make a good point, or you just bring up a good topic about our athletes have careers, not just as exceptional world-class professional athletes, but they are putting themselves through these tours, through their careers, their jobs. Him being a doctor, as you said, doctor in molecular, what was it again?
Chemical and biomolecular engineering.
Thank you. I have to get on down. But now software, we've talked about Liv becoming a teacher, 9th grade history, which I loved hearing that. Yeah, so it's cool to hear all the different well-rounded stories. I heard that Nelson is I think you mentioned a pool technician. My dad was actually in the pool business. I always like to call it an aqua technician.
Yeah, I know.
Make it sound a little fancy.
Blue-collar person, loves to spend a lot of time in the water too, and a family man himself, coming out of Honolulu, Hawaii. So with priority, looking to get his first wave of the exchange. 26 minutes on the clock. Big win for Declan White, and he's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Declan, an incredible performance in the elimination round against a really good surfer like Edward. How did you get it done?
Yeah, I've been surfing that bank kind of in all the free surfs leading up to it, so I was stoked that we could just surf over there. And yeah, it was grindy, but just stoked to get a couple waves and put a decent score together.
getting through this elimination round is always a big sigh of relief. So you're on to the next round again. You've been here a few times. What is it going to take to level up this year?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bogey round for me, this one, and 9th isn't what you want when you're trying to make top 8, obviously. But so yeah, I don't know. I think that was a pretty well put together heat. So if I can do that again, I'll be happy. One little mistake in the middle, but tidy that up, and yeah, hopefully we can get through a couple more this time.
No one wants to surf in the elimination round, but when you have a heat like that where you're proud of the way that you surfed and you put together a strong heat, how much confidence does that give you going into the next round?
Yeah, a lot. Like that round sucks, but it's you know, only first makes it through. So 2/3 of the people in the whole event are in that round. So yeah, if you put it that way and then go out there and try and put a heat together, it's definitely building confidence. But yeah, no one wants to be in that round.
But you made it through. Big sigh of relief. We'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you, AJ.
Thank you, AJ, and congrats to Declan. Well, you can definitely tell that the guys put a lot of thought to it, being in that round and knowing that a good portion of the event surfers eventually are eliminated in that round too. And in the end, yeah, he's got a 9th place finish before, but he knows getting a good start is definitely going to set the standard for his year. Saw Weston there up and riding momentarily, a 2.33. And just looking at the scores, it seems like Ahina definitely looking for a specific wave out there, having gone by 5.5 minutes so far in this one.
Yeah, we'll see how that strategy plays for him. We haven't found that that's been the best strategy for some of the riders in the previous heats. We've found that the majority of those that stayed relatively busy have seemed to found those open corners that offered them higher scoring rides. Also offering them the wave that reformed on the inside that then also gave more of the scoring potential. But Max really opening up quite nicely with that 5.17. He'll be getting another score dropped here on 3rd wave. Nelson still yet to start his campaign. But as you said, he's kind of playing the patient game. But here we go, up and riding. Gets some tip time, stalls it quickly with 2 steps up to the nose. Rebounds off the white water. Nice and lively on the tail and the rail work. He's a big guy, tall guy. Easy for him to kind of stretch it to the nose without taking too many steps.
You know, I was checking his social media clips too, and some waves, especially some beach breaks that he surfs every now and then, that obviously have a lot of punch coming out of Oahu, but most importantly, some larger surf too. And I'm just looking at him ride his longboard the way he does. Really impressive. I mean, despite his size, obviously, much easier to move that board around, but equally as impressive the way he's able to actually handle himself in proper surf too.
Well, I think we've talked about all of the rather larger statured gentlemen on tour haven't had any detriment or any issues or impediments with their size. They're actually, it almost leans to them, or
almost beneficial in a sense.
Almost beneficial to them, and leans into their larger stature, and Nelson is no exception.
So rides for Mitsuyuki Matsushita surfboards.
Say that 5 times fast.
Mitsuyuki Matsushita. Only gonna say it twice because definitely is a tongue twister, but one of his major sponsors, and as well as Tamba, have to give them a major shout out, because as you said, what we see on screen, you know, there's so much more outside of this to their own lives. And as you mentioned multiple times throughout the day, this is just not only a brief glimpse in what they do in their daily lives, also the way they fund their travels too. So some do have proper sponsors, others actually have to make a living outside of this to fund their travels, including Nelson. And it seems like he's off to a good start on this one.
Yeah, coming from Hawaii, as you mentioned, gets some tip time, stretching it out there. He's got long legs. It's easy for him to get to that tip, but we're looking for those really tight, clean cross steps, preferably 4 to 6 steps they're looking for. We're not going to be seeing tons of 6-step nose rides, but he gets the work done on there. He's just really trying to get his campaign going, get the rhythm flowing underneath him.
I like the wetsuit selection too, if I'm honest.
Well, it kind of all matches, so it blends in with his jersey, and in my opinion, that makes it easier for the judges to see you, kind of give you that acknowledgement.
Right, good point. Maybe that's why Kelly was wearing the white wetsuits for such a long time too. So still waiting on his previous score. 9 minutes have gone by in this heat. Weston, after the 2.33, has been a lot more patient in this one, and for good reason. Already has the 5.17 in his score line. you know, you brought up an excellent point yesterday. Being the first heat of the morning is always difficult. Same thing you need to add on for being the last heat of the day. 16 so far, including this one. And especially once you know the schedule for the day, how do you use the rest of your time to be able to not focus on your heat and just maybe take a little bit of a mental break yourself?
Yeah, managing that arousal, managing your nerves, just managing the day in and of itself, your meals, right? Having a nap, perhaps, if you're not going on until 3 something in the afternoon. That's a long day. You're waking up early, hopefully anyways, because maybe you're wanting to come check the previous heats. That's always something I like to advise, you know, even though you're not surfing till the afternoon, you want to kind of keep a pulse. I do know some of the competitors that made it through and didn't have to surf today. Some of them came to kind of watch and see. Some decided to stay away and just kind of like reset altogether, and that's a helpful strategy as well. So kind of depends on the person. Everybody has a different way. You know, I tend to get a lot of nerves. I would get a ton of nerves leading up to the event, and the minute I hit the water, it was like, boom, I'm good, I'm gone, it's great. But not everyone's feeling that way. Sometimes it doesn't hit until it hits the water. So really being in touch with yourself, kind of checking in with yourself, having a coach, having someone to support you, to help you kind of stay grounded. Those are all helpful things.
Just a couple of threes for Nelson at the moment. 3.67, 3.33 respectively. 5.83 is what he's looking for to move up into the lead. Max Weston in the lead in the blue. 4.33 is his backup. He got that on his last. Is holding on to priority. And, you know, just personally, I'd like to know, are you one of those people that can sleep in till pretty late in the morning? Because for the most of us, you get antsy, as you said. You want to be able to be sporadic in the way you compete too. But in the end, knowing that this could be a potential long day, there are times where you do want to get up early and potentially have a nap throughout the midday too.
Yeah, well, I'd like to think I was a good one to sleep in at any time, no matter a contest, but I am not. But I think Rosie is waiting for us to share some info on the beach.
Yeah, what about yourself, Rosie? Good sleeper?
I sleep okay. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks for asking about my circadian rhythm. But you know what, guys? We've had 16 huge heats, and after the completion of this heat, we're going to have the 805 post show. So I'm going to hand deliver these to the set in preparation for that, and I'm going to let you guys enjoy the rest of heat number 8 of the men's elimination round.
Thank you, Rosie. And yep, the 805 post show coming up right after the conclusion of this last heat of the day. Nelson Aquino III up and riding. He's looking for a high 5 at the moment to be able to move up into the top spot in this heat. You know, looking at the surf right now, something that wouldn't necessarily be super favorable for his size, his stature, but in the end, everybody's got to go through the same kind of conditions. And you know, seeing people succeed, such as the great Duka Hanamoku, obviously somebody like Kelly Slater, who, you know, from the perspective of some, he was maybe under the radar, maybe a little bit too small. Now you have people like Gabe Medina, you've had Andy Irons in the past too, and of course, 8-time world champion and the GOAT Stephanie Gilmore in some senses too, maybe be restricted in some terms, but all in all, everybody has to come through Huntington Beach to be able to consider themselves one of the most successful on the planet.
Yeah, and it really is a proving ground, if you will, here, you know, with all those varying conditions that you get throughout the entirety of the event. It really sets the tone, and it really draws a line between those surfers that are able to kind of handle it and not handle it. Plenty of time on this clock, though, for these guys to handle it. 16 minutes, 50 seconds. Looks like Max dropped a 4.33 on his third wave. That's requiring Nelson a 5.83 in order to take the lead.
So basically looking for a 6 is Nelson Aquino at the moment. Mentioned him being a pool maintenance technician.
An aqua technician.
And, you know, props to him for not only funding his travel, Tamba also supporting a good amount of his sponsorship too, but really being an inspiration and role model as a father too. How cool is that to be able to say, you know what, I might not make millions of dollars doing this. I enjoy it. I'm making sure that you have somebody to look up to as your father too. And outside of that too, I get to enjoy Huntington Beach because guess what? We have the sundown sets coming on in about 30 minutes here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Scan the QR code on screen tonight at 4 p.m. to be able to get your tickets now. So Reggae Sunday, Common Kings was sold out yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised that the Reggae Sunday might be close to being sold out at the moment. And I know yourself, good variety of music taste, but today, well, strictly the reggae.
It's time for the Rastafari.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Common Kings, you know, they kind of went off yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's so great to have a festival like this here at Huntington Beach and to start off with the longboarders. Super awesome, especially since we've been waiting all year for the tour to start back up again. Max up and riding, currently our heat leader. We are waiting for a score to drop. He's up and riding here. Some nice tight footwork. Gets the nose ride and rebound into that inside whitewater.
Wow.
Steps off on the sand.
He was literally trying to nose right on the sand too, but good work right there by Dr. Max. Looking to replace a 4.33. Casual, very chill, and I think, you know, good and appropriate word for his style too is also articulate.
Yeah.
He is very methodical in his approach, very much what like an engineer would be out here at Southside HB, Carla.
Yeah, very much of what someone with a PhD and whatever that was,
biomolecular engineering.
Sorry, I can't quite get it, but yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder a bit how technical does he approach his surfing, right? With somebody that's got such obviously a technical mind, if he's approaches it from more of an artistic standpoint, or does he get more scientific about it?
You know,
it'd be cool to get him in here and kind of ask him to break it down for us, Dr. Max.
Well, there are some people like that. I mean, if you follow the NFL, quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts, he got his master's degree just after he won the Super Bowl. So there are people that maybe almost even need that little bit of pressure to be able to perform at a level like this.
Definitely, yeah. Great to see, though, well-rounded, not just styles of surfers that we have here, but we've mentioned like scholars and globally cultural. We have many different cultures a part of the tour this year, which is great to see. As you mentioned, Weston coming out of Australia and Ahina, Hawaii.
And a 5.73, the last of Max Weston in the blue as well. He does improve and extends his scoreline. Meanwhile, Ahina looking to slingshot himself into this one, and that's going to be an unforced error for Nelson, unfortunately, as he is going to give priority away to Max Weston, the heat leader. Ahina at the moment looking for a 7.23, would have to be the best of the heat, and Max on the outside, touches the 5. Almost a 2-for-1 right there with the little floater and, you know, tap up the nose combo and looking to make the reform on the inside. You know, if there's one thing that I've really noticed a lot more with Max over the last few years is that, as you mentioned, longboarders, you want to use the entirety of the board. He knows when and how to read a wave at a certain point in time, to knowing when to go back enough, knowing when to go far enough, and I think all in all, the guy's really got a good read of what you're supposed to do out here at south side of the pier. Meanwhile, we look at Nelson right now. Ahina, well, he's looking to connect all the way to the shore break as well. Runner-up at Ala Moana Bowls earlier this year to be able to qualify throughout the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. And with 12 minutes on the clock, it seems like he might be getting one of his personal top 2 waves as well.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, hopefully it won't end up being that way, but that losing of priority for Ahina was, he's going to probably look back on that and hopefully take a learning moment there, because that was a bit of a faux pas, if you will. But coming back, here's the replay we're going to see here. We're going to see that good. Get the steps up to the nose there, nice and tight. Rebounds the white water there. Keeps his body kind of crunched together. That center of gravity kind of tight for these smaller waves. Working it into the inside. So trying to set up for that nose right there, but you can see that inside section doesn't quite stand up enough for him. So as you mentioned, I think it's going to be his high scoring ride, but not likely to compare to Dr. Max's.
And the last of Weston doesn't improve. It's a 4.73. 11 minutes on the clock here in our final heat of day 2 of competition. We're going to take a Bonsorb brew break and be right back with more of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So starting at 4 p.m. this afternoon here at south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, sundown sets, scan the QR code on screen to get into Reggae Sunday. In about 23 minutes exactly here at Southside HB, you're gonna have multiple bands and all gonna be reggae this afternoon. So scan the QR code to be able to get your tickets and join us at the sundown sets here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And also, for a real good cause, a portion of ticket sales benefiting the Surfrider Foundation works to protect and preserve the world's oceans and beaches. So today, Sunday, July 27th, Reggae Sunday from 4 to 7 p.m. Looking forward to it, Carla.
Hey, there's so much to do down here all day, all throughout the day and even into the evening. So yeah, you definitely want to come down and check that out. Get those tickets with that QR code. You don't want to miss it. It's happening down here. Sun's out. Sun's out.
There's a reason why it's called the sundown.
That's right.
Sets too.
That's right.
Looking at the sunset here.
Yeah, but you'll want to get here sooner than later so that you can get your parking, get situated, and then be set and ready to go to watch the entertainment.
So at the moment, no Senahina on screen. He's looking for the 10, has to settle for a bit of a dirtier 5 though, and it's gonna be deemed complete, but not the cleanest of nose rides there for the surfer out of Hawaii. Now, his diminished his requirement though, Carla. A 6.5 is what he needs after his second to last wave, a 4.4, his high mark as we were mentioning. And obviously, you know, you come into this event knowing that it's probably gonna be difficult, it's gonna be challenging. It's either gonna be 6-foot peeling lefts that could potentially be closeouts, or you might be surfing the slump that we have this afternoon, which tends to be either or here at Southside.
Yeah, you're gonna get, we keep saying, you're gonna get every gamut and every possible condition throughout an entirety of an event. Unfortunately for this block of time, we don't have a huge swell, but we do have plenty of waves on tap for them to get some scores done. It's been a little bit glassier and cleaner in the mornings, but that's generally the case for SoCal. West wind comes up and tends to kind of texture things a bit, especially when you're really open to, you know, the open ocean here, as we are in Huntington.
Yeah, these winds tend to be more common later in the summertime, closer to fall. And you know, I'm a bit surprised that not only has the wind shifted a lot the last few days during the event window, but more importantly, had a good amount of swell the last 3 weeks leading up to it. And of course, right here, was expecting to get a bit more south. That's what happens though when you get this northwest wind, it pushes that south all the way back to where it's coming from.
Yeah. So, you know, that's the nature of weather and the nature of competitive surfing. You know, it's great though that we have, I think it's great that we have a stop like Abu Dhabi on a wave pool. And that there's controversy obviously over competitions with wave pools because you are taking out that, you know, natural element of the ocean. However, I feel like there's so many elements that you're now eliminating and really just leaving it and stripping it down to the surfing.
Right, to skill.
To skill, and you can't, in both ways, the competitor can't say, well, I didn't catch the waves, they didn't come my way. You're given your waves, and it's up to you to perform on them. If you don't, you don't. but you can't make any excuses otherwise.
And really, when you look at it, the 3 stops completely different to all each other, too. Here at Huntington, you're coming to a beach break, a lot of different variables. Bells, you know what to expect in the wintertime. It is cold, it's freezing.
Big water.
And it could potentially be as good as it gets right there at that time of the year, too. And in Abu Dhabi, as you said, you have some opportunities. If you miss them, that's on you, because the variables have been controlled for you. Now, at this point, everybody knows that you can rip. Can you do it under pressure when everybody's watching?
And the fact that there is that little bit of a barrel section in the Abu Dhabi pool.
It's the trickiest part of the wave.
And that, for me, last year, I was honored to be able to be on the team for that. It really did draw a line between those people that have barrel riding experience and those that don't. And that doesn't mean to say whether they actually got into the barrel or not, but how they set up for it and whether or not they knew and understood how those physics work.
Yeah, I really like the 3 different stops.
I do too.
And as you said, I think the one thing that really makes Abu Dhabi so different to all 3 of them is the heat.
Oh.
And that's both outside. The water temperature, too, tends to be quite hot out there in the Middle East.
You'll never see me in a bikini in California surfing. I will never be surfing in a bikini. It's too cold for me. I'm one of those, it's got to be at least 80. Abu Dhabi was hot. It was uncomfortable, and I like it warm. So yeah, that is a whole nother element that you're having to get, you know, adjusted to. Here, you're adjusting to, as Max has shown quite well, adjusting to that varying peaks, the varying tide, the varying texture and wind. You go to bells, they're going to have to adjust to the cold. Those of our competitors that are from tropical climates, like Joe Marie, who hasn't had a lot of experience in a thick full suit, that's going to be an adjustment for him. The big water, the big waves. Then we go to Abu Dhabi, where it's, like you said, it's smoking hot out there. It's an entirely new culture. You know, you're working with sand dunes and the great Islam culture and Muslim culture. But it's hot in that pool, and you're only given so many practice waves, so how someone deals with that. And then finishing off in El Salvador with, again, another warm water spot, but with such an electric, doesn't have quite the same audience, but the way Surf City El Salvador treats the event there, they really welcome us with open arms and really show the competitors like a really good time and treat them like royalty.
Oh, 100%. They actually have a booth right here at the Open. Spoke to them the other day. Karen, Eduardo Bolioli, the entire crew, Amado as well, and you know, they're really looking to promote that tourism. But as you said, Surf City, well, not only the one here in the USA where we're at in Huntington Beach, California, also the one in Central America and El Salvador. They have really done an amazing job to be able to promote and invite a lot of these surfers coming from worldwide into their beautiful country. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Last of Weston does not improve. It's a 4.2. So been on the verge of improving, yes or no, on his last 2 waves. Just under the both of them, a 4.73 and a 4.2 respectively. Meanwhile, Nelson Ahina III still needing a 6.5 or better. And fortunately for him, 2 minutes 20, got to say that's plenty of time out there for how conditions are.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the time on the clock and, you know, the narrowing down versus how much time and where you're at in that situation and how long that clock winds down or how fast it winds down. And for Nelson right now, he's kind of probably wanting things to slow down. He wants to have a minute to catch another wave, whereas we see Max up and riding. He's been staying busy the whole time, although we see on the scorecard kind of been volleying back and forth, each of these riders, each catching, you know, 6, 7 waves here.
And Weston looking to make it through to the inside. Some great work through that midsection just to be able to get to this point of the wave, too, into the shore break. He's going to kick out to that wave fizzling out. And as you said, despite him already being up to a 7 wave count right now, have you done enough work on the last few waves to add more pressure to the surfer in second? Because Ahina still very much in a position where he could advance of this heat. 6.5, I mean, by this afternoon standards, it is still an attainable score.
Yeah, it is. We'll see, like you said, if Max is able to put a little more pressure on that last ride. I think he's going to stay pretty secure with those 5s, 5.17 and a 5.73. Nelson out there kind of just, I don't know if he's saying a chant, maybe saying prayers, maybe just sitting quietly, waiting for the ocean, hopefully to provide him something.
Well, that's a true champion right there. Somebody who stayed throughout the entirety of the day. Former world champ Kai Salas, supporting his good buddy and fellow Hawaiian, Nelson Ahina, out there in the red jersey. So shout out to Kai, being an incredible father. I saw his daughter paddling out a while ago. And cool to be able to share that with your children. And it seems like Wesson potentially improving on his last, so doing real good work in second priority, a 5.67 on his last. Now the requirement is ante just a bit more. A 7-point ride is the requirement for Ahina.
Well, and it's amazing what just, you know, I think he needed a 6-something prior to that, but then seeing that 7 suddenly now there, it does kind of change that situation, like in your brain, in your mental game, like, oh, now I need a 7. So not going to happen for Nelson. Looks like good spirits, good sportsman. I like the camaraderie. Congratulations to each other.
And as we've said before, one of the nicest people in the entire draw as well. We'll be seeing him over at Bells Beach, but today belongs to Max Wesson, a heat number 8 of the elimination round. We got the 8:05 post show coming up right after the break here at the U.S. Open of Surfing.
Welcome, Surf World and log enthusiasts. This is the 8:05 post show. And I'll be 100% honest with you. When I showed up this morning and I saw the waves, I thought, wow, this is going to be a long day. But guess what? It flew by. These surfers made it happen. They did it in beautiful fashion. And we're going to wrap it up all for you right now. I am so close to one of those, but wait, there's some business to take care of first. I'm Chris Cote. This is Carla. This is Sam. How you guys doing? How was that day for you?
I thought it was a great day. As we said, we kind of pulled up this morning. It was really glassy, a little small, but as we walked onto the beach, Sam, we were kind of like, oh, okay, wait, not so bad. It looked a little bit weak from the beach, but or from the street, but turned out to be a really great day.
I think when we had 1976 world champ PT Pete Townend come in, he put it best when he said it was about the art of trim. It was those longboarders who were gliding, connecting those sections and finding that inside wall to really add something special, some zhuzh to the occasion.
And I think with so many waves ridden, every heat seemed to be really exciting all the way through to the end. You know, we had buzzer beaters, we had big moments, we had some big scores as well. So through all the conditions we had today, overall, that was a A+ day of log riding, I must say. So thank you, Huntington Beach. And for you guys, you know, looking at some of the names that we basically brought through, or they earned their spots into the next round. You know, we got world champions, we've got some newcomers, some rookies, some underdog stories. So a lot happened today that's going to impact the entirety of the rest of the season.
Yeah, I love seeing a few of the goofy footers today. I love Steven Sawyer, I love Ginger Kaimi, and I love Avalon Gould. 3 goofy footers for me who really stood out.
Yeah, but then there was the regular footers like Sophia Culhane, who just really smoothed her way, or smooth finesse through her heats, and it was great to see, you know, that come through.
And you know what I liked too? Positivity.
Yeah.
I saw no grim faces of surfers heading out into the lineup because they knew full well there was going to be plenty of opportunity out there. And we do have an opportunity right now to talk to the winner of that last heat. Dr. Max Weston is standing by now with AJ McCord.
What a way to finish off an incredible day of elimination round performance. You got it done there at the end with a good score counted towards your total. Just talk to me about what you learned watching the rest of the heats and how you applied it to yours.
Yeah, I watched Kai Salas and Kyle's Flint surf, and they got scored for surfing really smooth. And then I just figured if I got off to a quick start and then used my priority smart, it will work out all right.
And it certainly did. Made it in the next round here at the U.S. Open, the Lexus U.S. Open of surfing. How are you approaching this event heat by heat?
Just trying to get in a rhythm, to be honest. I often get better as the contest goes on, so just trying to scrape through and then build a bit of confidence and yeah, go from there.
How far does a win in the elimination round go towards building that confidence?
Oh, heaps. Yeah, that's a tricky round to get through. It's like the first round is really hard. Every heat is really hard, so it feels good to win, yeah.
Understandably so. We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I like that. Simple yet effective. It feels really good to win, especially when you have to earn it like that. Last heat of the day. So he had all day to think about what was going to happen. That is not an easy thing to do.
We were talking earlier, Mitchell and I were talking earlier about like how you have to kind of plan your day out when you're at the end. You know, it's not just like, oh, cool, I'm going to be going out in a couple hours or whatnot. You got to kind of be strategic in how you plan the day out.
And super important that you recognize smoothness was being rewarded. We saw some really critical surfing that had some scrappy link-ups between the outside section and the inside section. Those scores would often fall short of the requirement. He noticed the likes of Kai Salas with that elegant link-up, that smooth surfing getting heavily rewarded. The judges really wanted to see that composure throughout the entire ride from takeoff to kick-out.
No doubt. Well, we have 3 extremely talented Kais surf today, but the heat that we're going to focus on is going to be Kai Ellis Flint. He was going up against Antonio Dantes, and we know Antonio is no easy draw. He is a tenacious competitor, but Kai Ellis Flint dropping a 7.67 in a 6-point ride, pretty dominant. He's so good that they named him 3 times.
Yeah, he's an absolute brilliant surfer, and it's that involvement style of longboarding with that wide point back, down carve, on his self-shaped high estate equipment there, and he really was looking hungry and lively at the same time. But Antonio, this guy, you called this heat, Carla, his nose riding is outstanding. Had some of these waves linked up, he would have been lucky with the scores.
100%, and it was really a shame that he wasn't able to find that second half of this scoring potential, but those nose rides were definitely something to look out for.
He's a cool cat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the post-heat interview, I think, made us all realize, yeah, he's really cool. cool in the water, but he's equally cool as on land too.
You had to have a bit of luck today as well, because sometimes if you did commit to those early sections and then the wave just died on you, you couldn't add to the scoring potential. There was one particular bolt upright hood ornament hang 10 from Antonio that just didn't lead anywhere. But what we saw from Kai Ellis-Flint was he read the lineup so beautifully, and he picked off those more open face right-handers that had the link, but the way he did it so coolly and collectively, but also dynamic and radical off rail.
Yeah, he keeps that upper body so smooth and kind of so controlled while still moving that lower body in speed. And here we have Dantas really was putting it together as best as he could. He just couldn't find enough of these waves that connected all the way to the inside.
But I mean, I have so much admiration for the composure of Antonio, and here working with his brother Joao, also a highly accomplished former World Tour, former European longboard champion. It's really special to see that combination, and I think that Antonio is going to be a strong force for the rest of the season.
No doubt. And in the Kai news, Kai Ellis-Flint might be going up against Kai Salas, who took out Kai McPhillips.
I know, we've had a Kai.
It's Kai cubed.
The Cobra Kais are doing it. So we'll see what the call is tomorrow morning if we start with men or women, but a little foreshadowing, we could see another, some more Kai on Kai friendly fire happen tomorrow. So from the men, let's flip it over to the women. The heat that we're going to focus on is the women elimination round, Heat 5. This is Natsume Teoka and Ophelia Aquin. And this was one of those heats that went down a little bit earlier in the morning. You see the difference between now and what we just saw. Sheet glass, peaky waves, rights and lefts. These waves got better than we expected in this heat.
Yeah, it was about fast footwork, but it was very close, the exchange between Natsume and Ophelia, both very composed. And Natsume just was a little bit more tuned into the open face waves, and she was very quick in and out of her nose rides on her new signature board. Very lively, very agile, but Ophelia's composure was equally impressive. And when you see the way that they were both locking into the 5s, into the 10s, I feel as if it's a little bit of a loss for the competition that Ophelia's gone down this early, because she is somebody who could get to a final.
100%. She's got a beautiful style. As we watch Natsume and her beautiful style there, she did take the win in that heat. But we see Ophelia with that fast footwork up to the 5 and 10, and then rebounding. And I agree, having her, you know, bow out this early in the game is a bit unfortunate. But you never know who you're going to pair up against and how things are going to go. But she is a fantastic surfer. You see that footwork, the 5 to the 10. Comes a little unglued in some of these moments, and perhaps that's why Natsume got the nod.
Exactly. So this was a wave that almost delivered the score she needed, but she just needed to have that continuity and flow between the sections to get that number. And it came very close, and it was a reminder to the other surfers that you had to keep it smooth and controlled.
Yeah, rightfully so. The judges were really paying close attention to the smoothness of the rides, to the water that was potentially flying off the nose. They wanted to see good, clean surfing. They got it all day long. I mean, you look at that score right there from Ophelia Aquin, a 7.33 and a 5.8. That's a big number, but Teoka, consistency is 6.97 and a 6.83, so she gets the edge at the end of the elimination round, Heat 5. So we've been talking about waves all day long, and we've been talking about potential forecast coming through, and let's take it from the experts, right? I mean, we can just sit here and look at it all day, but let's look at some satellites, some data, some analytics. Our friends at Surfline, who are actually located right across the street, have some news for us all. So the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, official forecast is as follows. Well, they were right. The swell did fade throughout today, but we got some good news. We're going to see a little bit of a pulse. Small southwest swell, a little bit of northwest wind swell. I'm seeing some blobs, some purple stuff. So this is all good news, as it could amplify through the week.
Yeah, we like those purple blobs on the southern hemisphere there.
This is a pretty consistent lineup here. 2 to 3 all day, every day, morning and afternoon. Green is good, yellow is okay, and that's kind of been the trend throughout this weekend. Tomorrow will be Monday. Hopefully the ocean doesn't have a case of the Mondays. Hopefully we'll see some foreshadowing of that swell. But I have some good news for all of us. It's my favorite part of the 805 post show, the top 5s. This is going to be a great ride for everybody. We're going to start off with a name that I heard from you two ad nauseum all morning long yesterday. Ginger, Ginger, Ginger. Ginger Kaimi, the Grom, proved you guys right. She went out there and went off today.
Yeah, it was great to see Ginger on fire because she showed 3 traits to her surfing: her commitment, her control, and her style. And then she also showed those characteristics of critical nose riding and good rail work and reading, but she also showed her strategy, you know, seeing out the heat win by hustling and hassling and holding position. And this 13-year-old has got a lot of depth, a lot of pedigree, and it really started to shine today.
History could be made if she wins this event. I talked to her dad after this heat. I said, oh, she's so good, so stylish, da-da-da-da. He goes, yes, but overall, she's a really great kid, and that's what's most important. So that made me pretty happy. And we're going to go now to drop knee Declan. Declan went off in this one.
Drop knee Declan. He is really known for that drop knee. We have to mention that 10 he also got right there was pretty sweet. But yeah, Declan, really a fantastic surfer, knows how to throw in that variety and that drop knee. I mentioned earlier we were calling this heat. He throws in it. It doesn't just pose it. He has power, speed, and flow in his drop knee. He shows a really epic 10 right there, and then he'll throw in this drop knee here, and you see how he steps it back, drops the knee down. See that rooster tail, that feathering of the water there, that shows that speed and that power.
It's
there.
almost like Phil Edwards style
Right?
drop knee, really dipping it all down there.
Yeah, he's been a long-time rider of the Steve O'Donnell surfboards as well, and that relationship that Declan has with Steve O'Donnell is a really important part of his whole repertoire, and mixing it up, looking lively, as all of the surfers did. I mean, let's give a shout-out to the judges. They had to score a lot of rides today. 25 waves ridden in many of the heats.
I'm going to give the judges a perfect 10 today. That's my judgment of our judges. They were spot on throughout the entirety of the day. Our number 3 spot in the 805 post show is Tully. Rachel Tully, turning the heat, buzzer beater, all the sports cliches wrapped up into one. This was fun to watch.
This was actually one of my favorite moments. We were finishing up the heat, called it. Oh, I said, it's a shame. Tully's going to have to go home. And then all of a sudden, the beach erupted. She got the score, pulls it through. There it is, right there.
That was a really cool moment right there.
That's sport, that's surfing, that's specialness. And she didn't think she had it, but she knew she earned it. She's worked hard. She continues to work hard on her Sean Nettleton boards, and we love her style.
And number 2 on our list. I like this tagline. Trying to say this 5 times fast. Steezy Sawyer styles out. Steezy Sawyer styles out. 14.50 heat total. Stevie went off out there.
218 world champion, and Carla, he was looking electric. He was spicy, he was dicey, and everything about the moves that he made me think he could be a front runner to win this week.
I always put Stevie in the front running. I think he's really dynamic. I love the variety he brings. He's a switch foot, so I have a special space in my heart for that. And I think what's great is Stevie was on the fence about joining this year. And I think it's great that he's here and he's doing well.
Yeah, thank you, Stevie, for making the right decision and coming to Huntington Beach to entertain us all, including the judges. 14.60 heat total is huge.
And this drop knee that he did was absolutely incredible. Walking out of those nose rides, putting that board on rail, he was amazing.
Yeah, and you know, he was doing it, you could tell, with passion. And you know what, a 14.60 heat total is great. You know what's better? A 14.77 heat total. I'm talking about Sophia Colhane.
She was Mrs. Smooth today. I mean, everything about the flow, the read, the line on her Michael Takayama board, and she just was tuned in. She was one of the best in-rhythm surfers we have seen all week.
Yeah, totally in rhythm, seemed calm and cool. You know, I know she probably had some nerves, but you couldn't see that at all from the screen or from the lineup. So congratulations to Cool Hand, Cool Hand.
You know, you can tell she wants to be in that conversation with Honolulu, with Rachel Tilley, of the best of the best. And I think she is right there keeping the pace set by our world champions. Well, a great day of surfing behind us and more to come. Tomorrow morning, Monday morning, you know what? You're probably not going to get a lot of work done because we're going to be back out in the water. 7:30 a.m. sharp. So for all you watching out there, thank you. Tune in tomorrow morning. And from everybody here on the beach, thank you guys for doing all the hard work. Make our job easy. Now it's time for one of these. You guys ready? Here you go. Here you go. I'll pass this out.
Late to the scene, but I flipped the script. Got my tools, I came equipped. Favorite stars, it's me they rip. Stone cold bangers, no song skips. Playing in your head like a radio jingle. Hold my coat, I'm off to mingle. Gold on my neck and a platinum single. Taking it all, gonna keep it simple. You want it, you got it. You can have it all. You want it, you got it. This is the curtain call. Talking hush, but I shine like glow. Wide up quick with the too slow flow. Drip so clean, don't need that show. Beat so smooth, can't take this throw. Don't do doubt, just aim and go. Laugh so loud when they say no. Don't wear crowns, just take the throne. Too off track, but I still ride right. Didn't see shade, just flip that light. Move for the noise with a quiet bite. Didn't back down, didn't take that fight. One word wrong, still hold that mind. Never said please, yeah, I earn these highs. Sing off key, but I still sound tight. You want it, you got it. You can have it all. You want it, you got it. This is the curtain call.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.